dodge while they know that they have one down.
The nades coming in. Actually, the nades look good initially.
Ooh.
That one's good.
Goodbye.
That one's money.
Goodbye, Finna.
Okay.
Finna will get one. Working around the side of the Bronco. Finna gets two. Finna staying alive in this. Laurent gets taken down low, and Zera now. The last one up, he will clean it up, but now look at KF9. He knows this is his opportunity. If I'm going to do it, this is going to be the time. But Zera absolutely reads him like a book. 11 kills and a second win for Systematicos.
They got to be sweating bullets right now. They don't know what we know, right? They don't know exactly where the kills lie. And actually now, the deeper investment of utility here, it's kind of a good indicator for Nootropic.
I think they spotted out Corsac.
Yeah, Lampolot's got a good line of sight on this.
Corsac playing the tree.
Oh, the damage!
Oh, the damage comes through, but Corsac will go down. Rumblers, Waldo will trade back onto Senix. So it's now a 3v3. Lampolot will heal up after the big damage Corsac was able to do. Smoke wall still down. Waldo and Valiate trying to go for the low wrap while Los HD holds on to the high side. Corsac has been flushed. Lena will spot Waldo trying to peek through the smoke. He'll find Valiant as well. And just like that, it's done. Nootropic take the win with 9 kills. Here we go. Overall standings, and the Rumblers do it. By 1 point. Unbelievable.
No way. I mean, that's heartbreak for Wildcard, but wow.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, this will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit.
Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor, but we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
So, where to next?
in a lot of trouble, running to a teammate for cover, but Pippa got himself an angle, gets a knock on a but Pippa has the center of the circle and knows it. Incendiary is coming out. Waldo trying to exploit this, going to creep in, reveals, goes for the spray into it, and narrowly survives it. Near on no life, the Rumblers take the win.
Then keeping 4 up be the priority, not the compound. What is going on here?
Uh-oh. We jousting in the middle. Oh, no! Rossi,
Oh, Silas.
Andy,
Silas is
'cause
popping.
it's a no.
Silence, man.
Silers! 4 HP on Civil, trying to give him some support from the high ground. Can he get flux too? He's still got 4 HP. No, Civ. Oh, young kings.
And waiting for free agents, and this is free agents have just
Nailed
had
it.
a rough go.
They at least have the hard cover to play around for now.
How long that will last, but Wildcard 6 kills on the board and looking to find a few more in the form of Nootropic. Wow. All that damage coming through from Fisher. That nade could be terrible. Yeah,
Oh.
gotta find him. The pre-nade is disgusting.
Pays off dividends, and he will get the flush as well on Namaji. T-Sock now gets taken down. Lampalot refusing to go down without a fight as Zray. No! Zray goes as well. Lampalot is just cleaned up. Wild card.
Way, man. 4v4.
And a 4v4 for Rumbler's shot at the grand finals.
I gotta feel like Rumblers almost have zone control here as Phase 8 comes to close in.
A lot of moving parts to this one. Not easy for either team by any means.
That nade is huge.
Ooh.
Yeah, Lampalot's got a good line of sight on this.
Corsac playing the tree.
The damage!
Oh, the damage comes through, but Corsac will go down. Rumblers, Waldo will trade back onto Senix. Holds on to the high side. Corsac has been flushed. Lena will spot Waldo trying to peek through the smoke. He'll find Valiant as well. And just like that, it's done. Nootropic take the win with 9 kills.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome. It is time to kick off PCS6 Americas. My name's Tavis. I'm joined by Cameron and Clover to break down all of the action. But before we get into it, let's remind everyone just what the road looked like to get here in the first place. We started with a ton of teams, a copious amount. 128 from 2 separate regions dropping in initially and working their way through a meat grinder of qualifiers to regional finals to last chance qualifiers to finally pick the 16 teams that would be here for the next 6 days to play out the 30 matches and determine who takes home PGC points, big cash prizes, and the bragging rights as the winners of the first PCS of the year. Quick reminder of what it's going to look like as we take to the field today as well as the coming 2 weekends. Pretty common, 30 matches, lots of chances to get your points. But Clover, there is something very different this year that a lot of folks are happy about.
We are returning to the super point system, Toffees, points for kills and placement. And you know, as you said, everybody's excited. I'm excited. The players are absolutely ready to be back here.
I know that they're hyped about it. And, you know, the reason you need to know what the points do is because you want to win the prizes. Let's take a look at how those prizes are going to pay out. First up, it is the cash, $250,000 on the line, Cameron.
Yep, $60K for first place, which is, of course, going to be the goal here. However, we do also have multiple special prizes, Kill Leader 5K, Insane Squad 5K, and All PCS Team 10K, and those last 2 will be decided by the end of this event. Kill Leader also decided, but we all know how that one's going to be done.
Exactly. Also, remember, 30% of everything that you get skin-wise goes into crowdfunding, so it's a great opportunity to sort of contribute and support the players as well. Let's take a look at the schedule and what you can expect over the next couple of weeks. It started off this morning with APAC, where the first game maximized the new super points. We saw 17 kills by Circle 4 and a team that almost won just based on that. Xenox and Elfish walking through the action there, and then us here at Americas for the next 2 weeks. We'll be holding down the fort, at which point we'll turn it over to Asia and Europe. So really, it is a month of PUBG awesomeness, so make sure you stay tuned in because it is going to be awesome. Now, the reason that they're here, other than the money that we saw there, is the fact that every team out there cares the most really about 3 letters, and that is PGC, getting there and going the distance. So the road to PG has already begun, earning the points. I mean, there's a lot of teams here looking for seeds, more seeds than a watermelon, I'd even say. And I gotta ask you about it. Like, it looks pretty good. Tell me more.
Oh, yeah, no, there you go. Sorry, you got me with that one. More seeds than a watermelon. As you can see, I mean, the ESL event already has put PGC points on the board. United took first place of that event, and that gave them 200. We've got 6 teams that get to go from the Americas region, 1 guaranteed from each sub-region spot.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at those point distributions, Cameron. And it seems like it's going up, right, as we get closer to the big show?
Yeah, exactly. Just like last year, 450 points for first place here. That's more than twice the reward for first place at ESL. So, like, if you have a lead, like United does, you got to continue to push that even further. But at the same time, if you may have missed out on ESL 1 or maybe even just had a slow start, there is more than ample time to climb that ladder up and maybe even upset the teams that we have there at the top.
And now, that is not the only international event we have down the pipeline for you guys. There's another one that everyone is very excited about, Cameron. That's PNC. Yep. It's coming up. It's right around the corner. And we have a new surprise because we're showing how some of those players are getting picked.
Bam!
Shazam.
We got the 4 regions, the 4 countries from the Americas region, United States, Canada, Brazil, and Argentina that will be decided through the MVP of this event. Australia, we have such a large Australian presence here in the Americas region that we're going to decide one of theirs for them as well. Come on, you got players like Luke and Tiggleton, just to name 2. So we're also going to be deciding with their MVP who we're going to be one of their 2 MVP slots to send over to PNC.
And for everyone at home who's not reading press releases, how is the rest of the team getting picked?
It is going to be a player vote, right? So once the captains are picked for each of these teams, they're then going to work as a community to vote for the rest of those player spots. And then once that team is picked, they're also going to be able to vote for their captain.
Awesome. So that takes care of international events that are coming down the pipeline, PGC points, all of these things you want to be at. But the way to get there is to play here. And to get to this big 16, we had the last chance qualifier, and that was tough. A lot of teams for the first time get to meet their opponents from another region, and it is a rough one because only 4 teams advance out of the 16. It was Dodge, Sonics, Nootropics, and Rumblers that did it. Let's take a moment and break down some of those teams. Cameron, I know you've had your eyes on Dodge, so tell me a little bit more about this roster.
So Dodge is a team that is basically Finna at this point. It's the roster is always revolving around this player, and the current iteration right now, they're looking really, really good. Historically, this team has always looked like they're just close to breaking into the top echelon. They just barely missed out on PGC last year. Remember that. But this current roster is looking absolutely amazing, and it is a lot to do with Ethan. He's been playing in the region for a while now, but something has changed here, and he is on the next level, some superstar performance. And if we get either Cherry and or Hikerman, preferably both, to really step up and be that secondary star behind him, there's going to be a fantastic roster. I will be honest, they might not be totally reinventing the playbook. They do the standard thing if you go semi-center and then just play from the edge once we go further into the game. It's pretty cut and dry standard fare, right? But what makes them so enjoyable to watch is that they are contesting other teams for being out current Rat Kings. The amount of kills they get from the blue, from behind you, not even expecting anything to come, they're a threat whether you see them or not.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm excited about seeing what they bring. Another team that I think we've been watching is Nootropic. I need to know a little more about these guys.
Yeah, I mean, I really loved their performance at ESL Masters 1 earlier this year. I think that this team is really starting to gel, and with the inclusion of Cynics coming over from Europe, this is a really interesting roster. Hello Senpai, I think, is really coming into his best form right now, and to have Lampalot, to have Leda surrounding that, again, it's kind of what we say with Ethan, right? You get a couple more fraggers, more damage dealers around a key player like that. There's a lot of things that they can really accomplish. And, you know, Cynics, a lot of people not really familiar with him here in the Americas region, but he does have PCS experience. He played during PCS2 for Europe as well as in PEL. So he's had a little bit of a break up at this level, but coming in with the new roster, I really feel like Nootropic's going to pull something special out of the bag. Hello Senpai, 4,500 damage in the LCQ, 21 kills. So they're very warmed up and ready for this week.
We'll see if they are, because LCQ does give you a bit of a warm-up, but it also is a very different level of competition because this is the Big 16. Let's go ahead and meet them right now. The 16 teams that will be taking the field over the next 30 games to play. There's a lot of North America, Cameron, and not quite as much Latin America. Just for those of us at home who maybe haven't been following along, why is that?
That's the LCQ. So the LCQ is the first actual iteration of any sort of sub-region to sub-region play. 8 teams from both that didn't qualify in the initial send, and it just happened to be this time that North America took all 4 last chance spots.
Makes sense. And so everyone had a chance, and at the end of the day, it just came out who's the top 4 in the LCQ. This is what the results are. So let's zoom in on a few of these teams, get to know them maybe a little bit more. One team that I got to know more about, Cameron, is Dodge. I know you've been studying them and watching the way that they play. I want to hear a little more.
But Dodge, you mean Yoho?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yoho, my bad.
Dodge won LCQ. Yoho won the Americas qualifier. So this is another. Okay, so going into Yoho, I'll be honest, I was worried about the roster change. They took out Haruz and they brought in Balefrost because as good of a player as Balefrost is, Haruzen I saw as that leadership, that veteran status. He used to be a coach for Virtus Pro, right? And so when they lost him, I was really worried for like, how is this roster going to stay together? However, we all know that the core of these guys, Sparking, Shinboy, and Punich, they play their best when it feels like they're just pugging. They're just with their friends. They're just running around and fragging out. And Balefrost, we immediately saw, was an immediate culture fit to that play style. We'll see if this regional victory that they had at the top here for qualifying is going to be their consistent line. I do have my doubts on that, but you cannot deny that they are playing better than we've seen them play before.
They came out, they won their regional qualifier, so that's a big deal. Though there have been arguments that maybe the Latin American regional qualifier isn't as tough. I want to know more about the team that won that, Akreche.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about tough, Akreche absolutely came out of their group owning. They've had the inclusion now of Rubini there. You can see it's second player for a year. He turned 18 last spring, so he's only been able to really compete at this level for a year, and I feel like he's had time to grow. That said, the 3 strongest players on the team are still Viz, they're still LFP, and it's still Kaishin. Kaishin coming out as kill leader for the LATAM region, really having a strong showing. They were ahead 30 points points and 30 kills to the second place team out of the LATAM regional qualifiers. So it just shows how hungry Akreche is. That said, we have seen Akreche come out of the LATAM sub-region before with a performance like this.
Okay.
And when we get to the PCS Grand Finals, things struggle a bit. They're not able to play the same game in LATAM that they can here. They already had to give up their drop spots because Sonics take those same spots here in the region, and they just weren't ready to battle that out. So that said, I'm curious to see how they've settled here now that we're at the Grand Finals.
I'm just saying, if there's any team that there's a historical precedence for challenging Sonics in the drop spot, challenging team in their drop spots, it's going to be the Sonics.
Yeah, but you don't want to get caught up in
I'm
that.
right.
It's true. And so we brought up the regional winners, right? So we got Kreche, we got Yoho. They came out, from the last round in top form. But there are other favorites, one of which was Sonics, and we'll get to them in a second. Yeah. But the one that I think maybe doesn't even get talked about enough is E United. I want to learn more about this team because I think they're going to be one to watch.
They are 100% the team to watch. I'm calling it right now. They are the best team in North America at the moment. They're the best team in the Americas region as a whole at the moment. They're on a three-peat performance right now. Last year, second ESL, then PCS5, and then ESL 1 that we saw just a few months ago. They've always been in the top echelon, neck and neck with the Sonics and STK/TSM in there as well, but it's only been recently that they've really overtaken that. And we saw the addition of Flood there at the end, the newest member, actually replacing Balefrost that we just saw on your Ho. You talked about teams focusing at PGC. E United are on record saying that they made that swap specifically for PGC international performance because we all know North America doesn't have the Sonics, all that. Yeah, sure, fine. But just as a whole, not even in this game, esports in general, North America doesn't really have the greatest track record.
We really love Australian players.
Yeah, and that too. Yeah. When in doubt, grab a star Australia.
That's true. And now I promise that we talk about some of the favorites, one of which is Sonics, who, I mean, if you talk about legendary status, sort of a bias based on previous performances, these guys got it.
Yeah, I mean, they've won more PCS events than I think not even just the Americas, but I almost want to say if we go globally, like 3 PCSs, starting with PCS2, PCS3, PCS4. They came in very close to winning PCS5, but they had a bad week and ultimately suffered at the hands of Oath, who then did take the win for that region. After that, they struggled at PGC. They struggled a little bit in the group stage here at PCS. So we're kind of wondering, all right, are they in a bad spell or is this the downward turn in the bell curve? That said, really what we saw from this team coming out of the LCQ looked like Sonics back to full form. Mime, H-Win, Tiggleton, Shrimsy, all amazing damage, kills, stats on the board where we expect to see them. And if they can keep those numbers up here in the grand finals, I really expect the Sonics to maybe even potentially bring back a win. We haven't seen them win a PCS in a while.
It does. It is a team that seems to thrive at PCS, maybe not at some of the Masters events.
Yeah.
Another team that thrives but seems to often just be stuck in this top 5 vibe is the Iron Men of PUBG, one of my favorite teams. And I know a lot of the fans out there love them too. But with STK, what's going on with them?
Yeah, I mean, shoot to kill, right? They won the PCS1. I mean, it came down to that last game. I think we all know that iconic moment when they realized they won there. But the problem, obviously, is that they've kind of been struggling for a bit. They've had Penta for a year. That honeymoon period is over. And the guys are playing great. The problem is that they're playing only where that is, right? They haven't quite hit that first place mark again. They've come in close. They've hit second place, third place, fifth places at events, but they're also play amazing at international. They play amazing when they get to be together in person. So when we're back on these online events like PCS, that kind of comes where all right, what STK are we going to get? Are they going to be able to push past the lull of the mid game where they sometimes lose players out early? And that's where the team seems to struggle. If they can keep all 4 players up in the late game, I think we could see a return to glory there for this team. But that is the key right there, is they need to make sure they're keeping that team alive in the late game.
You know, you're mentioning a team that we want to see a return to glory on. There's another team that I think is kind of building its way up. If you want to call the last 3 the 3 kings of PUBG, is there a new contender that may be coming as the new kid on the block, if you will?
We've had a couple of new kids on the block that sort of rotate who we talk about. Gaskins and Dodge are the 2 most common that we think, can they do it? But it's these guys, Bing Bang Boom, that are one event away. This event away stop it. This event away from really solidifying themselves at the top with the E United, with the Sonics, and the STKs. And in fact, looking at the performance by some of the teams like STK and Sonics, there's a potential for them to be objectively put above them. That That's a bit of that's a bit of a conversation. But the fact of being considered within the same realm as them is a huge come up, because this is a team that the core 3 of them formed after PGIS.
Okay.
Roth left, Zenith picked up a couple of other different players, including Civ, who left STK. Civ is no longer with the roster, but the point is that this is a team that it's been a rough road.
Yeah.
Right? It hasn't been the cleanest start for them. Looking last year, the first half of the year, really not that great, but they have found a system that works. They usually go somewhat center. They actually turtle a little more than a bunch of other teams in North America, but that's because they position themselves to fire at the first opportunity that they have. They're coiled up like a snake. They're not turtling defensively, they're turtling waiting for the opportunity to strike. But hands down, the most exciting thing about this team is that they have the greatest resume of clutch plays across the board. Oldless had an amazing clutch play on Miramar, I believe, at the qualifiers, but of course we don't need to talk about Sharpshot and Roth for the years that they've been together now. Since PGIS, there's numerous examples of that. So you could never, it doesn't matter if there's 1, doesn't matter if there's 2, if there's 0 members of them, I wouldn't be surprised if we couldn't count them out.
Absolutely. So, Clover, as we have a few minutes, I know the last couple players are getting ready to get into the plane to talk a little bit. There's, we've talked about clutch players and how important that is. What is the challenge for these teams? Because again, you mentioned sort of the Civ, no Civ, transitions. It's a tough period.
Yeah, and the thing too is obviously, we do get roster changes. A lot of these teams now have kind of started to solidify who they're comfortable playing with, people that they might have friends, people that they have that longevity. But at the same time too, what we need to start seeing from them is that consistency, right? Their ability to adjust. And when we say that adjust, it's because, again, we're bringing in the Latin America players, the North American players, and so their own sub-region style of play is not what we see in the grand finals. It's not LATAM coming in to play the American game. It's kind of a bit of a mixture of both. And we oftentimes see teams say that the first few days can be the most difficult because they're really adjusting to the way that these lobbies come together.
So to pivot off of that, let me ask you, Camera, with the lineup we saw earlier with so many North American teams because of LCQ pushing 4 through, is that an advantage or a disadvantage for North American teams in general in this 16-team lobby? Is it better to know everyone, or do you think that maybe Latin America has an advantage because no one's going to know what to expect?
It's definitely really important to know everyone. The one biggest reason, though, just a meta-to-meta contrast of why I am heavily in favor of North America here is the fact that Latin America, the majority of the teams, even the ones that qualified, they love turtling so much. We were talking about this earlier. They don't necessarily try and control space. They just control one singular spot. And I think in this lobby, we've seen it before, the North American teams who love to expand themselves out, they're greedy. They take as much room as possible, sometimes overextending.
Hey, it's a cultural thing.
But they're finding that balance. They're going to be taking up so much space on the area that a lot of these Latin American teams that might have been super confident with their spot that they found early realize they look out the window and realize we're surrounded on all sides and there's no way to get out of here and retreat.
Okay. So I know that you've been watching Latin American teams. Is there a team that you think has the best chance of maybe showing up here with this style?
I mean, I think we were actually, this is fun because we were talking about this and a lot of people are in disagreement. I know many people are very team Troglodytes. I'm actually team 22.
Why?
They have the longest survivability rate. They have the best placement points. They always find the late game, even if they can't find the frags. And I think that if they can use that as an opportunity to frag out, then we'll see 22 really play this lobby well.
I don't know. The one problem with that is that frags come first. You can't rely on getting placements because so much of that is decided by things outside of your control. The kills aren't necessarily 100% inside your control, but you have a lot more agency there. And when you're looking at the qualifiers for this, if I'm not mistaken, Balkan for 22, it was all on his shoulders. He had 3 kills away from having the same amount of kills as the rest of his team combined. So they need him to play at that level or more, or they need someone else to step up. When you look at the numbers of that qualifier, it doesn't scream to me a consistent performance out of it. Maybe you're right. We've seen 22 at a lot of different finals. They sort of adjust their play style every once in a while. But coming into this event, as you said, disagreements. I am on team Troglodytes, not because I know they're going to perform well, but if there's any team from Latin America that can put up those numbers, Troglodytes is the one that has the opportunity. They're just so hot and cold that you never know.
You know, it's about having strong opinions, and I think that you guys at home can have, if you've got strong opinions, you know who's going to come out on top. You can get involved with the pick'ems. And in fact, you can even earn an extra chance to do that if you stay tuned for the free Pick'em Challenge voting coupon coming later in the show. Also, make sure that you link your crafting accounts to Twitch so that you can get EP throughout the experience. There'll be more details on that in the Twitch chat. Guys, I'm getting the news that the players are ready to load into the plane. We're going to get the first game of the PUBG Continental Series 6 Americas underway with our casters. It is Porosaurus and Matchroom.
Thank you, Toffees. And yes, finally, PCS6 kicking off. We're getting everything set up. Players, we can see they're getting in the lobby. Should just be a minute before we get everything started. And Poro, dude, there is so much that's going on inside this event. Like, we've got PNC stuff that we got going on. We've got stats that we're trying to keep up because we got some milestones. Like, I don't even know. Whenever we're digging into this very first round, we even still have to deal with the secondary drop positions as we're looking at. Where do you want to start with this?
I mean, it's you got to start with the first game, right? I mean, I think there's a number of teams that are in this lobby, and feels like it's an obvious thing to say, but I feel like there's a number of teams that are really, really good, but they play better when they're snowballing, right? They need that big start. One of the teams that's really sticking out to me in terms of that is SDK. I feel like we've been seeing SDK play catch up a lot. Yeah. And now if and they're still finding success doing it. That's not to say take anything away from the performances they've had, but if SDK gets an early lead and can kind of build off of that, keep getting that rolling, then I think we might see a repeat of ESL 1 where they just took off from the whole lobby.
And that's so true. Like, it feels Shoot to Kill is just a North American legend at this stage. They've been around for so long. We all know everybody that's on the team, and we know the fact that whenever they can get their leads, they're so effective inside of it. But it feels like when they're trying to catch up, that's whenever the extra pressure mounts. That's whenever a couple of social media comments will start dropping here and there. So I think early game momentum is going to be big for them. But I'm also really excited about the fact that we're starting to see a lot more competition at the top. It's not just Sonics and Shoot to Kill anymore. It's starting to get way more diverse.
I mean, it's the United show. At this point, you can't deny it. It's 3 in a row. Everybody's trying to catch up to E-United right now, and if they're not, they should be, because that is the top tier of North America or America's PUBG right now, and it does not look like it's going to slow down at all. And statistically, the numbers are all still there. They're putting up the same, if not slightly better, PPG, time for survive, all that kind of, all the relevant stuff is still looking real good for E-United,
and they're just fun to watch, for lack of a better term. Whenever they start taking control over a game, you can just see like this level of confidence come out from their play. It's almost like whatever you're like playing in your own like match-made games, you know, you're just playing through rank, whatever it is that you're going through, and you have that moment where like, I've got this. I've got the position. I've got control. Whenever they have it, they just get that moment where they just assert authority, and it can happen way earlier than we're used to seeing. We're not talking like, oh, hey, it's the last circle, and there's like 3 or 4 people up. There could still be like 10 teams, and they're like, oh, we're in the spot, and we've got this. Woe be to everybody around us.
No, they are extremely good at backfilling. They're extremely good at area control, and they have been ever since MC format. It's lessons that they learned from that MC format, playing in from the edge, coming in late, that they've now adapted over into this points rule once again. So, and you're getting to also see players like Snakers, players like Kickstart, guys that are just insane fraggers that are now back on that grind. They're able to do what they do best, and that is to just go out there, ADR farm, get all the knocks, get all the kills. But I will say, Matt, I am kind of interested. You know, we talk about possible contenders to the throne, right? Additions to that big 3, that top 3. What would be a bigger top 10 anime betrayal than Balefrost and Yahoo coming in here to supplant a United?
Oh, I like it. You're speaking my language. You know what I want here. And yes, guys, we are speaking your language. We're done with the chitty chat. It's time to get into game. Plane is going to be taking off in just 1 second, and I'm excited. We got a pretty, I guess, fair plane path to kick everything off, as you guys will see in just 1 second. So no excuses on the table. This is all going to be about getting to position and playing it out, and I am excited. We didn't even get a chance to start talking about the Latin American teams and what's going to be brewing up, MVP style positions. I mean, and we still even have to keep an eye on Tig. And Tig in his milestone, because he's getting so close to 400 kills.
He is indeed. He's also getting close to 100,000 damage.
That is nuts, dude.
Which is okay. It's even crazier when you consider his biggest contender right now is Luke. Obviously, Luke 12 from SDK, who has 40 more games played in final situation going back to Charity Showdown. It's just absolutely insane what Singleton has been able to produce, not just over the time, but just consistently, man. It's so, you can always rely on that guy.
It's almost like hearing that stat makes you aware of why we're trying to set up one of the OCE positions for North American players. We might have stolen some talent.
Look, man, shout out to Team Bliss, but look, I think if Aussie fans out there are being completely honest, I think that they would absolutely love to see Tig and Luke and possibly Waikika Mukau, maybe Flood, any of those players join
It gets
up.
to be a very serious conversation saying, okay, how many North American players can be on the OC team and it still be the OC team? It's a peculiar situation all considered, but we do have the Rumblers that are making the jump towards the Naya, as you can see coming in right now. No surprise to Argladitas, and we've got Shoot to Kill making their push into Georgia Pool. But Alo, very far to the north, is Nootropic is making the push into Zarki.
Did want to point out for some of our more astute members of the chat, you will see that 63 alive number up there. One of the members of 22 had a computer issue that needed to be fixed up, so they will be playing as 3 first game. And, well, if you're going to play as 3, you might as well get the Circle Center up right on you.
I was saying the fact that this is not going to be too terribly of a game to start everything off on, and then this circle appears based off that plane path. It's a little interesting, all considered. But EU United holding down a good spot. As we're talking about stuff, and we keep talking about like all the changes to teams and the rosters that have been developing as we move forward, we did get a chance to talk to Finna to get his idea on the philosophy of building a roster.
When I build a roster, I look for individuals who have that raw talent, raw mechanical ability, and the desire to improve and become the best. And with that, I just try to facilitate and help them grow into the best players that they can be.
He's done a pretty good job of that for himself so far. As Cam mentioned, if it had not been for just a brief misstep in PCS5, not being able to qualify for that tournament, we could have very well seen Dodge up there on the stage at PGC. So definitely a heartbreaking moment for them. But you got to imagine for Finna, it's been really nice to kind of be able to reset, get Hikerman back on the roster, have a player like Ethan that's just been putting out just nutty numbers.
I mean, if we're going to talk to anybody about the philosophy of building a roster, Finna is probably one of the guys to do it because
he's got experience.
he's made a few rosters. Let's be honest there.
It is true. It is true. He's got a lot of experience. A lot of players in this scene have worn the orange and black of Dodge in their careers. I think it's upwards of just in the finals appearance, I think it's upwards of like 14 different players at this point. So a lot of different guys on that making their way through Dodge. But I think this iteration right now is their best event was this just past ESL. Actually, I guess second best event, but they're put up actually really good numbers that last event, and I think a lot of it is that having to do with Ethan.
Yeah, we were seeing a lot of improvements come in with them, and even like starting to compete up in the top echelon, really just going after everybody. I know the fact that guys, we're back into PCS, and you know what that means?
What's that mean?
I know you guys are talking about those esport points, and if you want some more of those sweet esports points, don't forget to link your Crafton ID to your Twitch account to enable drops. By watching every match, you can earn up to 30,000 EP. Type exclamation point drops in the chat for details.
Well, there you go. Do that. And someone who might have been typing exclamation point drop in the chat was Alo, may have had a little bit of a
he's
error.
He's moving
there.
around a little bit now.
Yeah, he's there. He's present, but I don't know if he's accounted for, as Nootropic has made their way in 4 deep into that compound. They should be moving around pretty quickly, though.
Yeah,
but yeah,
the rest of his friends not too terribly far away, just a little ways away.
Well, so this kind of is that butterfly effect thing, though, right? I mean, this is something that we get used to seeing STK do on circles that shift hard away from their drop zone. Sometimes they will camp out, or they'll try to engage in some early game trappery fight with whoever's looting up to the north. Now they've got Nootropic and Troglodytes. Well, they can't really do that now because Alo's a little bit separated from them.
Yeah, and especially in a circle like this, we talked about the importance of teams like shoot to kill and getting early momentum. This is about as far across Erangel as you can go, unless you like have a military circle or some other shenanigans that will arise. We're seeing a lot of very early rotations, specifically hitting that area around farm. You can see the Dodge is already moving in, from doing their collapse. BBB has been making their play in. Rumblers now moving into the safe zone, leaving Yaznaya, as it is also going to be Yellow Jackets coming in, swooping in back behind them. So it's going to be a lot of forward movement. We even have AKM that's coming across the bridge to the south and bumps into Dodge as they're making their cross.
Excited to see these guys. AKM, Argentinian squad, very fresh young faces with Ali RV being the elder statesman. Here's Balkan. Looks like BBB decided to crash onto 22's compound. Balkan going to be able to get out forward now, as Vinny also beaten up a little bit, but this is good. This is good for 22, because they will hold down this south side. BBB will protect them from the north and the west, most likely, as they're in kind of a wide 2-2. 22 can just kind of turtle down like they are so used to doing.
I mean, with the walls they've got around them, the control area they can play from, they're firmly surrounded by teams that want to assist and not let anybody come near them. So if we see the continued collapse around farm, good times for them. And specifically good because they did manage to not lose Balkan there, as we did have a couple of the BBB members that were looking like they were going to take them out. Looks like our tailing teams are going to try to move a little bit earlier. Already situated. Our late rotating teams are now starting to make their eyes in that direction, at least. Nootropic going to be inside the blue, finally starting to get their sums together. I'm curious to see how Alo handles this, because he's still moving, but there's no loot to be had up there. And I'm venturing to say that all the vehicles have probably been taken by Troglodytes or Newt.
Well, I'm thinking you're right, and it looks like Purdy Curdy's actually going to be sent up there to go pick him up. So Kurt will hopefully... we'll see if Alo has the information that Troglodytes is kind of working just down to his south and can feed that over to Kurt, let him know to avoid that LOS. As you can see Trog just kind of hanging out on the top of the hill, taking a really long time. I mean, I think this is Troglodytes actually camping out Nootropic.
Exactly.
And STK is just kind of getting involved in a fight that they weren't even supposed to be there for.
They may have spotted that there was an extra member that dropped around here, but we'll see if they got the information. Cross is starting to come in, and it does look like they have spotted it out. Kurt's got to be pretty careful. To crest in, he is at least trying to stay near the hillside, provide some more protection. Alo is going to be on the low end of this hill, and that could stall out how fast they can pick him up. This looks like this is a little bit of an error in connection timings.
Yeah, and the other duo from STK in a little bit of trouble is Alo still swimming. He has not had a chance to loot anything, so this is rough here for STK. Is Kurt's going to hold his Necro. Yeah, Necro's spotted him. Oh, that's an easy shot onto that. If Necro just kind of camps out here and waits, I think the rest of Trog is still content.
Oh, and Newt's getting in the vehicles right now, too.
Yeah, this could be bad. Shots coming through at the bottom half, the bottom duo of STK. They make their way through a Creche, but it looks like they should be okay. But this is the danger spot right now. Look at Alo. Oh, no. Yeah, he's dropping him some healing for now. Yeah. But has Necro held the line onto that car, though?
Oh, well, we're about to get a fun surprise, as it does look like Newt's going to be along the same road, intersecting right in between where the pickup from Shoot to Kill is happening and Troglodytes is defended up. Vehicles now set up as Shoot to Kill is trying to move. They're going to be shifting to the south. I believe Nootropic is also cut off in a different direction. So Troglodytes, while they've been waiting, haven't been taking any real shots at this, and both teams are going to pass by them with just a loss of meds.
I mean, this is really confusing for me, for Trog. I mean, you saw the guy pull up on the cliffside. You had free access to shoot into the vehicle whenever they hopped in, and Necro instead just electing to kind of bounce around a little bit. So Trog, I'm not sure if this was just information gathering and they want to make sure that they are coming.
What information do you need out there?
I don't know. I mean, I figured it was a camp, but it looks like Trog is just using it to let themselves know that there's two teams that are going to be in front of them, so they can avoid that on their wrap.
Fairness to Troglodytes, I would be minorly confused about a car coming from nowhere to pick up somebody. And there's probably some calls being like, is that Newt? That can't be Newt, right? Newt's over in Zarky. Who is that? And trying to figure out what was going on. New Circle looks like it's about to pop in a second. Creche now coming in. Shoot to Kill do have two of their members in. So, Poro, that is a hard shift.
Well, we haven't seen one of these, actually. Erangel has been getting a lot of Millie love, a lot of West Coast love, a lot of North Side love, but the East Side has been pretty barren as far as dangerous mid-late game circles here as United finally getting their shot, man.
Almost everybody's not inside that circle and having to come in. That is absolutely ridiculous. And we still have all of this mess that's coming in with it. Finally gonna have to meet up with Shoot to Kill. Akreshe is gonna have to come down through here. Looks like they're gonna cross in, but we still have the fight that's happening in that position. It's just weird.
Yeah, Beachside's getting a little bit dicey here. Sonic's gonna try to make their way through the field just past 300. Richie B gonna find the knock on the mime. Nice shots coming out from the Rook.
Here it begins. The tidal wave of teams trying to rush into this position. Sonic's trying to find their pathing. Looks like they should have an opening for it now, but AKM is going to be crossing into the south, what we can see going on, avoiding some of the positionals. Remember, this is United's home territory, but there is just a plethora of targets. In the north, it is just team upon team as we have Rumblers over here, Gas Cans, just too easy rolling by. Yellow Jackets in the same position, Yo-ho, with vision on everything that's happening, and we still have all of those late-coming teams coming in.
Oh, the jousts are not going Yellow Jackets' way right now. They lose 2 between a combination of E-United and Rumblers. Rumblers actually going to send it right into the big power plant. E-United managed to get 2 back into Mini, but they've got a wide 2-2 split going on here. Now Just Too Easy has decided to take up residence in the Mini power plant here. So E-United in a little bit of a dicey position here as we see a lot of teams getting real close to each other. A lot of kills coming through on the kill feed.
There's just too many targets. E-United cannot defend everything that's going on. They're trying to. Sonics was trying to make the crest into this position. Going to have a couple of bullets to try to discourage them from that point. But, I mean, there's already Just Too Easy that's on top of them. Sonics doesn't have anywhere else to go. They have to commit into something, and it looks like they're going to commit into the wall right here. So now E-United finds themselves just in a bad spot as it's just so many teams around them.
That's not the time you want to run over your own player either. As actually, being they should be okay. They're still up at the logging camp, so they're a little bit removed from all of the craziness going on around Mini Power. As 22 decided to try to send it for the Sonic dip, but Sonic holding it down for right now. The smokes, though, are going to be a little bit dicey as E-United looks like they're trying to maybe see if they can send Kickstart to go and rejoin or reconnect the duo, but they're not going to happen. Oh no, Kurt went down to the zone. He gave all his meds to Alo.
Oh, this is problems. Pentas had to move out into blue. Okay, E-United in some trouble. Their duo is now separated by a rainbow of teams in between them. Kurt is going to get rezzed as Alo is going to continue their trek very far from the north. Troglodytes has been kind of held up in this point.
Kurt's giving him all his stuff.
Just call it good. Be free, my friend. Look at that. That's IGL love.
Right,
I'm giving you everything I've got. I came out here to pick you up. I'm trusting you, my friend, to carry us in and get some wins.
That's
love.
That is a teammate right there. That is a leader right there. As looks like Alo should be able to get back to everybody. Yellow Jackets does get eliminated as they just it's just too tight on that north side. And Yahoo gonna defend their compound. Gas Cans have a 2-2 split here. That's a nice 2-2 split actually. Oh my God, Matt.
Water?
How does this go south?
Akreshe is still around Novo and the bridge, and they're going to get rewarded for that.
RBN's just looking across. He's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't want to be a part of any of that. That looks like a mess over there. Who would want to be involved in any? I would love it if they went over to that little island in the south. I would.
Oh man, I've got eyes on on E-United though. If Flood and Snakers can actually leave Mini Power and get over to Kickstart and Rello, they are in a beautiful spot, but it is going to be so difficult. Gas Can's already on the move. Nootropic, they're on the north side here. They take shots at Troglodytes making their way through. Rumblers, remember, we're at Melt of Power. They're coming down the beach. They run into Just Too Easy. Just Too Easy. It looks like they're just going to play around the hard cover, wait for Rumblers to post up.
This has turned into a dips-free game. We've got cover and compounds to the north, and then everything else is predominantly taken. AKM having the center point where I know a lot of teams are eyeing at this stage, but nobody wanting to make a committal in because there's just crossfire shots coming out from everywhere. It's astounding that we still have 53 alive and just how these teams are navigating this to somehow find some way to get safe in this circle.
Shocking everyone. STK has finally made it out of the blue.
Well,
two of them.
Well, I guess 2 out of 4.
And E-United was able to get Snakers over to that compound. They did lose Flood, but they still have 3 up in that compound. They got 22. That's 2 up in the sniper tower just off to the side, but we saw them. They are just proning out, waiting for the late game to see what they can do. Akreche making landing on the beach, and it looks like, yeah, 300 not looking anywhere near this. They think their backsides are clear.
Who would expect it at this stage? With the circles and the way they've been set, I would have no plan of that. And that means that they just have 300, 100% defending them. Rumblers keep trying to make a move into AKM's positioning, but really can't do too much more from where they're at, just due to just too easy's position. We still have Nootropic that's going to have to make a move. Shoot to Kill, it's going to have to cross through Dodge, as Yahoo and them, as well as Gas Cans, are the gatekeepers of the North. And what can Nootropic and Shoot to Kill, can they find a way to cross this? As you can see, Luke 12, I mean, it's just tree-to-tree movement right now. That's not a good place to be.
The Nootropic trying to make that crash down on the north side. They're going to pull up onto Yahoo's compound. Looks like Yahoo in a little bit of a split between buildings here. Sparking laying some nice shots onto. Oh, Senix knocked so low, but doesn't go down. Lampalot playing that anchor spot from range here, but the rest of the boys have arrived here. Yahoo will have to get that utility on the move, as they got to be careful as well, because you can see Dodge and that in that 2-2 split that they're running have vision onto the back sides of Yahoo. So this fight coming to a head really quick.
Good spray. Defends up for his team. Very aware of what's happening right now. Is he going to be able to spot it? Hello Senpai. Smokes down everywhere. Nootropic knew that this was going to be a dangerous push. Just spraying in. Hello Senpai knows that there's nowhere to go. Shoot to Kill still needs to make their way into the zone. You can see that Luke is over there, but Alo's going to be to the west of that position. Hello Senpai now definitely the last one up. Near on no life and is being hunted right now.
And they'll find him. That'll be Sparking picking up another one, as Yahoo will hold court. But now you can see Dodge. They've regrouped. They've managed to pull everybody back together. It looked like they may have been considering coming over here to see what they could do against Yahoo. But
Alo's the only one that made it into the safe zone.
Well, and there he goes. Well, not the best game to start things off for Shoot to Kill, as the snowball will not get rolling this game at least. But another just a weird game for them. But let's see if Bing Bang Boom can hold off the push from Dodge.
Right now they're getting Bing Bang Boomed by nades from Dodge all over the place. Finna does go down. Aldous gets vision in what's happening. This is a control of Dip's position. Yahoo, here's what's going on. Rolling in back behind this. Now Dodge finding themselves pinched. Good use of vehicles, though, is going to give them enough cover. Looks like they're trying to stall this one out a little bit more. It comes around. Shinboy's got to get vision, but no easy spray coming out. Poonage going to spout out Ethan. Hikerman on this angle. Just him and Cherry having to defend up against Yahoo, as now it's going to be BBB with another crossfire position to where all pressure is coming on to Dodge, trying to hold it together.
Oh, this worked out absolutely perfectly for Bing Bang Boom.
Oh, Cherry.
And there you go. Dodge trying to stay alive will go down. And now Bing Bang Boom can just sweep in, clean up the mess, get a few more points in their favor, as Oldest will lead things off with that Molly. 3 kills in the bag already for the Bing Bang Boom boys.
I love this. Be extremely aware of what's happening next to you. Come in, see if you can get some flushes, find out, attack this weekend squad. Now you have to find them. Sure, it's going to take a moment, but Double Up's going to connect. Yahoo is eliminated, and Bing Bang Boom finding themselves in a much stronger position now.
And a hell of a good spot. North side all by themselves. Now Sonics and Gas Cans scrapping it out over by Milton Minor. Sonics took a knock. We're able to get the res back up to 3. So you can see Greg Shot still down. The smoke wall staying pretty recycled, refreshed here for Gas Cans. Going to try to see if they can maybe go for the res on a Greg Shot. H-Win not going to let it happen, though. Well-placed grenade. And you can see Troglodytes just off in the distance on your mini-map off to the east, kind of peeking over in this direction as well, see if they can take a shot over here. E-United as well, taking shots.
I mean, E-United did shift into a good position right now, fairly centered. Everything's calming down, waiting for the circle to connect in. So many weakened teams at this stage. Everybody is trying to figure out what their next move could be, keeping an eye on that map, and it's, I would say, very limited options at this stage.
I mean, this is just too easy, and Rumblers all have angles onto this as well. I mean, Sonics just have to keep that smoke wall refreshing. They're doing a great job of it so far.
Crested this hill yet, or are they just chilling here this whole time?
I don't think so. Creche, they've been kind of playing the cliffside. They took a little bit of a scrap with 300, but lost, or took a knock to it, rather. So 300 back up to full strength. You see the circle will favor E-United in their compound. And everybody on this coastline, that's going to have to move in. Oh, Sonic's trying to make a move.
Yeah, this is not working, though. Just look at the amount of teams that have vision on this. They do manage to survive longer than I expected, but are going to go down. Hey, Gas Cans, Troglodytes. Did you see what Sonics just did? Guess what? You've got to do it, too.
Yeah, Gas Can's not really in a much better position here.
300.
Well, I mean, what else can you do? Hey, it worked out for them. They managed to get inside the circle. They got some hard cover to play around as well. AKM is just turtled up and kind of holding court from that side, taking a few shots over, but no knocks just yet. But nice play from 300. Good read to know that this was available.
This is a good point off of what the desk was talking about moving into this, about the difference between controlling an area and controlling a compound. AKM has their compound on lock, but teams keep moving in so close around them that they just can't get enough control over that. Rumblers, Valiate still has an idea on where Cresce is, but can't make too much of a move just yet. He's got just too easy above him. Rumblers, the rest of the team, very close to the safe zone, if not already in it. So it's just a matter of feeding that information over to his teammates so they can make the plays, or Valiate makes the plays.
Yeah, this feels like just mutually assured destruction here on the South Coast as Troglodytes has taken that hillside spot. They're holding up pretty well for right now. Took one knock, but I think they got the res. But you can see Rumblers, Akreche, just too easy all on this south side. Having come to a head. There you go. Corsac going to find the opening one onto VHZ. LFP is just a fish in the water right now. RBN also knocked within an inch of his life.
Valiant's just playing with his food right now. There you go. Gets one of them. LFP just around the other corner. Does lose vision on it, but it's going to eventually reveal. So there you go. Rumblers now in a good spot and can potentially keep out just too easy as well.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of a ridgeline here where Waldo is holding down. And you can see where Just Too Easy's trying to make their way in. But gas cans, they do get two barely inside the circle here, hiding behind what the husks of vehicles here. Waikika Mukau will take that knock, though. So Nico's now no utility at all.
Yeah, I mean, look at that helmet. That armor.
Yeah, he's just trying to survive at this point.
Just hoping that maybe a team goes out before him. That's the wing and a prayer at this stage. Just Too Easy, realizing that it could be problematic for pushing Rumblers. So they're going to make a play into the north, rolling right into Troglodytes neighborhood, where they're going to stop that.
Oh, no.
Ooh, that was not the timing to do that one because Rumbler still has vision, and that is a quick knock to follow up. 22 also has vision, and guess what? Troglodytes hears it, now just rounding that corner. Ragnar inside the smokes, but I mean, throwables are just going to finish this out real quick.
Yeah, I mean, this was the problem we knew for Just Too Easy. I mean, they were on that south side. As soon as Troglodytes took this spot over, it was pretty much GG for Just Too Easy. Yep, there you go. It's cleaned up. Troglodytes will get the majority of those kills, I think. As it looks like 22 was able to pick up one. Remember 22? How we said that they had one player that had a technical issue, or well, he was playing as three. Well, it looks like
BBB
circle working out pretty good.
Oh my
God! Where are you going, son? He gets one. He gets two. Roth. Troglodytes is just getting mowed down. Execs trying to say, or Rusty Zera rather, trying to keep things alive, but that was so quickly done.
Damn, Bing Bang Boom. That is a play to be made. Rumblers now coming in, having the exact same idea. They pump the brakes as they come into it. 22 still harassing in, but BBB is still so strong. Can Rumblers get anything in? My God, they're just getting demolished trying to make this push in.
It is brutal over here. Rumblers, they lose a couple here. I mean, there's no way they get that res onto Waldo. Valiant and Corsac, they've got to hold the line here against BBB, but their problem is they're getting shot in the back by 22. They're getting shot by AKM. They're getting shot by everybody. The only path to survival is to push around this edge and into Bing Bang Boom, who's still 4 strong.
Oh! That's a narrow miss if I have seen one. Just still clinging to life right now. AKM 300 still have to move.
We got the res. Let's go, Valiant.
Okay. Slow it down. There's chaos everywhere. Just set the pace, you know, reconfigure. We saw Bing Bang Boom making some, let's say, hefty aerial plays as they came into this one, but they can't move too aggressively either due to AKM's positioning.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a great point. You wonder why Bing Bang Boom is allowing Rumblers to survive right now. Well, it's that shots from AKM were enough to push them back, and there's a good grenade. Got sharp shot really low, but how much longer can Rumblers stay out here? I mean, they've got the smoke wall recycling. They've got AKM that can still hang out. AKM is about to have bigger problems, though, because 300 start to push up.
That's going to be the moment we can see a couple of catalyst plays happening. 300 is slow creeping their way into the safe zone, but they're going to have to contest up against AKM's position. AKM is now having to spend some of their resources, some of their sight lines. Everybody is now turned to look at 300, and now the Rumblers BBB fight could open up a little bit more, and I think that Rumblers are feeling that, starting to step around, getting more aggressive into BBB's positioning as 300 can't make any aggressive play, finally navigating through this one, waiting for the grenades to come through, and I think they might be able to make it to that compound.
Nice smoke wall set down there. Richie B gets knocked pretty low. You can tell that they are pretty busted. More utility just being traded back and forth between Rumblers and Bing Bang Boom. As looks like it's oh no, sharp shot! Where did he go? He just got shot into space.
He is very far away from what's going on. Now Com's a little confused. BBB, can you make the play around this one? Roth has to be careful. Valiant's on the other side of it, very aware of what's been going on. Tries to step in and Corsac connects into it. Valiant still moving. Keenan yet again trying to perform, but it's going to be Rumblers that finally get control over this hill.
Oh, they're going for the res, but look at E United. They're leaving their compound. They immediately realize what's going on. They know that this is their opportunity to take this spot over. Snaker's going to lead the way. He's got Rello giving him support on the backside. Kickstart keeping an eye on the road, though. Kickstart, one guy keeping an eye on whatever comes out of this compound.
Whatever comes out of this compound is going to be mostly dead. These two have made a commitment into each other, trying to get some kill points out of it. Neverhorde does go down. Now AKM, who's just
back up.
hard defending this for so long, is going to have to make a move. But even this, they know that 300 is here. They have got to do something. It's still 300 that is assaulting them.
Rumblers back up to 3 strong off the back of Clutch Sack. What a play. And they have the north side to themselves. Relo and Snakers pull back to the compound. There you go. Too hard of a peek there from NCLS. We'll find Richie, we'll find Vox, and that's 300 down. Well played there by AKM, but they are still in a world of trouble.
United has had such a good position for so long, but it's just been massacred.
That compound curse, though, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just going for placement points at this stage. AKM trying to move, but that was there's some kill points for United now.
Yeah, never mind. I mean, I guess if you could get all your kill points in the final circle, then no harm, no foul. Okay. Let's see if they can take care of the 22 boys. They know exactly where they are. I mean, I think if you're United right now, let 22 stay where they're at. Try to focus on Rumblers. Rumblers trying to make a wrap around on that northern side. Corsac is keeping an eye on 22 as well. They don't want to. Neither team, United or Rumblers, wants to allow 22 to just sit there and third party them.
Well, that's the whole thing. Is 22 doesn't even look like they want to. They don't even want a third party right now. They're just hunkered down. One of them's laying down. Like you can see, they're not even peeking for anything. Every single time they've tried to go for a peek, it's been heavily punished. So they're like, nope, we're still inside the safe zone until we hear foot. We're not going to do anything.
Oh man, Rumblers are pretty beat up here, though. I mean, you got to imagine a 3v3 fight here against a United. That Rumblers a little bit at a disadvantage here. I mean, you can see Kickstart just completely kitted.
Just a little.
Just a little. I mean, they haven't had to use utility. They haven't had to use anything. So United in a beautiful position here to get this dub. And you get the circle is going to force 22.
Yeah, that's why 22 isn't peaking right now. You can see they tried. And
yeah, Hayes 10 gonna. No one kills my friend except for me.
And he's just going to live there now. And that's going to create a problem for E United. Rumblers can circle this to the north if they want. It's going to be Kickstart's positioning that they're really having to rely on movement coming out from. So the longer that 22 stays alive, Kickstart's got to stay there. And that's also going to make it harder for Rumblers, who don't have to move, but are surrendering a lot of territory right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the worst thing ever, though. The terrain that they have right now is so good. That ridge line, they can't really push forward and play anything else. So this is just kind of the hand that they've been dealt. You can see the smoke walls kind of coming down just to give them a little bit more time as Hayes 10. You know, all things considered, this is not that bad for 22. Consider you had a little bit of a tech issue. You got a kill. You got third place worth of placement points. If nothing else, this is you take that.
This is a damage control game that is very well played. And by comparison to what we saw happen to Shoot to Kill, which was a damage control game that didn't go the way that they wanted it to. Now then, Hayes 10, you're going to have to move soon. I don't know. Is he just going to give it over to the blue, or is he actually...
I think he just gives it over to the blue at this point. He's probably going to peek it. The problem is he has no helmet, so if he peeks it, he's just going to get absolutely domed. So,
what do you mean? It's perfectly fine to peek this angle right now. E United's just holding it down.
Well, he's going to go for it. He's laying the smokes out.
Oh. I respect the bravery of it.
That's why Hayes 10 plays an NA and not a EU, because he doesn't just die to blue.
He's got goals, man.
Yeah.
Never give up, never surrender, trying to run around. Oh, that one smoke is going to not do a whole bunch for this. He does have to slow roll. There you go. He's going to go down, and now we've got the 3v3. United on one side, Rumblers on the other. and it's going to be about control over this hill. United do have a little small smidgen of an area closer to the circle and the ending point for it all.
And then MK spray a little bit dirty there. If Valley hits those, could have been a nice little opening salvo here. So it looks like the smoke wall is going to get set on the north side here. Rumblers going to try to play through it. I feel like they're trying to smoke out Relo, but Relo not biting on it just yet. This could be a good grenade. Oh, there it is. All three of them. Oh, no.
That is just death on Rumblers. E United steps in. Valley 8 now has to use his teammates for some type of cover, tries to go for it. He's going to go down, and a very, I guess, controlled E United getting 10 kills, just taking down anything in those last couple of circles.
I mean, that's an E United win. That's a classic E United win, isn't it? I mean, you get a good circle. Well, that being said, it's not very often that they get circles that go over there, as we said. But
almost 3,000 damage.
Yeah. I mean, 2,700 damage, 10 kills to go along with it. We talked about the good teams starting a snowball early. E United probably not the one you really want to give a big point win
and
to
that was
right
a
off the
scary
bat.
one for United too. Remember that they were separated out there, so they had to play a very long patience game to reunite. Because usually, whenever you end up getting the circle on your drop, that feels good. You know, you're like, oh, okay, we know exactly what's going to happen here. This time, so many people move so fast. They were like, well, I guess I'll see you in about 2 circles, guys.
Yeah, it was looking real dicey there for that 2-2 split for a while, especially when, I mean, they only lost Flood, so credit to Snakers. Snakers driving and the other 2 that were defending Snakers as he was trying to make his way there. And credit to 22 as well, making it all the way to the end there, getting a nice little stack of placement points. But a lot of teams, I think, in the late game there that maybe we weren't expecting. Is that a weird circle, or is that, you know, because I know a lot of times we give credit to the weird circles that we see teams in the late game that we don't usually see. Are you thinking that was a weird circle?
It had several very weird hard shifts into it. I think that threw a lot of people off of their game. It's a circle we haven't seen in a long time, specifically with the way we've been seeing everything lean west. But guys, first game now done, and I know it's about that time to start trying to figure out how much esports points you can try to collect. But remember, a big section of that is going to be using your voting coupons. As you are buying more and more of the PCS6 skins, every single time you do so, you're going to be able to pick up some voting coupons that's going to be going into the Pick'ems Challenge and net you even more EP. So with this, remember, all this needs to be done by April 22nd, as that's going to be when voting ends. We will be right back with a couple more games.
Hi, I'm Cherry, and I'm from Team Dodge.
What's up, everybody? I am Purdy Curdy, and I am the IGL for Shoot to Kill.
Hey guys, I'm Luke 12. I play for SDK, and this is Friendly Fire.
Honestly, people should vote for us over SDK because, one, you got Purdy being dad now. You got Penta too busy making time for his girlfriend. You got Alo out in La La Land. And then you got Luke out here fighting kangaroos, man.
Well, you should vote for SDK over Dodge simply because we're SDK and they're Dodge. If you know anything about the North American or the Americas PUBG scene, that should explain it to you well enough.
I think the history speaks for itself. I think everyone should be voting for SDK. You should trust in the process, and we're rolling into this tournament really confident.
SDK players aren't even worth voting for. I mean, who do they really have? Luke 12?
Compared to SDK, Dodge just can't go blow for blow. You can look at every role. We can start with myself. Me versus Finna in the IGL role. Not even close. The hard carry, Ethan versus Luke. What are we even talking about? I don't even know anybody else on Dodge at that point. I think it's Cherry and Hikerman. It's Alo and Penta. Like, it's the comparisons aren't even there. So I don't even know why I'm going on about this. Shoot to kill all day.
I don't think you should vote for Dodge because you just can't trust them in those big moments, and I think we'll be here to stay throughout the entire tournament, and I'm just not sure about them.
I'm hoping we can get your guys' vote for Team Dodge, and we're hoping to see you guys all there with your support in the chat.
The main reasons here to vote for us and not Dodge is because we're talking about Dodge. Not United, not Sonics. We're talking about Dodge going up against Shoot to Kill. I mean, world caliber team, Dodge. Dodge, duck, dip, dive. Dodge. Come on, baby. We're Shoot to Kill. Let's get that vote.
All three of them! Oh no! That is just death on Rumblers. E United steps in. Valley 8 now has to use his teammates for some type of cover, tries to go for it. He's gonna go down, and a very, I guess, controlled E United, getting 10 kills, just taking down anything in those last couple of...
Welcome back. Game 1 is done. My name's Tavis. I'm joined by Clover and Cameron as we kick off the action and break it on down. It was a great start, and without further ado, why don't we take a look at the dinner winner, we're going to call it, because points won't always guarantee with the super system that the chicken dinner winner is in first. But these are the guys who took the win, Clover.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, E United, we were talking about at the top of the shows as a team to watch through the event. We even said, you know, sometimes they start slow. This was not the case for this team. Coming out strong with the win, I think, is really going to set the precedence for this event.
Now, it should be said, the circle started directly on top of them, and you can see in their rotations throughout the mid-game that they definitely took advantage of all of that. They didn't have to go through the meat grinder that a lot of the other teams had to, and I think a lot of that also comes down to that a lot of that also affects the fact that they have a relatively low kill count for what you would expect. 10 kills is within the average range, but E United generally come out with a lot more kills. But at the same, like, you know, they're not going to go and run out into the blue to go chase after.
You're a heart. I love that about you.
Maybe we'll give it a little bit of a compound curse, right? United did have the circle. I mean, the second that it popped, the first thing they said is, oh, this is an E United circle, right?
Yeah.
It is the Milta Power Peninsula. It is their backyard. They barely had to move, if at all, which is a part of the reason, right? Is because they were playing defensive for quite a long of that of the circle.
And that brings up a good point. Because of that peninsula, we're trying something new. Instead of the good old-fashioned, let's just look at what happened highlights, we want to break down some of the stuff that happened in that game. So we got a little feature talking to show what happened, maybe about uncomfortable choices that teams are forced to make, Cameron, because of how difficult those circles can be. So let's go ahead and take a look at that and break it down for me.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, E United not having to go through the meat grinder, every other team basically did. The second that Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3 went over and committed, 100% committed towards that peninsula area, everyone had to scramble for the same spots. Not only is a corner map position hard enough already because it limits the amount of entrances, this particular approach is even worse because the only two real places that you can approach this circle is through Miltub or from the top where you see Troglodytes rotating in right now. You can't reliably go over Lumber Mill because of how difficult and rough the terrain is.
Yeah, well, and here's the other way to really come in, right? A Kreche actually boat gaming and climbing up. We don't see this very often in esports because it's not often that the circles put us up in a position. But I mean, a Kreche really taking advantage of anything that they could, right, to avoid some of that meat grinder and coming around from the edges. I mean, this really was such an open space.
But they only avoided it for that initial transition. Look at this right now. Valiant with his wide flank that he is so well known for. Kreche weren't really able to climb up those rocks. So even though they were able to avoid the traffic jam that were in Milta and towards the north, they still had to try and find some way to get to all this open area. Rumblers and BBB here at the end. Like, those are such chaotic moments leading up to this strictly because of how chaotic everyone's transition was. Rumblers just barely coming out on top, but it really could have been either team's game.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, it was almost a king of the hill, a little king of the mountains, right? Because the only coverage that really existed in the late game was that position. You saw teams really trying to hug anything that they could. The nades came out in full force, and that car explosion that took out Sharpshot, I mean, it was really heartbreaking. But that's what happens when you play in such a close range.
When you're forced to make those tough choices early, because once all of those individual King of the Hill fights were over, then we got to actually see sort of the set pieces for the final 3 teams to play it out. And remember, guys, we want to give a big shout out because we're going to be tracking some special prizes throughout this event. Besides Player of the Match, Alienware is going to be giving out prizes for Insane Squad, All PCS Team, and the Grand Final MVP. So we will keep tracking that, and a big shout out to them for making it happen. Now, let's take a look at the match leaderboard. Game number 1 is done, and now there are 30 to play. I get it, but we can start to draw some conclusions here, Clover, maybe.
Just a little, right? It's a little dipping the toe into this. United, Bing Bang Boom, Rumblers. Look at the kills that we've got on the board from this as well. Yahoo got no placement, 9 kills. And a big reason we really unfortunately saw them fall there was that fight. It was kind of happening there with Bing Bang Boom. The second that Yahoo cleared that space out, unfortunately, Bing Bang Boom's like, all right, well, now's the time to come back into this.
I alluded to this in the sense that United didn't have the same opportunities for kills. Outside of the Rumblers, Bing Bang Boom and Yahoo, who are also in the top 4, very little, if any, placement points at all. The majority of their points are coming in from the edge. It's rare to see it happen so often in the top 4 like this, and it's just going back to how unique a circle like that is, where everyone is coming in from the exact same angles, and it's a very difficult position to try and hold on to and control. We saw what happened to Yahoo. It eventually got the better of them, but they brought so many kill points with them, I really don't think they mind too much.
Yeah.
Well, it's a bit of a toss-up. I mean, you saw Rumblers they ended up, I think, in 4th, the 6 points there, but Kreche, who literally was in that battle for sort of the edge after their water landing with Rumblers, you saw Valiant have to go 1v2 against them, ends up with nothing. And I guess that's the difficulty of these circles.
It is. I mean, we saw crash after crash after crash after crash after crash after crash. And that's really what happened here. That's why the teams kind of looked really strange at the end. You saw some kill counts that you're like, where did this even come from? This is the teams that were really able to hit those shots, take advantage of the chaos early, and then turn that into control in the late game.
Absolutely. You got to love the way the teams took advantage of the chaos. Other teams, they loved the circle. ACAM got to stay super late, but ultimately just put some placement points together out of it. United got to start strong. Let's see what happens in the next one. I can't believe that we'll see another circle as water prolific.
Really? He's capture cursing. It's game 1.
All right.
Over.
Well, you know what? It's time for game 2. Let's see if the water comes into play as we head over to the 2 guys with the flow. It is Porosaurus and Matchup.
Feels good. It's not going to be my fault if we get a water circle this time. Poro, I just love to feel it. Love to feel it.
Yeah, you like to be able to put the blame on the Toffees every now and then.
Every time I get a chance, dude. That's the goal in life. Is every single time something goes wrong. Like I tell my wife, whenever she gets mad at me, Toffee's fault.
Okay, well, we'll go with that.
It was a crap joke. I'm
You're stretching for that one. But hey, we are getting ready to head into game number 2. It's one of those first games. I swear we've been having these a lot, man, where it feels like the first game, it's something weird happens where it's like a goofy plane or a goofy circle, and you just feel like, okay, well, all the questions I had coming into game 1, I still have after this game. The game 1's finished.
Yeah,
except for the fact that United's still good.
And the fact that I really enjoy watching Bing Bang Boom.
Well, there you go.
They are very quickly becoming like one of my favorite teams to see in the end games because they play it with no fear. Like we talk about confidence plays and stuff like that. We saw it right there. They were like, yeah, okay, there's people there, but there's an opportunity to be had right this second. And they time those attacks. It's not just like, oh, well, we're just going to push mindlessly or send it. They're like, this is the opportunity right now, go.
Yeah. I mean, look, man, at this point, like, Oldless is playing out of his mind. It's improving the way that Roth plays, and Roth is one of the best players in North America. Like, you can't deny it at this point. If anything, I would say Sharpshot has been kind of fallen off a little bit, but I mean,
that's
very,
like by
very
comparison, though.
Very, very minimally. But the fact that Roth and Oldless have been pulling their weight like higher than their weight has been kind of making up for the fact that Sharpshot's been having a little bit of a slight slump. So when Sharpshot comes out of that slump, beware.
Not everybody can kill the whole lobby all at the same time. Somebody's got to walk away with the kill point at the end of the day. And AKM, congratulations. You're finding yourself very centered in another circle.
We've had so many milli circles, man. At least this time it's an eastern. It's an eastern milli circle. Everything has been going west recently.
A breath of fresh air. So at least maybe we can see like some radio tower or like I don't know. I long for anything that's not around Quarry at this stage.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, everything's just been going west and north. I mean, so right off the bat, we're seeing two circles: East Coast, Milta Power, and then we get east side of Military Island. So we're getting delivered a few new fun things here as we check in with AKM. Was saying before, this is 3 almost brand new players that are also playing with a very, very experienced player in Ali RV.
Also, it should be noted that Shoot to Kill is onside military base itself, so secondary drop going to be rewarding. So
your job works.
Hopefully, we should see them picking up some points, as we did. I think have 4 teams that got 0 points inside that last game. So
2 only got 1. Like gas and just 2 easy. I mean, that's some heavy hitters with some low points there. Sonics, gas cans, SDK. Again, it's just first game, so you know, wipe the slate clean. But you definitely would like to not put 2 poor games together, and the fact that we're getting a military circle in the second run isn't exactly helping things out there for him.
Inflation hit some of these teams harder than others, it seems, right now. As 300 do have themselves a good position to play as well. Should be looking into what's going on and maybe spot out Penta. But you can see the way that the leaderboard is stacked up right now. United having themselves I guess a nice lead in game 1. Sure, it is game 1, and we know how that goes, but seeing a very active Rumblers, because I know Rumblers were one of the teams that we had a question mark about, specifically with everything that was going on LCQ.
I mean, yeah, look, it took a phenomenal individual play from Los HD to get them into that last chance, or get them into the grand finals there as we check in on our Alienware observer zone. Hello, gentlemen.
Oh, hello, everybody.
We're observing the observers.
And guess what, Mark? If you guys remember way back in the day, there was this
we see you on the left.
That used to play a lot of PUBG, and his name was Master Nook. And I hear it's his birthday, so everybody make sure that you're wishing Mark a happy birthday, as well as Katarina, who's also a member of PUBG and here with us, helping out everything today. So thank you guys so much. We'll be having a couple of birthdays stacking up this weekend, and we'll get to those.
Who's gonna win? Who wins the 1v1, Master Nook or Katarina?
Dude, Mark wins like everything. Like every single game he plays, he's like in the top like 1% of, and it's kind of embarrassing whenever I'm like, I try to have a conversation with him because he's like, oh yeah, like we were talking like a random MMO, and he was like, oh yeah, I've already been there for like 3 weeks at the top level.
Yeah, it's he's one of those friends that everybody has. It's just like disgustingly good at video games, and it just makes you feel bad about yourself all the time. Oh no, Purdy, what happened?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's worry about the problem at hand here. Sonics. So I was actually going to bring this up before we brought up the birthdays here, but during Scrim, Sonics was doing this weird thing where they went down towards Dodge's ferry pier. They've just been trying to do different things to avoid that western bridge, And this might have a little bit to do with why is, oh no, Luke gonna go down too. STK is losing. They're dropping like flies on the south side.
This is a very weird situation. We've got 22 that's trying to do a gate camp. BBB just came through. Yaho's going to be coming back behind them. STK, as they made their approach into the southern area of Military Base Island, did bump into two of the members for Newt, as it is going to be Syntix that gets spotted out this time. And so Syntix is going to go down. Should get flushed out there as vengeance for Luke 12, but...
It was just Syntix.
Yeah, he was just chilling there.
He just solo took out 3 of them.
A team in amongst himself.
Oh man! All right, well, Senec's a new name in Americas, but very experienced player from Europe. Managed to play a couple of S-tier tournaments there for M-Force and for Yikes. A lot of experience on Senec, so it looks like he's fitting well. Fitting just fine in the America's Lobby, as he
America's Lobby,
take
also known as like a prequel to Nations Cup, given the amount of different countries and teams that we have to play over here. It should be noted that Sonics is also trying to cross the Western Bridge right now. It could be bumping into 300 in just a second, taking it a lot slower than some of the other teams.
Well, I mean, I don't blame them either. Yeah. This is the like 300 has been just giving Sonics fits over here on this Western Bridge, you know, whether it be on the south side or on the north side. So Sonic's definitely not being so cavalier with their crossing and dealing with the 300 issue.
Yellow Jackets in no rush to make their way down from that position. Crash moving in. You can see a couple of these teams are going to commit into the north just to be patient and not make the mad dash. That's the two different strategies that you're going to see brewing at the time. Try to get down there quickly, get into a point, as Sonics is going to suffer a little bit of a problem from as they're making their way in, and they do lose Tiggleton, who's going to get flushed out. Other teams are just going to slow roll this in and maybe hang around the north and wait for the next circle to pop.
That's just been the Sonics curse lately, hasn't it? I mean, it always seems like they're losing somebody super early. Last game it was Mime, this time it's Tig. But they still manage to get their points. I mean, they always still manage to get their points in the end, and you know, no matter what they have to fight through. So that's a lot. I think a lot of credit going over to H-Wins IGLing and just the S-tier play of Shrimsy.
And mentally, their mental is nigh unbreakable at times, and that's what you have to do. You got to rebound so much. There's so many curveballs that just get thrown at you in a battle royale, and PUBG is just notoriously harsh. If just one small thing can just set off a domino effect that can destroy you. So making sure that you always have that forward thought going, okay, how do we damage control this? What's the next thing that we do? Even if sometimes that next thing that you do is taking some boats around, as we're getting a nice view of the scenery of MPL itself.
Maybe they just need to sit down and have a talk with Shrimsy, figure out what he's doing, because he never dies first, it feels like. It's if they have issues with it, it never seems to be Shrimsy. He is a survivalist man. Well, let's see what Lampalot and the rest of Nootropic, they start to creep over after Senix did what he did to STK. They're starting to creep just over from Captain's house, just underneath the hill here. It looks like AKM is going to be the one that takes the radio tower.
Well, we're not even seeing that much play happen around radio tower.
It's been very slow so far, yeah.
Yeah, usually we see a couple of teams at this stage start vying for it. Rumblers are going to cross in, and 22 not getting a lot so far out of this bridge camp, is not a single kill point.
Well, I mean, it's not even really a bridge camp, is it? I mean, when you're all the way back at the intersection, that's just, you know.
It's the loose bridge camp of like the early PUBG meta.
Yeah, yeah. And this, I mean, this kind of fits in with how 22 likes to play the game, right? So they can just kind of hold down the fort, wait till late game. But I mean, they don't get mistaken though. They've got some fraggers on that squad. Hayes 10, Vinny, I think is. Vinny. Honestly, I think if you're looking for players for Team Brazil, obviously Sparking right at the top of that list. Vinny's name shouldn't be too far down that.
He has been having some extremely clutch moments and just big moments for his team in general. As we are looking at gas cans around Ferry Pier. Troglodis is to the north of them, yes, inside the blue right now. And a lot of these teams slow rolling. The way that they're pathing into this looks like they're going to be approaching in the south, so they're going to be out in the blue for a hot minute in no rush to go on a military base itself. Is 59 still alive. Circle is going to pop, and no surprise, stays to the east and still keeps in a lot of water action.
Yeah, that's a best case scenario circle there for pretty much everybody. As We wait and see. It looks like Gascan's not going to wrap around the entire island. Instead, they'll just pull right in, and we'll see what Troglodytes decides to do if 300 is going to get in their way. Meanwhile, this is Akreche all the way up in Lippo.
And Yellow Jackets that are underneath of our second picture that we've got here, they'll get there.
They'll be fine. They'll be fine. Although, I think United took whatever boat was over there, so Yellow Jackets may have a little bit of trouble getting across, because I'm pretty sure all boats on that southern coast have been taken, so keep an eye on them. And just too easy actually pulling into Milta, so that might be a fight over there on that north side of the bridge. It looks like Gascan sent two. They got Nikos and Adam that made landfall on the the west coast, and they've actually sent Greg Shot and Cal down to the south. So this is a explicitly done play here, 2-2 split.
I mean, it's got some goals to it, so we'll have to see how it brews out. My only concern is I'm not certain that they're aware of Troglodytes is still going to be coming down the western bridge, so that might hamper even more of the 2-2 that they've got going on, as well as 300 not making any real big moves and still kind of holding out the western bridge in a very casual fashion to themselves as well. So Troglodytes, who haven't seen the safe zone in feels like forever at this stage.
It's been a minute.
Oh, and here we go. Rumblers holding down a more aggressive bridge camp. Los getting some damage in to start it off. Are we going to see any follow-ups? As 22 is going to be able to harass them come through it. Just Too Easy navigates that, still leaning into the side that Rumblers are playing from, but Just Too Easily navigates that and doesn't even lose a person for it.
I am shocked and appalled.
Same.
That Just Too Easy is able to survive that. Didn't lose anybody.
That just has vision on this too, kind of.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what? That was Just Too Easy for them. As a good should shout out.
Leave Pinta alone. Pinta wants nothing to do with you. He is just happy and content in his dip. Just leave it alone. Be as loud as possible. That's BBB. They will push this for no reason. Oh yeah, you can see they're turning back around. They're like
thinking about it.
Only one person shot us. You can see that. You can see the gears turning. Like, do we go for it? Is it maybe?
They
are
want
they
it
just
so
holding
bad.
it?
No, they don't. Okay, they've got Roth and Keenan voices of reason. They're like, hey, look, there's another team around here. We can't screw around with this too long. So we'll let Penta hide in his little.
He hops in his vehicle and he's gone. That's the last thing we saw. He's like, nope, don't want anything to do with that. And sometimes you don't find a boat, and PUBG do be like that. So it's just time to swim.
It do.
But other people find boats. Rich get richer.
Yep. Well, what are you gonna do? Kreche will come in to Nova a little bit late. Now I'm wondering if they actually spotted out YJ, or if anybody has spotted out YJ swimming their way across here. Troglodytes still have not. They have scouted that western bridge to within an inch of its life. Like, they know every blade of grass on this thing. If anything was out of place, Troglodytes was going to spot it, but it looks like they finally will feel confident enough that they're not going to get killed.
They will sooner or later make their way, and oddly enough, they should have a fairly easy path. Gas cans might have some vision on them. They'll probably come in for a southern wrap that could give them some troubles depending on how far down south that they do go. But most teams should have I guess, a clean approach into this in some fashion. I wouldn't expect any high kill counts, as teams seem to be hesitant of those bridges given how violent they have become, but it looks like just being a little bit more patient should reward.
Don't ask me why, man. This feels like a gas cans game. There's something about when gas cans come in late and play from that edge. It could be okay.
Rumblers.
YJ finally gets spotted. Oh no.
This is going to be real harsh. Swimming in, now being shot. Several of their members are in the blue, and this is starting to get to the point where you just can't handle that. Like, staying out there too long is just going to destroy you. All the members for Rumblers now just look out in the water, and I mean, I think maybe one might make it.
Yeah, Batungus looks like he might. Drake might. Nope.
Yeah, the zone's going to get one.
You know what? They didn't give the satisfaction of getting the kill point away, though. So
I still hold true that I want to track the amount of kills the blue zone gets and compare it against teams at the end of an event and just see how it goes.
Batungus. I love his name so much.
It is fun to say.
It's so much fun to say, and he actually made it in too. So I think Rumblers may have realized that one still survived. I don't know. It's kind of hard to keep track of that kill feed whenever They're all just drowning. So, and actually, Rumblers got a little bit more of a problem to worry about here as they're crashing right underneath Akreche, and AKM actually taking shots over the top of them as well. So, Rumblers in a little bit of a dicey spot here.
But they get vision on what's going on. RBN's going to go down. See, Los, he's got that aim. He's got the awareness. He's taking some damage and committing in. Los just no fear with what's going on with this. Corsac following up back behind him. Relo's now getting some idea on what's going on. Assaults from the other side. Nakreshe, you're in some trouble now.
Oh no, Batungas from the blue.
What?
Batungas from the blue caught Los. And now Corsac's knocked flushed. It's down to Valiant Waldo. It looks like Batunga's still just shooting at him from the blue right now. And will actually flush out that kill. So 1 point going over to the Yellow Jackets at least. Is now AKM going to reposition a little bit here. See if they can maybe find the final shots into the Rumblers through the smoke clouds. Akreche, they got 2 knocked right now as the United started wrapping up behind them.
When you're one of the newer teams in lobby, and specifically a newer team that's competing at this level, take what you can get. Learn as you go, and I mean, you can see the fact that Yellow Jack is trying to find some opportunities with it as AKM is harassing so much. Gas Cans finding Troglodytes on the outside. New Circle pops. Penta and Nootropic both feeling pretty good.
Feeling all right. Sonic's actually starting to creep out over towards the edge there. They may have heard some shots. Shrimsy and Mime gonna go see if they can maybe pick off a few kills here as the smoke clouds are still laid down. Gas Cans, they're not making short work of them, but they're getting through. Okay, Nikos will get traded out, but that is going to be Troglodytes cleaned up. 4 kills now for Gas Cans, but remember, Sonic's, Shrimsy and Mime starting to creep over in this direction. Will they spot him out?
Yeah, it took so long. The hills are gonna block out some of the vision for Mime and the rest of the crew, but we are going to have to see Gas Cans move. Yellow Jackets are eliminated. Waldo is going to finally finish that out. And United still making their push into Akreche as it is now just VHZ caught in between them and the Rumblers. As keep in mind, just too easy also in a gatekeeping spot as well.
This is that discipline from United, though. You see they keep wrapping around on this north side. They spot out Kaishin, get that kill, and then immediately kind of pull back here. They don't try to get greedy with it, try to wrap around, put themselves underneath AKM's line of sight. Instead, they just get what they can safely and pull back around. So we'll see if Gas Cans can make their way into circle. Looks like Sonic, Shrimsy, and Mime pulled back to rejoin H-Win. Looks like they're going to take this fight from the zone rather than pushing out.
Yeah, a couple of slow rolls still continuing on this with 42 still alive at the stage. Sonic's going to regroup and probably start doing some territory control. Most of the teams are playing to the north of them. BBB starting to get a good spot to play from. United realizing that they might have been here for a little bit too long. VHZ trying to get what he can before the Blue is going to go ahead and finish him off in just 1 second. See if anybody tags him out. But nope, it's going to be the Blue zone that finishes out. Now United, it's time to venture forth into the safe zone as there are going to be several teams holding up. If they wrap to the south, they could intersect in what's going on potentially with the Sonics and Gas Can situation.
Yeah, it looks like Gas Can's actually going to cross the street, go for the low ground.
I like that.
And yeah, Sonics will just kind of hold up to the high ground for now, work the edge. But as you said, United making that long wrap around. I think Shrimsy may have caught eyes or ears on what United is doing here. He's reaching over here, letting the rest of the team know. As he definitely spotted Rella there.
I like the stop, though. Don't roll into the zone. Use the cover you've got. See if you can spot something out. Do spot out Mime, getting some damage in. So should be aware that there is a defensive setup here. With the way that it's going to line up, you have a pretty good idea on where multiple people are going to be. Spot, get some more damage in. And this is just how United has been. They can find themselves going out, playing along the edge, seeing if they can get some kills, come in, be potentially gate-kept, and still find some ways to put in work. But just like we were talking about, Poro, H-Win's flank could be the death of them.
A low side flank from H-Win on that south side, but I think maybe took a little bit too long, so Flood and Reload starting to make their way over, and H-Win actually going to get spotted out. Looking to get him from the seat swap. Nicely done by him. And now Mime will trade it back, though. Good job from Mime to be there to defend his teammate. Shrimsy tried to join his teammate. Kickstart and reload, make sure that that doesn't happen. So 1 up now. It's just going to be Mime. Can he clutch this out for Sonics? Reload and kickstart not going to let him get that res, are they?
Looks like they might be. They're foot pushing right now. It's going to happen just about the time the res is going to come in. They are eyeing into what's going on to the north. I think that they might just be trying to flesh out what's going on with Shrimsy. BBB is very far to the north of this one, so they should have an idea with what was going on with Flood that the approaching enemies should be coming from the south.
Okay, the res came through, heals come off, so Sonic's back up to full strength, and they've got that big ridge line to work with here. Kind of working around it. You can see Mime creeping off in the distance. Reload, did he spot him?
Oh, Mime creeping up into this one. It's just near misses with vision as they're coming in. The smokes are going to give away position on the opposite side, but that hillside denying any clear sight lines as of right now. Mime has a pretty good idea on where everything's starting to line up. Grenades coming out on both sides. See flammables starting to land. Mime just trying to control the territory. He goes down. H-Win, though, playing the opposite side of this one, is already spotted as well. And this is just going to be nigh on impossible. H-Win's going to have to fight his way through this one. But if he does manage to take both of them down, he is going to be extremely safe as there is nobody else in south.
Yeah, just an unfortunate angle there for H-Win on that south side. Mime crept up there, and H-Win wasn't able to give him support that he kind of needed.
Can he do it?
Nice spray on a reload, takes him down immediately. Kickstart has that rock, but that rock is just a magnet for grenades. Kickstart will get the win there, get the res back on. But look at this, 22 starting to rep down there as well.
Oh, Dodge on the high ground. They've got Yoho down below him, but it is just a quick exchange. Hikerman on the outside. That one's going to get spotted as well. Just trying to crest the hillside and then make their way into this one. Finna, now the last one up for Dodge, but he is in a rough spot. 300 still on the outside of this one, keeping an eye on what's going on. The circle is still quite a distance given the amount of teams that are already positioned up into this one. Nutropic's going to have vision on what's going to be happening on the top side of this hill as well. So Yoho continuing to move forward, but there is just vision no matter which side of this hill you are on right now.
All right, Finna on a push here. Everybody else dead on his team. I think he realized he might be able to get something here. He's going to can he spot out Poonage? Oh, he turned his head just in time. No, Richie B will be the one to do it to him. As now Yoho is down, Dodge is eliminated as well. 300 will have to go for that res on a Nephahor. But what will Nootropic do? They can kind of stay inside their compound. Gas Can's also creeping up over in this direction. Oh, Cow goes down.
Yeah, it's going to be AKM's position at height. Penta, everyone, still alive.
Still alive.
Holding out for STK, getting him points that they are desperately needing. Gas Cans now moving into the northern position, looking into 300. AKM really has a lot of threats that are going on around them, but they're navigating it quite well. Not letting BBB take too much of a move in. You can see Oldest now is trying to go for a foothold inside the safe zone. So really, AKM being a big moving factor in this, as well as Nootropic, who senses there are a lot of kill points to be had, and now starting their push along this hillside.
Yeah, AKM getting a pretty nice little transition path there. Nice sprays from Nootropic. Is that 6 kills for Newt? Look at him go. Hello Senpai should be able to get res pretty easily here, and they have a free path into this next zone. AKM starting to creep down there. I was going to say they had a pretty free path down from Radio Tower. And now they're starting to kind of take control over that.
Too many enemies!
Side, but there you go, STK will get taken out.
Wait, AKM dropped one off of the... Okay, that's kind of a weird spot to try to navigate as they're moving through, but 22 is to the south and has a lot of vision on what's happening. BBB still trying to move in. Nootropic being the one team that's got to make the most, I guess, the biggest move, but they do have the hillside. We're in a very complex section of this map, as there's a lot of dips, a lot of ravines. You can really find some sneaky pathing in this, but you just got to be careful because 22 still has that high ground and a lot of vision, in just even in those trenches themselves.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of pressure on 22 here. This is kind of what we've always said about 22, is that they're a team that if they can get to the late game, they've got the fraggers to put up some damage, get some kills. But now is the time to start going over there. Meanwhile, Bing Bang Boom coming down on the top side of AKM. Freshman in the lobby, AKM, with the exception of Ali RV, and they are getting taken advantage of by Bing Bang Boom. 7 kills now over to BBB, as Nootropic still 3 alive. They've made their way into the zone as well.
BBB getting now a lot of control in that area. 22 leaning in the Nootropic side of this, so most of their resources in the committal of that might make Bing Bang Boom's life even easier. And the fact that we're starting to see, again, an aggressive stage. We were talking about it in the last game. Whenever they start to find their foothold in the way that they're wanting to navigate what's going on, they wait until they find that moment, and then they pounce. And if they can't find the moment, they make the moment. They are so proficient at figuring out their win conditions in these later stages and not putting up too much of a risk. Nootropic is starting to spot out what's going on, as now Nootropic and 22 have both shifted their vision in BBB's direction.
And if anything, that's kind of the issue that I take with 22 is that it's such a low risk play style that at some point, if you're going to kind of make a run for the top of these America's lobbies, you have to be willing to take those high risk, high reward type plays. And 22, for as you said, just very, very methodical, very low risk averse, but very low reward as well. So hopefully we can see them kind of gain control over this south side, get a few more kills to go along with it. Maybe shepherd BBB into Roth. It looks like that's happening already.
Roth gets vision of what's going on, tries to go down, but he's instead going to get knocked. Hello Senpai spots out what's going on, and now BBB, the team that's going to have to make the move into the safe zone, trying to target up everything they can. Focus starting to shift into Nootropic's direction, but Sharpshot realizing this is going to be a losing battle from that vision line. He's still just trying to protect it up. Aldous hopping inside of a vehicle. Looks like they're trying to regroup. Roth just trying to feed information over, but you can see Lampalot and the rest of Nootropic just trying to brute force their way up this hillside.
Oh, no.
Aldous is trying to send it down over here. He's just going to roll out on this angle. Is he going to be able to get the spray? No! Lampalot read it, and now Nootropic has got so much control. I don't think that Aldous wanted to go that fast.
I don't think he did either. I think that's an unforced error there on Bing Bang Boom's part. I think he was maybe trying to reposition for the res onto Roth, but just
Sharpshot
had a misread on the Cliff there. Sharpshot.
Baby, do it again.
Oh no, Cliff's not being not being very nice to the.
Oh, is he? He's going. Is he trying to set up the? Oh no, he's just trying to get meds and stuff. All right, Hello Senpai might have an idea. Flash is going to come out. That's going to be a
22.
Big problem. Now finally being proactive. 22 moving into the center of the zone. Sharpshot still just trying to play this one out. Doing a good job on survive the Molotov. Med's going to come off. It's going to hurt. It's not the best feeling on the face of the earth. But Roth is still kind of listening in. He's not committing into trying to get information either.
Get over there. Get that res.
Where are they going?
Come on, man. Read the situation. You got it.
Can you get there? Can you get there? Can you get there? Oh! I don't know if he was just going over there for meds, but I felt like that looked like he was going for the red.
I think. I mean, I think that was Roth that was making that call, saying, "Look, it's not safe. It's not safe. Just play you." And finally, they got the vibe that Nootropic had left, but it was just a hair too late. Okay, as you said, 22. They moved forward. They started taking over center circle position. They sent Balkan there, but then they since pushed back. They're playing back from that roadside again. As it looks like they may have an angle onto Nootropic. Nice shots from Hazen.
Yeah, but it's still just not proactive enough is my concern. Yeah, they're holding some very good angles. They can defend it up. But now the circle has just centered up. 22 Esports, who had free roam on the entirety of the circle, now has 3 of their 4 members not inside the safe zone, as now that they've been revealed, Nootropic just has to move in a little bit, as well as Sharpshot. So it looks like 22 is going to have a path into this, but I mean, it's just a slow roll that's not providing any substantial reward right now.
Best thing 22 has going for him right now is Sharpshot's still alive, and Nootropic knows it. They can't devote their full attention down to the south. As you can see, Leda just kind of keeping eyes over there. Sharpshot not really providing anything, but he's going to have to make a move here shortly. Looks like Vinny has moved forward, taking the hardcover tree. Hazen and Haven just holding back here. Hard angles to work from. There's a few shots have come through, but nothing really landing for him.
Everybody is looking at Sharpshot right now. Ballkid's got his eyes that way. Vinny's got his eyes that way. Nootropic not making a move, as they do not want to risk Sharpshot being behind them. So how is he going to play this? He knows the fact that he's got near on no cover to work with. He's got threats, and everybody knows where he is. It's just a matter of seeing if maybe he can fight his way out. There is that little dip right there that it is going to be where Nootropic is going to get vision, but the moment he crests into it, he is going to be in the safe zone, but it's going to be very hazardous. You can see he can take a step in and out of it. But Nootropic's Leda is still playing on the outside of this one, and it's just this little ledge is providing him all of his safety right now. Smoke's coming out. Does he know that Leda's there? Because if he pushes into that, Leda might have vision.
Man, this is such a tough spot for Nootropic. That Groza could be devastating at short range and sharp shot. You know he hits those shots. He's just waiting for the blue to force his hand here.
I mean, he's kind of in right here. I think if he just takes like a step in, he might still have some cover. Maybe. Oh, that's a problem. That's a big problem. And now where do you go? Cover is gone. Just that little bit of help. Yeah.
Nicely done, Lamp.
Yeah. I mean, just control and good use of Incendiary. But now, Nootropic, time to set your eyes on the prize as 22 Esports has been defending up. They are leaning into the southwest. They are trying to hold you back, but that hill is going to provide enough cover to go for a couple peaks.
You gotta win this 22. You gotta win this. Nice shots from Balkan. We'll find the opening not onto Lamp a lot. And now Leda actually separating from the rest of the squad, pushes over. We'll find Vinny. Haze10, though, knows he's there. Got to be careful. Don't give him 1v1s. Don't give him 1v1s. Haven, though. Okay. All right. Reset a little bit. Balkan and Haven now in a 2v1 against Hello Senpai. They can get these reses, though.
Let's see. Starting to throw out the utility. Slow it down a little bit more. Hello Senpai knows where the threats are approaching from. He is right up against the wall. Teammates are going down, feeding over information on positional. Now, how's Hello Senpai going to play this one? He's got this dip, got the hillside, but Haven knows exactly where he is. Looks in, goes for the spray, gets the knock on a one, has to be careful. On to near on a third of his life. Balkan's going to be pushing up the hillside, goes for the spray and narrowly misses it. So it's going to be 22 Esports with 5 kills that takes the victory.
Well played there at the end for 22 Esports. You know, it took them down to the final fight, and then again, that's the only issue that we really ever have with 22. They have such a great understanding of meta play and how to get to late game with the majority of their members up. The problem is they don't get kills along the way. They don't get the points that they need to try to climb themselves up that leaderboard. So they end up being, you know, 3-4 kills sitting in the center of the leaderboard at the end of a tournament.
It's great because, I mean, we're not trying to take away their laurels. We're not taking away the prize.
Absolutely not.
Well played, and this is the way they love to play, and it's really efficient. But whenever we're seeing other teams that are putting up 10 kills a game, that neutralizes whenever you're not going to win every single chicken dinner. So whenever you're only walking away with 5 kills, your points per game starts to go down, and that's where the leaderboard chase just gets harder and harder.
And that's who you're trying to keep up with, right? You're trying to keep up with these teams that even if they're not winning, they're putting up just tons and tons of points. So, you know, that being said, though, again, though, this is consistency from 22. This is probably the most consistent Latin American team that we've seen at finding that late game. All the lessons that they learned from MC format, they're bringing over here into this new points format, except for getting kills. And I know that they're fraggers, man. Haze10 and Vinny are two just fantastic fraggers. And I'd love to Haven a little bit more of a new player, but I imagine one of the reasons that they brought him onto that squad is because he can gun. So let the kid gun.
They are very, very safe. Every single opportunity that they can to play from the right angle, they will. And they will always make the smart move. You saw the way that they held that. They knew exactly where to go every single time. And also, our analysts know exactly how to go through every single one of these plays. They're going to be breaking down so many interesting things right after this break. Make sure you stay tuned.
What's up, everybody? I'm Roth from Bing Bang Boom.
Hi, my name is Keenan. I'm a player for Bing Bang Boom.
Hey guys, it's Belfrost from Team Yahoo.
Hello everyone, my name is Parkin. I'm from Yahoo, and this is Friendly Fire.
Why should you vote for Bing Bang Boom? Well, we're a fast, quick, aggressive team who's looking to stack our PGC points, and the only way of doing that is to capitalize in PCS.
People should not vote for Team Yahoo because they have to get Sparking to carry them. My team is the true NA team, and we'll be popping off in the finals.
The reason why you're picking us for PCS6 is we have Sparking, he's the king of SA, and he's gonna frag everyone.
And the main reason to vote for Yahoo is because we are 4 sweaty kids trying to win a PCS, okay? So vote for us, is gonna be free skins for you. And please, don't vote BBB because they're gonna go Big Bang Boom direct to the lobby, okay?
Why should you not vote for Yahoo? Well, if you're looking to vote for a team who's inconsistent at best, then go right ahead. Waste your vote.
And the reason why you shouldn't vote for BBB in PCS6 is because they have Oldest, who's a known donk slayer, but there will be no donks in PCS6. And they have Keenan, who's a filthy Canadian.
You should vote for the players on my team, Bing Bang Boom, because we have Oldest, the Shotgun Warlord, we have Sharpshot 4K, the best Bolt player in the region, and we have Roth, who may or may not be the loudest player in the Battlegrounds.
We are 4 sweaty kids trying to win a tournament. I want to go to PGC, so winning is everything that matters here, okay? So vote for us, okay? Free skins.
You know, some of us actually know how to go on Fiverr and get an artist to make us our logo and not draw up a funky little bird in MS Paint.
Down, feeding over information on positional. Now, how's Ellerson going to play this one? He's got this dip, got the hillside, and knows exactly where he is. Looks in, goes for the spray, gets the knock on a one, has to be careful. On to near on a third of his life. Balkan's going to be pushing up the hillside, goes for the spray and narrowly misses it. So it's going to be 22 Esports.
Welcome back. It's game number 2, and it was a very different circle experience that time around, right? I didn't
barely. Come on, it was close.
Pastor cursed it so hard. Did you guys see all that water, Toffee?
I contest it was a military circle, not a water circle. Therefore, my curse is not real.
He's right off of like semantics alone.
That's true. Well, let's take a look at, speaking of semantics,
okay.
We're going to look at the chicken dinner winner, because at the end of the day, I think the match winner will probably be different. But this is actually the match winner that we're going to put up instead of the chicken take, and it was Nootropic, who comes out with 9 kills. Not too bad, Clover.
Yeah, they really took a good position earlier onto the island. They had the north coast, were able to get into that compound pretty early on and play that defensively well. There were so many teams up to the north, and we saw all the way up into the late game. He really had to put in the effort to try to stay alive.
So if you look at these first 2 games that we have right now, the winners in points overall is so far the team that drops where the circle goes. That is obviously a very strong start, but I think the reason why we're seeing it 100% at this point, small sample size as it is because unlike other circles, whether it's like towards the north or in the center of the map, both the games so far have had very brutal approaches for the teams that aren't already in the center, like EU United was, and in this case, Nootropic.
And just to make sure that I'm not living in some sort of like memory hole situation, it was 22 that got the last kill in the chicken dinner, right? It was because of the super rules, the points that let Nootropic get the match win. Also, though, we want to do this new thing where we're talking about stories or things that developed during that game. And our next one I want to break down is sort of a tale of 2 bridges, because when it comes to the military base, bridges can be incredibly important. So let's run that and talk a little bit more about the first bridge.
Yeah, so just like the last game, getting into this position is incredibly difficult. And in this time, we saw a bunch of teams try and post up and take advantage of the choke points that you're seeing right now. 300 playing a little bit of game of footsie with Sonics, push them towards the south. I don't know if this was their plan A. I highly doubt it. But at this point, because of 300's initial post-up, they're getting absolutely deleted here. Not absolutely deleted. They did put up a good fight. Oh, okay. All right. A little exaggeration there. It was down to a 1 versus 1. But Sonics only, I think, got 1 kill at the end of all of that. 300, on the other hand, they're actually in a much better position right now, and they were only able to get to this spot because of the space that they cleared out by pushing Sonics away. It wasn't the most successful use of that space, but they at least got there.
Yeah, and, you know, on the opposite bridge, right, 22 took the crossroads early on. That pressured a lot of teams out of the position that they wanted to take. Yahoo, a couple of the other teams, they liked to take that high ground by the radio tower. It was just inaccessible in part because of the way 22 held that. And then the best thing that they did is they pulled away from that position once it wasn't a comfortable spot to play from anymore, and that really put them in a better spot in the late game. In fact, they rotated onto that Sonics United fight after it was done, took out what was left of United, and then had that position for the rest of the game.
And ultimately it paid off, is I think when we take a look at the match leaderboard, we're going to see that they did get that last kill. They got the chicken dinner, but that's not always the whole story, Clover.
No, you got to get the kills too. And all right, we did give a little bit of flack to 22 in the early game. You guys asked who was my LATAM favorite coming into this. It was 22. I said the placement points are there. You know what? They had a good placement game 1, a chicken in game 2. The problem is they're not a frag heavy team. They got the win with 5 kills.
And you know, you did talk about Trogloditas, Cameron, and so they're hot and cold. You never know which one you're going to get. And it looks like we're getting the rough one today.
Yeah.
All right,
it's true. And I'm starting to get to the point that Trogloditas are significantly more cold than they are hot. We're only 2 games in. We'll see what happens.
You know, let's take a look at the overall and see where they are. I mean, we had 2 games,
Not
so
much
the overall
higher, but,
standings. Not much better, but better.
Yeah. They got 7. And 7 of 2 games actually isn't.
They're better
that
than the
bad.
Sonics? That can't be right.
All right, so let's look at the left side. Just because it's only 2 of 30. E United at 25. Big Bang Boom at 24, 22. And then AKM is an interesting one for me, Clover. And I feel like this has to do with their positioning. AKM 2 games in a row has sort of picked this, you know, center spot that maybe wasn't going to win necessarily, but resulted in some points.
Yeah, I mean, they've really had the center early on. In fact, radio tower, right? And the most recent game, that high ground point to play from, when we talked about 22 using that early in the advantage, AKM had that spot for a really long time, and they were able to frag out from there.
Give me radar tower.
The one thing why I am not, I'm pretty bearish on AKM right now is that 2 games. I am sorry. 2 games so far, they have been in a position to get placements, but that's because they drop in the southeast side. They drop on Novo. Once we get a circle that it goes towards center or literally any other quadrant of this map, I'm not too confident that they're going to be able to find such a strong center position to soak up those placement points.
I'd be bullish, though, because I think the right team on that radar tower can still pick up kills out in the open and make some plays. I think AKM let a few possible Ks walk by without getting those flushes.
That proves my point more, though, because they can't even get kills when they're in a good position. How are we going to see them get kills when they're in a less good position?
Well, I'll tell you how we can see kills, and that is with game number 3. The players are ready, and so is our casting duo of Match'em and Porosaurus. Take it away, gentlemen.
Last airing kill of the day, Poro. Getting everything set. Going to be moving into Miramar after this one. Maybe it'd be nice to get like a not crazy circle. Just saying. I enjoy, again, chaotic circles, but we should probably just let the players figure out how to drop first before we like go, I don't know, 90% water circle after circle.
Nah, it's fine. We haven't seen East circles in so long. I mean, I'm so glad that we're finally getting to see a little bit more of the map that we haven't gotten to see in a while. So
this is true.
You know, if they want to cut over to the west again or the north, whatever, fine. You can.
Give us a Zarky. If you're gonna give us crazy shifts, I mean, Zarky is a thing that, I would like to see one day. One day. Look, okay, I know. Everybody picks on me about the fact that I want to see like a trailer park game or I want to see Oasis. I like Zarky too.
Zarky's
Judge me.
fine.
Judge
like we just got during groups, we got the NPL3 run back with the intersection up there. I know. And that was fun.
That was even a great game. And even that area is really fun. And it's just like, it feels like we're leaning so far south in all of our circles this event so far. And just so far this year in general, I would love just to see like variance. It's the spice of life and it makes the games fun.
That's true, you know, and where some of these giveth, they also taketh away, right? Yeah, we're not seeing Oasis circles or trailer park circles.
I know.
But we've got 2 Los Higos circles.
This is true. And it doesn't matter where the circle goes because apparently Shoot to Kill won't find it.
Yikes.
Look, I'm a Shoot to Kill fan, guys. I like them. I like them a lot. It's a rough go.
They were in the circle that time.
It's a rough go. Been to us.
Yeah, well, no. I mean, they dropped on Billy, and then they...
Well, look, how come you can pick on somebody and everybody's just like, oh, funny joke, Pora. I pick on somebody and suddenly Pora's like, well, technically.
Yeah. Everybody lets me slide with everything I say. It's
because yeah, it's true. This is true. Yeah.
I haven't even said anything about Sonics today or SDK really. I mean, look, it's 2 games. Who cares? You know?
We're not at that stage where we're going to be deep diving into like, oh my God, we've got some problems brewing here.
I do think that Cam brings up a good point though with AKM, and that we have had 2 of these kind of southeastern circles, not just AKM, but just teams that drop down in that general direction have been finding a little bit more success in terms of points and everything, like Bing Bang Boom as well, United, AKM, all these circles that have just been kind of going down to the southeast. Well, they're getting their points for it, and you got to give them credit for it. So, but again, are they gonna keep on this same pace once the circles start pulling away, or once we move over to Miramar?
That's an interesting conversation because we keep talking about momentum. We started off the day before the first game talking about the importance of momentum for several of our teams. And I don't think that we've really seen any team catch any form of momentum right now.
Not really.
It's still just a rough feel out for what's going on around them. And it's not like the lobby isn't massively different. It's got a couple of changes here and there, but you should be pretty familiar with most of the teams and what they're trying to accomplish at the stage.
And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that the lobby's just gotten so much better. You know, I mean, it's really hard for, I mean, you think back a year or 2 years to PCS 1, 2, and 3. I mean, you used to see Sonics would just, they would get a couple of kills in one game and they would just start rolling and just snowball the entire lot. You can't do that anymore. I mean, these teams are just getting so much better.
How about all of NPL that was Tempo Storm?
Well,
I mean, we're definitely.
Well, they didn't snowball either. I mean, it took almost to the last game for Tempo to win NPL 3,
or just even to qualify. They got it in the very last day. I think was it going against, if I remember correctly, Noble, and the qualifiers for that one.
Did you just talk about how we're boomers? And
I know, dude. Like my brain's going. I don't remember the things, and I would say that
I gotta take my ginseng Bilbo Baggins.
RBN's hoping the fact that nobody comes this way.
It's like, yeah, he is.
Just losing the card though. They're not gonna run that direction. There'll be no reason for it because he's gonna land. He's gonna be safe. I mean, no big moving factors in this one. There is a weird situation that's over there next to AKM. Is that one of the Yoho members that dropped in that spot? Sparking? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, though, everybody should be happy with how this plan worked out. The only one that's kind of in a little bit of a weird spot is AKM, as you said. Sparking did have to drop over by Lippo to get the vehicle, but it looks like AKM's going to let him get away with that. YJ, meanwhile, had to kind of pull out real late. They like to loot up around Stalber anyway. I don't know if they like to loot up around Stalber, but that's where they're looting for this tournament.
Sometimes you just do what you got to do. Yeah. Like, not everybody is a Stalber connoisseur in the way that I am.
Yeah.
I love that. I mean, how many times have we dropped in No Lean? That was like our de facto spot man. Way back in the day.
I love that spot. I still love looting No Lean.
No Lean is so fun. It just gives you a good position, especially in a circle like this where, yes, guys, it's the north-south. It's got the river going through it. Yes, Nye's inside of it. Stalber's inside of it. Badlands are there. We still even have school and all that other fun stuff. Mm-hmm. So this is one of those. It's not as dramatic as a military-based circle, but you got to make your pick. Go north, you go south. Rotations are going to be difficult depending on how it goes.
Yeah, so I'm definitely keeping an eye on Gas Can still. So I know I said it last game. I was looking at Gas Can's position on that south side, and I thought that they could do well from it. I still stand by that. I think they should have done well from that position, and somehow they lose one to Akreche when they made their wrap around, and then they pushed to the low side, which ended up costing them.
That one feels bad. That one feels bad.
Nobody's watching.
Like whenever you're like in a big car or let's say like the bus and you hit a tree, it's one thing. But when you're on the motorcycle on the hillside and then you hit the tree, that's just you're just like, it's okay. It's fine.
There's 63 other players in this lobby. Why would they be observing me just driving this motorcycle along the side of Stalber?
Welcome to the lobby, Yellow Jackets. We're very curious about what you're doing in your early game, so we're just going to stalk you for a while.
I think they got welcome to the pretty pretty significant welcome to the lobby last game, trying to swim over to Novo and just getting, well, drowned. To be fair, they have not given up points, very many points.
That is actually true. They're very point neutral at the time because
their plus minus is looking great right now.
But hey, guys, we're not trying to pick on Yellow Jackets too much. Again, I love new teams.
Yeah,
It shows the fact that there's still people that are trying to work their way up through the scene. It shows the fact that Path to Pro is still active and available. So if you're sitting here judging everybody in any chat, like I know Twitch chat and YouTube chat and everywhere that you're watching this, they never judge these players. But if you do think that you could do better than them, just know the fact that there are still opportunities.
There you go. You can always sign up for an open qualifier. And then whenever you steamroll the open qualifier, you can tweet out that you're looking for an org to sign you. It's North American tradition.
It's true. True. Everything's calm. We finally get that calm circle that we were talking about a while ago. Small movements. Bing Bang Boom, as you can see, they're moving in around that gas station, the area to the south of it, just that ridge line and the hill that provides a lot of control in a circle such as this because you can bounce back between a lot of vision. Rumblers are also eyeing along this path, though, and that could lead to a peculiar situation for these guys. But I think that Waldo already spotted that one out instantly. He's like, nope, smoke down. It's time to go. Or maybe?
Yeah, this is kind of the danger spot, isn't it? I mean, he's looking, but looks like Corsac actually going to get spotted. Takes a lot of damage, but I think they're realizing that this is BBB in a 2-2 split. Now, what are they going to do about it? The problem is you're in center circle, man. You don't have the time to really mess around with this because you got to be expecting people to come from your south and possibly even east.
I like this. Rumblers realize that they could potentially be like entrapped by playing from there, so steps away from it. Just too easy. Got themselves the DP.
Love to see it.
Oh, come on, dinner plate. You can massacre some vehicles as they come by. He's got the ammo to do so. Mime's going to be hauling through. That's a lot of bullets, but not a lot of them are going to connect.
Delicious pizza dinner plate. What do you guys call the DP? It's got to stand for something, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I've always gone with dinner plate, but I have heard delicious pizza is also a big player. I don't know.
Double the power?
Double the power.
Just trust me, guys. Don't Google what it means. It's fine.
Please stop. Speaking of please stop, Rumblers trying to escape Bing Bang Boom, and they're going to run into a little bit of YJ here, but Corsac going to blow through. Los pulls back, so what are they doing here? They're just kind of being bait at this point.
I do have to say I like a lot more of a mobile, aggressive moving Rumblers. We were seeing them play a lot of edge as we were seeing them move through the group stage, not necessarily moving for a stronger center position on a regular basis. This shows the fact that it looks like they've been doing some VOD review. They don't like how they're approaching their circles, and they're trying to make a change up.
Yeah, the problem is that they're just getting there too late. I mean, I don't know what it is about Yaz or what time that they pulled out of Yaz, but by the time they pulled out of Yaz, the spot where Bing Bang Boom was already taken by Bing Bang Boom pulling out of Raz. So if you're in a race against the Razog team to go to the compound in the middle and you're losing, that's on you.
They are getting aggressive with how much of this they're wanting to take down. Roth has now moved across the river itself, and so they're holding down a strong position on this one. It's greedy, but it's not getting punished. Just by getting Rumblers to move away from them, now they have a lot of control over this area and no other real threats. So this is going to give them a potential to have a control area no matter how the circle goes.
And I think they can kind of get away with that too because they know that Volcano was unoccupied, right? So they can kind of leave Oldless on the other side of the street, kind of watching off to the south and see if that compound is, because everybody's going to go to that compound first before making their way across the street, right? So Oldest can kind of feed that information over if somebody does kind of sneak up on their south side.
Dude, what's with these two teams? Like, they keep bumping into each other or rotating next to each other. Troglodyte is an STK, man. I wouldn't call it a rivalry just so much as man, we just happen to be in the same place on a regular basis.
Well, one loots South George, one loots North George, so that's kind of the first step in that equation. Now, they haven't really run into each other. As you said, STK kind of did the drop on Millie last time, so they've been avoiding each other for the most part in scrims. And the only time STK really does the camp the North Georgia team for points bit is if they drop in South Georgia on a melee circle. So they haven't really had that opportunity just yet. But the fight over the plane crash here, actually, yeah, not even near plane crash. The STK used to always go to plane crash, but this one, I guess, a little bit too far east for that.
Cresce is going to get control over that one. You can see that Lamplot Nootropic is starting to look in the same direction of the Hilltop compound. We saw shoot to kill
Sonic
a second ago, but
they got Tickleton on the north side of Roz.
Yeah, another very big split. Almost a mirror to what we see going on with BBB, where they just have 3 members that are in the north, and then they've got Tickleton that's in the south. It's very peculiar, but Yoho is going to be rolling right in between both of them.
You know what this is?
Not going to be too good.
You know what this feels? This feels like this is all these teams responding to this being, I guess, technically a 50-50 circle about whether it's going to go north or south of the river. I think they're feeling that. I look at this and I feel like it's chunking towards the north side, right? But these guys are looking at it and they're saying, well, no, this is actually a pretty good chance to cut down south again. If it does, we want to have somebody left over there. And it's just kind of the decision making between Sonics and Yoho and BBB of like where they want their one player versus where they want the mass of the team. Like 300, they're doing the same thing. You can see Extreme, and there you go. It's going to cut north.
Yeah, mostly Badlands. So that means teams like 22, Dodge, Yoho, all going to have to make the move. That shift over that we saw coming up from Sonics, as well as BBB, going to be rewarded. BBB should be moving very quickly as regroups are going to be happening. United looks like they're going to do a very long wrap to the north of everything that's going to be going on. And now it's just the crunch into the Badlands and warehouses, dips. That's going to be the name of the game.
I mean, that was kind of the one concern I had for Yoho. They had their solo on the north side, but usually if you have your solo off somewhere, you kind of put them in a spot where the rest of your team can crash and kind of hold down, right? But it wasn't really a great spot for Yoho, so now they're going to have to engage in a fight with Sonics here shortly if they're not too careful. Meanwhile, STK, as you said, it's west side a little bit cramped.
Yeah, and this is a 2-2 split coming up from Shoot to Kills. 300 is going to be making a move into here. It might be getting a little too spicy for them. So, yep, going to hop in the vehicle, probably regroup, and should have the distance to avoid Troglodytes as well as 300, just with how Hillside works. So they're going to connect in. That's going to provide an opportunity for 300 to kind of squeak their way in. If they want to hang out on the edge, they can just continue to chill there. But the new moving factor is probably going to be 22 Esports over in the east. That's going to be running right in between a 2-2 split from Rumblers as well as Yellow Jackets as they're moving up that hillside and maybe even bumping into United.
Not a great spot for STK, but it'll work for the time being. And looks like they got a pretty good idea. I mean, you know, they know where 300 is. They know where Trog is. They can assume that just Too Easy is just off to their east. Dodge, though, start to creep in from the south here. Frinna going to be the first one to send it over. The rest of the gang still going to hang out in Roz. Meanwhile, Yoho, they got a little bit close to Sonics, pulled away, and now they're kind of continuing that 2-2 split on that south side. So this, if this next circle hard shifts to the north, there's going to be a lot of broken hearts here on the south.
Yeah, but on the inverse of that, if this shifts in a hard shift way to the south, we're going to go back into a 50-50, a ton of river inside this, and if you're leaning into that 50-50, such as Dodge or Yoho right now, you're going to have control over this game. So it feels like it could be a risk. Specifically, with the way Yoho's been playing, these guys aren't afraid of a firefight. So if they end up having to fight their way into the north, I don't think that bothers them as much as having to fight their way across water and trying to find a way to path through it. Those guys are perfectly fine with the foot push.
Keep an eye on Nootropic. Hello Senpai does go down. They're doing just a 2-2 on either side of the intersection just south of Severny. That should be an easy res onto Hello Senpai. I'm not sure who knocked him. It might have been Trog, actually, from range. Gascan's just off to their east. Gascan's in a fantastic position if this thing cuts to the north. I'm actually looking at United as well, who are starting to make their way in from that northeastern side, but they're getting backfilled by 22.
Yeah, 22 coming in off of this one. It could be interesting to work with. Dodge still navigating the center area, moving in. It's kind of a slow roll. We still haven't even had first blood in this game yet, Poro. It's been more of a chess match. It's a lot of rotations, and while, yes, most teams are familiar with how rotations are going to come into this, there are the X factors in teams such as Yellow Jackets coming in here that could put in some curveballs and force a shift into a shift that nobody else is expecting.
Oh, good shot from Haven. First one hits. Can't hit the second one, unfortunately, though, so Flood will be able to escape. New circle does pop, and it is going to center up Donut. right down towards that river. So that is good news for those southern teams. It didn't hard shift to the south, but that'll work.
Oh, that bank on that nade coming up from Finna just curves around that ridge line. Tiggleton has to step away from it. He's taking some damage right now. The rest of Sonics can't defend up too much, but Dodge, remember, they're running that 2-2, so they're still trying to reconnect. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Dodge just separate away. Yep, Finna's saying, okay, didn't get my magic grenade to connect onto that one, so I'm just going to go ahead and relent and let it be. North, you can see that we're going to have AKM as well as United bumping into each other as AKM is playing the outside of this one. And man, that's the problem with this warehouse. Look at those throwables just going through that open top and just demolishing everything that's inside.
And then everything on the outside is getting third-partied as well, as you can see. Yeah. There you go, AKM going to go down to kickstart. There's a number of fights actually taking place all over the place here. Gas Can's kind of third-partying onto this. 22 taking shots over in this direction as well. United, very strong team. They should be able to get the res onto Flood, but AKM, they look like they're going to fully reset here as well. Oh, kickstart, that's a nasty spot.
Oh,
there.
it's dangerous. Oh, he's looking the wrong way. He gets dropped from the angle on that one. I thought he was going to push on the outside. So now the chain reaction of reses is definitely in AKM's favor.
Oh, the utility just not there for AKM though. I mean, they can't really back up any of these knocks with any decent utility. It's just smokes and flashbangs right now. As Kickstart will get res back up. Relo going to get resed as well. And meanwhile, the fight going off on the distance as Gas Chance tried to crash into 22's compound. Actually, 22 crashing into the eastern side of a Gas Chance 2-2 split. They're going to come out the victors of that one. Waikik and Mukau and Nico's trying to go over there as well, but you see how that's going in the kill feed.
It's awkward over in the east right now, as they do have Rumblers that's providing oversight in what's happening. Yellow Jackets also getting involved in what's going on. United has stabilized as a lot of throwables came out, and it was just an attrition war. How much utility can you throw out? How much meds can you burn down? But look at the armor situation we saw coming into that one. Red on both of them, United side, so has got to be careful. Cannot step out there. Very aware if they move out, there's a chance that they could be third party. But right now, with all the outside fighting that's happening, this could be an opportunity, but at the same time, AKM doesn't want to run in either because they know that everything's reset. So now it's just a very awkward point where neither one of these teams wants to make the move because they feel that they're at the disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, AKM doesn't necessarily have to move either, right? I mean, they're not getting shot from, 3 miles away by any third parties anymore. I mean, Troglodytes actually looks like they're maybe sending a few over in that direction, but they're back up to full strength. 4 strong, but again, just no utility at all for these guys. And you can see 22 actually taking shots over in that direction now. Got to give credit to 22. That's a heck of a crash onto that Gas Cans 2 split. They're going to get rewarded for it.
The frustration pan. I don't have anything else to throw, so I just throw it against there. Circle pops, and guess what? This is not inside the safe zone, so now what you do?
Just throw the bullets at them. Well, you can see a lot of teams already on the move as Rumbler is going to run right through the middle of it. The gauntlet so far, they're staying alive here. Where's Akreche going?
Here's the big thing that I've got my eye on, though. It looks like Yoho is going to be pushing into that area that BBB was playing at, and that could be a massive fight as this goes on. BBB is doing a good job scaring him away, at least the first part of it. So, yep, going to continue in. Akreche is now coming into this as well, so it's just going to be rotations and a lot of crashes coming in, as there's just nowhere left. You got to pick somewhere and just decide you're going to commit, because Yoho's stopping here. This isn't in the safe zone. This is just to get an idea of, okay, what do we do next?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is I actually like this from Yoho. I think they realized that the south side was just too far gone, and this was going to be their one opportunity to maybe switch it up and turn the map around, and they go for it here. As we can see AKM, like Martinson with the shoddy in the high ground here. Meanwhile, 22, they're going to try to get rid of the last member of Gas Cans here. Nico's all by himself, and he's burning, and he's down. Haze 10, nicely done here. As 22 starting to flex out from their spots here, going for more kills.
I like it.
We want to see.
This is exactly what we wanted to see coming out from them. Realize the fact that they have an opportunity here and exploit it. Make sure to influence the teams that are around them. Make sure to influence the area. But new threat is going to be approaching. Remember Yoho that was trying to run away from BBB earlier, now encroaching into that area that 22 is trying to hold down. Throwables are starting to come out, but that's not the shack you want to go to. We just saw a lot of throwables go in that, and that is not a safe place to be.
Oh, they were so prepped for it. Sparking, though, is going to find Haven. Just over peaks just a little bit here. Now the question, Haze 10 doesn't have anything He's got smokes and flashbangs. That's about it. And Haven actually going down. So A-Stan finding himself on a little bit of an island here is just going to try to retreat back to the safety of the hard cover.
Oh, and okay, AKM, E United still just trying to separate away from each other, but the blue zone's going to be coming in, putting in some work. You just don't have any choices at this stage. E United already sent 2 members down the hillside and now can gatekeep out. But as you can see, anybody that's moving down this area has threat upon threat. 22 is looking up in this direction. Crashe was looking in here as well. AKM is just getting battered from so many angles. There's no way that they can survive. They just get eliminated. E United has got to be careful as they are now right on the edge of the zone and just the target of everyone else that was just looking at AKM.
Gotta give credit where it's due to AKM there. They gave E United some problems. E United down to just 2, and they're pretty much pinned right now. Is Mime gonna go down to the 1v1 with Ethan? Nicely done by him. Shrimzy will do the last bit of damage onto Ethan. He's going to be the only one left as Dodge once again fighting it out from the blue.
But you said it also, Shrimzy somehow, just Magic Man staying alive. He has got to be careful. Cherry does have a vision on him,
nice
does
shots,
go
Cherry.
down. Sonics get eliminated, but Cherry's not in too much better of a position. Circle has shifted into the northeast, so that means that everything we see going on over here is going to have to rotate. Most notables inside of it are going to be BBB, maybe just too easy. 300 Troglodytes and shoot to kill.
Telling you, man, you look at Yahoo and their decision to abandon that south side to try to make that dangerous push, that high-risk push past BBB, knowing that there would be a team there. It's looking like a nice payoff here. Is Kildemo going to go down to a nice grenade? Necro will trade back, and that's going to be it for Troglodytes as STK starting to creep down.
Finding the kills, finding the opportunities, but going to have to make a move into a no man's land of cover. Like the idea of picking up the kills while they can. 300 could be next target on the Yoho. Still holding down a pretty good spot, all considered, because look at the vision that they have. I mean, like, everywhere the light touches is their territory.
Except for the 22 compound. That's where the shadows are. We don't.
Yeah, we don't go there. That's the place you just don't want to hang out at all.
It's a scary spot.
BBP is going to have to make their move in, and they're trying to harass Rumblers and going to spot out Waldo. That can provide more of an opportunity, but BBB doesn't really want to push this way either because just too easy is also going to have to push on this angle. So instead, moving in, going to be coming up back behind the last member up for the Yellow Jackets is he's going to have to fin that shack with everything he's got because there's a lot of BBB members that are going to be coming, and yep, you're not going to be able to hold it for long.
Yeah, at least he made it a little bit easy for him here. 300 actually trying to crash into the just too easy compound in the got the gas station. Gonna hold down the fort pretty nicely so far. Ragnar and Lodi looks like they're still up there. Ragnar 1 HP. Nefahor will get it. Neff and Vox, the last 2 remaining, will clean it up. Nicely done for 300. Can they get those reses back?
I don't know. This is going to be close. It feels like that was just going for points, realizing the fact that wherever they were going to go was probably already going to have a team inside of it, so might as well just go for a contained fight where this wall is going to block out all the rest of the third party so that way they can see if they can get kill points. Does pay off, but now they're still going to have to make a move of their own, and they know it, and they are firmly aware that anything that they're going to want to move to at this stage is definitely taken. But there are a lot of weakened teams trying to hold down territory now.
You can see familiar faces here at the top. As you can see, and on the left side of the leaderboard, a lot of teams that have been in the late game quite a bit. And then you've also got STK and Akreche who have needed to kind of turn things around, right the ship here at midday. And so far, so good for STK as they find another one. Will that be 5 kills? Sure, why not?
Shouldn't be too much longer as Extreme is just going to sit it down into Los's position. They're going to take him down. Rumblers do get eliminated. The other members of 300 do find a safe place to play for right now, but I put safe in quotations, as you can see where they're playing at. Shoot to Kill is continuing to bring in their vehicles, trying to use them for a fort and trying to keep one alive, because let's be real, you're going to need a vehicle if the circle pops away, and it does. It goes to the east away from Shoot to Kill, so it's about time to send it, and Yahoo's firing line is also finally going to have to move, but you know who doesn't have to move? 22.
Yep. They get to hang out with their well-earned spoils of war from earlier. The compound crash onto gas cans. It's paying off dividends. Yahoo taking some shots here from range. Now, SDK's got a couple of rocks that they can play with, but it's kind of a game of chicken at this point, right? They know that there's a lot of teams that are on the outside of the circle. They don't want to be the first one to try to make that crash onto the rock, because that's just asking to get lit up.
Here it goes. Hopping in the vehicles, doubled up. 2-2. Vehicles circling around. They're going to be passing by 300 with not clean sight lines to start it off, but BBB is going to have a lot of them. Shoot to Kill, sending it down. Not near the safe zone just yet. 300 gets some tickle damage onto him, but now just going to continue in, stop for just a moment, see what's going on around them, but that puts them pretty hazard close to BBB's position. BBB in that little hill is keeping them alive right now.
Oh man, 300 not dying here is such a problem. As you can see SDK, I mean, they pulled up. They're trying to see if they can get rid of the last couple of members here. Luke 12 will get the knock onto Extreme. Because there's not, as we were saying, there's not a lot of hard cover. There's a couple of rocks, but that's about it. But if they try to go for that now, they're just going to be at the mercy of 300. Shooted there from Halo, sneaks away sharp. Actually, no.
Keenan, at the moment he fell over in that crate there, he's like, thanks, bro. And it started looting him.
Easy.
Oh, so all right. So Yoho has the high ground. They're going to have to move.
Rapid,
shipping them in the distance. BBB's Keenan looks like he found a way to get into here with Roth, and that's a big problem for Shoot to Kill. 300. Nootropic is now also rotating in the west, coming on the other side of 300.
They just can't. They haven't been able to get rid of Extreme and Nepahor. The lines just haven't been there. Looks like Vinny will find Lampalot. Nootropic trying to backfill around where 300 was, and they'll go down for it. And look at that. The grenade from Neff right on top of STK. Oh, no.
That's rough. Penta, Purdy, the last one's up. They do have an awareness of where 300 is. Neverhorse going to go down. Extremes at distance, hopping in a vehicle. I guess it's Syndit time. BBB is using this opportunity to hop in a vehicle of their own, cutting in, so they're now in a gatekeep spot. Yoho is still pushing into the south. Extreme manages to make it into the safe zone, and now Shoot to Kill has to fight their way in, as everybody in the lobby is pretty much going to have vision as they're trying to push.
Yeah, I mean, you can see what they're working with. These tiny little hills here that can just avoid line of sight. Is he going to spot that grenade from Extreme? Okay, Extreme not going to throw it, but Kurt now having to worry. Oh my God, Extreme. We'll find Penta, and there you go. Okay, Kurt will find him, but the damage done here to SDK. But nice reset here. 8 kills so far for SDK. Kurt maybe could try to make a late game heroics here as a solo.
22 still with vision for days, now starting to use it to encroach onto what's going on with Crashy. Circle pops.
Circle.
And finally, nobody's safe inside of this one, as it's going to be a Crashy with just one member in. Harassment coming up from 22 Esports. Still have 2 members up, but they're going to have to make a desperation move. Yoho, though, has just been racking it up in the south. They're getting control, taking down BBB, who's a massive threat on this area. Purdy Curdy is still alive, but with Yoho getting more control over this, now they're going to find themselves with opportunities, as there is a slight crest down this hillside that could provide a minuscule amount of cover.
Yoho doing a bing bang boom with 300 just did to SDK. They're just taking advantage of the times when Purdy bing bang boom has to stop down. Okay, Purdy, we see you. Get another kill in here. As now Yoho trying to clean out what's left. The smoke will go. Keenan will go down. Roth tries to find one. Will do so. We'll find Shimboy, but that should be a quick res.
Now it's about trying to outrun all of the situation that's going on around. It's a game of chicken. Nobody's wanting to move in the safe zone because they know if they're the first ones to move, everybody else is going to target them. Yoho has this opportunity to reset. Purdy's got his eyes set that direction. Crashe down the hillside is going to have to contend with 22 Esports. This crest in the hill, like I was talking about a moment ago, you can see, does deny vision from 22 and a Crashe, but now it's kind of its own contained fight where we have Purdy Curdy still having to hold back Yoho, who is creeping in slowly and steadily into his position.
That's some phenomenal players on Yoho, and then to add Balefrost now with the pedigree of success that man has, it's actually making Yoho a terrifying opponent here. As the smoke wall come down for 22, Haze 10 will be the first one to push in. They've got vehicles, so it means they have cover. Crashe going to try to take the shots through the smoke. Land a couple, no knocks yet though.
Yoho still pushing into the south. Purdy Curdy's trying to defend it up. There's too many angles. Yoho now gets control over the south and this little ridge that they're working with. Crashe trying to push into 22 Esports position, but it's going to be Yoho now starting to get the benefit off of it. Picks up the kill out of it. Now moving up to 9, and it's going to be 22 Esports that having to contend with the solo in the opposite position, what we just saw Yoho having to deal with Purdy Curdy.
Oh, LFP. Okay, Balefrost going to clean him up, so it'll be clean 3v3 for the victory. Shinboy already making the run. He's gotten real close, right on top of 22. Sparking going to open things up. Nice knock on a Vinny.
Moves in, but it's going to be Shinboy's position up on the top that spots out another one. Highly aggressive. Yoho right now is spotting out everything. Balkan's trying to make the play, but there are so many people that have vision on it, and Yoho picks it up with 13 kills. Feeling good about that one.
And poetic that Balefrost gets the final kill there. The man who was let go from that strong E-United team after winning 2 finals in a row with his squad was replaced by Flood. Everybody was wondering, was this the end for Balefrost? No, sir. He is over to Yahoo, where they are finding just as much success here so far here. Now it's just got to get the championship.
Oh my God, that was such a harsh ending circle to try to navigate. And these players, you can see, just at that stage, you got to make your own destiny. You're trying to find the tree. You're trying to find a way to get the vehicle into play so that way you can keep yourself alive. And you could see these guys and the map knowledge they have and how they navigated it and realizing, okay, there's a team here, there's a team here. That spot right there is going to be the only spot that they're not going to see me at, and somehow getting there on top of it.
And you know, again, shout out to SDK as well. I mean, we were talking about they had a little bit of a slow start today. Come in here in the third game of the day, collect a nice little stack of kills for themselves. You saw Purdy Curdy at the end there doing exactly what you said he would do, and that's finding those little crevices, those little crannies to avoid that line of sight, get a little bit more placement, give himself the opportunity to pop up, maybe steal a couple more kill points away, and he did that. And that's what SDK needed right now.
Well, I know you guys are needing some esports points. And remember, in addition to just watching, you also have your voting coupons that you can use to make your pick'ems. Because right now, we're starting to get into it. You know you're starting to develop your favorites. I know we're in the early stages of it, but you either already knew who you were going to pick, or now you're starting to get a very good idea on who you're going to pick. But make sure you get them in quick, because April 22nd is going to be whenever pick'ems ends. No more voting after that. So with this, we still have Miramar to work through, Poro, and I am excited. Our analyst desk is going to break down everything, and see you in just a few minutes.
Hello, PUBG esports fans. The PUBG Continental Series is back, with PCS6 just around the corner. As the finest teams around the world prepare for battle, it's time once again to learn about what prizes you fans can bring home with the Pick'em Challenge. Want to find out how to earn valuable esports points and free voting coupons? Let's dive right into it. There's a ton of new PCS6 esports items waiting for you to purchase and earn, starting with this tournament's premium items. Until May 6th, you'll be able to pick up PCS6-themed items for your own games and support your favorite teams while doing so. Each purchase supports our PCS6 teams, with 30% of net sales going right back to them via the prize pool. Purchasing PCS6 items will also reward you with up to 14 voting coupons to use in Pick'em Challenge events. Buying gets you cool stuff while supporting the teams you love watching and giving you extra chances to earn even more. One change this time around. Voting periods for teams will be held separately, as regions face off during separate 2-week competitions. You can vote for Asia Pacific and Americas regions from April 6th until April 22nd, and Asian and European regions from April 25th until May 6th. Now, let's take a look at all the ways to pick 'em and win. The first event of the Pick'em Challenge is the Pick the Winner game. Use your voting coupons to predict the overall winners for each participating region. If your chosen team is declared the winner of their region, you get 100,000 EP to spend in the esports shop. With 4 different regions, that's 400,000 EP up for grabs in the game, so plan your picks out and sit back while the EP rolls in. The second game is Team Face-Off. In Team Face-Off, you can earn EP without needing a coupon, simply by picking the winner between 2 rival teams. Like before, EP prizes will be weighted depending on how many votes a team has gotten, so playing it safe for a smaller prize or risking your vote for a higher payout are both valid options. Prizes range from 400 to 7,600 EP, so choose your team and cheer them on. There are also ways for you to earn a free voting coupon and bonus EP. First, tune into PCS6 live streams for a special code that pops up during the games. Redeeming the code fast enough will grant you another free voting coupon. You'll be able to grab 2 voting coupons from the first week of APAC Americas and Asia Europe streams, so don't forget to stay tuned as the tournament begins. For even more EP, make sure your Crafton account is connected to Twitch. You'll earn EP through drops by watching official tournament broadcasts. You can also play the Pick and Go game on official PUBG Twitch channels. Pick and Go puts you up against randomly selected players to each choose the 9 teams you think will perform best in the next match. Enter your picks and watch your score grow as the match goes on. If your points beat out the other teams, you'll earn some EP. A new Pick and Go game starts each match, so play often and win more. To check out the teams and cast your votes, pop into the PCS6 Esports tab by clicking the PCS logo in the menu. Here you'll find info on the tournament. You can also click on the button in the bottom left corner to learn more at the official PUBG Esports website. The Esports tab will be operational until May 25th. You picked them, now it's time to spend them. Browse through the Esports shop and plan out how to spend your soon-to-be oodles of EP. Once you've collected your points, come back and spend them on your favorite items. The shop will only be open until May 25th, and any leftover EP will be lost after the store closes, so make sure to use it all. The first global event of 2022 is almost here. Which squads will claim victory for their region? Find out when PUBG Continental Series 6 begins on April 15th. Pick your teams, cast your vote, and tune in for all the great PUBG esports action.
what's up, guys? I'm Kickstart. I play for E United.
Hi, I'm Flood from E United.
Yo, what's up, guys? This is Tigleton here from the Sonics.
Hey, guys, I'm Shrimsy from the Sonics, and this is Friendly Fire.
People should vote for E United because we are the best rats in the lobby, and we are also back-to-back champions at proning. So I think we're probably the best team in the world at coming first.
E United as a team lacks distinct, mature leadership. You know, you take a listen to their comms and it's just Lord of the Flies out there. Only the IGL with the conch shell may speak, and you know, they're just a pack of dogs, really. You know,
It's pretty obvious Sonics has fallen off, and I think all the fans are just sucking on the last copium drops that are in their can.
Sonics are a great team. They're smart, handsome, good players, good streamers, but they're just in the past, you know, like, they haven't just won an event in a while. Like, you really want to live in the past? Like, not me. I'm a future man.
They don't really have too much fun compared to us. We're basically more light, you know, bigger streamers, bigger personality, better players. I mean, it's just so easy. We're the obvious pick, guys.
I think we're just a better all-round team, so we're definitely going to win this event, or at least do better than Sonics. That's all that really matters. Better than Sonics is a win for me. Better than Sonics is a win for everyone.
It's pretty clear why you guys should vote for us over E United and just in general anybody, because E United just sits in buildings. They're not really good at getting kills. We always top frag every tournament. I mean, you can just look back at the stats. It's not really even close. So,
Well, most of the Sonics fans are like delusional, so I just wanted to read out like facts here from this paper real quick. And let me see, the last Sonics regional plays are 7th in ESL, 2nd and 3rd, and E United's is 1st, 1st, and 1st. So I don't really know why I'm being asked why to vote for us over Sonics still.
For the victory, Shinboy already making the run. He's gotten real close, right on top of 22. Sparky gonna open things up. Nice knock on a Vinny.
Moves in, but it's going to be Shinboy's position up on the top that spots out another one. Highly aggressive. Yoho right now is spotting out everything. Balkan's trying to make the play, but there are so many people that have vision on it, and Yoho picks it up with 13 kills.
Just because UMPs look cool doesn't mean you necessarily need to use them. Oh, hey, welcome back, everybody. Game 3 is done. My name's Taffes. I'm joined by Clover and Cameron as we get back into all of the action, breaking down why it went the way that it did. But before we do, it's best that we remember how it ended. The chicken winner who took home that dinner at the end, that's the champion. You know, you could argue. I want to make sure they get their flowers, though. So let's take a look at the results of that match. This was our match winner. Yoho comes up with 13 kills.
Ooh, look at that smokes damage. I'm even loving these grins in the background. I mean, this is a team that we've been hyping up. We've been really exciting about this. What you don't see?
They're all
it's
first flip. That's not a grin. But no, you're right. The amount of utility that they're using is ridiculous. And when we sort of go through some of the clips from the match, we can see exactly why that is the case. Because unless you're 22, there really was nothing to play for. This is all they had for cover.
Now, this has been a day of hard circles, but that was so much open ground for so long. And I mean, as you talk about, we're going to get into that second because so many teams had to keep repositioning, re-rotating, and trying to just salvage anything that they could.
You know, Fuzzface, some people may have heard of him. You know, I once heard him say in an interview that the great teams win games they're not supposed to win. That's how you know a great team. You should win the ones that you get the circle on, but it's when you have to make tough rotations, when you have to salvage a game, you have to try to make things work, that really determines who is the best of the best. And I think that's why we wanted to pull the clips together to show you guys a little bit more about how to salvage the game, how to make the best out of nothing. And sometimes that shift, well, it just goes north of the river, and you got to do what you can. So let's take a look at that, and I think it starts off with Yaho.
Yeah, so this circle, in pretty big contrast to the first two that we saw on the day, a lot of land in play, but the struggle isn't about getting into the initial position. It's about finding any position at all. Yaho do a really good job here, bounding from one spot to the next, be able to get up on top of this hill here, but there's a lot of open ground that you can see right behind them.
And I mean, shoot to kill as well, right? This is a good spot for them to play from. It's kind of near their background, not having to go too far from that river position, but that nade from Alo, gorgeous. The problem was after fighting so long for this position, they had to kind of position once again. They're going to end up full sending it. The spot they sent it wasn't into the zone, but they hoped to kind of use this cover to spot the next place to go, to play from the next place to go. They spot out BBB right here. They kind of focus on it a bit. The problem is they get a little bit tunnel vision from 300, who backfills that position. They kind of chase them into the spot, and that really good use of utility by 300 unfortunately did punish shoot to kill. By the time they tried to recover, the zone was closing in. BBB coming in. There you go. There's that nade from Neff. All that's left is Kurt, and unfortunately, the only thing that shoot to kill is really able to accomplish in this game is kills.
Yeah, but at the same time, Yaho as well, they're doing very much the same thing. Again, with how little space, or not even space, there's a lot of space, but it's all that is. It's all space in the center of the circle. The only option that you have is to go for these fights. STK weren't as successful. Yaho, on the other hand, they clean up BBB, and now they're here at the end at 22. Bless their hearts. They're hiding out. They're turtling this entire time. The second they try and leave this compound, Yaho are in position to take the entire thing home. 13th kill goes their way, but for STK's credit, they had, what, 8, 9 kills of their own?
There you go. 10. I'll take it. 8th place, but for shoot to kill, I mean, this is the best performance that they've had to date. The first 2 games were very poor. They had a 14th place, a 5th place, 1 kill between the 2 of them. So this is a good showing for them to round out Erangel for the day.
I mean, if anything, you've heard this saying, 2 sides of the same coin. This was 2 sides of the same circle in a lot of ways. STK got caught by 300, and that's why we see them in 8th, whereas Yaho really was able to sort of hold the line and use 22 to defend their flanks, and I loved seeing it. Let's look at the match leaderboard and see exactly how this play ends up playing out when it comes to points from the walkaway. Yaho, 23 points is a massive pickup for them, but it's good to see STK putting in some work.
Yeah, if anything, it might be a little disappointing for them that they weren't able to get too much further. There's that big drop-off in 10 points between them and Yaho in first place. But 13 points is still a really good grab, and for a team that's been struggling, they're looking good so far.
So let's look at the overall leaderboard, and I want you to break them down a little bit more.
Yeah, because I mean, look, 3rd place right there, 22 Esports with another 11 points. So when we look at the overall leaderboard, you're going to see that's 3 games in a row now where 22 Esports has found the late game. They had a chicken dinner. That is going to make them a really hard team to catch up to now. 32 points, they're just barely behind Yaho. So much of that is on placement. Nobody else even comes close right now.
It feels a little bit like maybe some 2019, 2018 PUBG with so many teams in their teens right now and not very many hitting their 30s.
I was sorry, I took a while to figure out exactly what you're talking about. Yes, a lot of young guns that are playing the game. But yeah, I think that's something to be noted, is that there is that drop-off. EU United are sort of halfway there at 26, but between 3rd place and 5th place, it's like 10 points, and then there's a little bit of a cluster around there. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, though, because we're only 3 games in. I think by the end of these first 5 games, then we can start to make some designations on where, like, how things are being sliced up and around. But at the moment, I think the games have just been really, really chaotic, which has allowed teams like Yaho to take advantage of that. We talked about them at the top of the show and how they feel the best when they're just running around shooting everyone. And then on the total opposite of that, 22, they're not involved in the chaos, but they're taking advantage of the chaos because they are just waiting.
Yeah.
I know. I'm going to give it to you because 22, you were hyping them at the start of this thing, and it's been a good day.
It has, and in part, again, because these circles, right? This is something that they've been able to take advantage of. We talk about troglodytes. Troglodytes are fraggers. When we look at the numbers, the points aren't coming from frags necessarily from 22. The issue with Trogloditas, when we look at some of the LATAM teams along with the Crushes, they get those fights really early in the games, and then they can't get out of them. And unfortunately, that's where they kind of struggle. So 22 fully taking advantage of the chaos today.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up Trogloditas. I think at this point, the problem with them is that when they first made their big splash last year in the Americas region in the PCS finals, at this point, it has to be the fact that they just caught all these teams off guard. Nowadays, you're looking at Nootropic and STK, who had to deal with Trogloditas' potential camp on day one out in the blue up on Zarki. At this point, you have to expect it from these guys, so maybe that's why they're not finding the results that they want. People are aware that Trogloditas like to pull these moves, and hopefully we see them mix it up because we know that they're good fraggers, but if they continue down this line of just trying to cheese their opponents, they're ready for it, it seems, at this point.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm ready for. I'm ready for game number 4 to get underway. We're going to transition over to Miramar, and we're going to head to the desert with your casters, Match'em and Porosaurus.
And see, the UMP is just really cool looking, and that's why you always use it, because it's like disrespectful whenever you kill somebody with it.
Yeah, well, I mean, just because it's cool looking, it's UMP is like Jordans. Just because they're cool looking, it doesn't mean you want your dad wearing them. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's
true.
It's unfortunate, but hey, how's it going?
Yeah, we
guys?
love you, Toffees. Hi,
Switching over to Miramar.
We're getting everything ready, guys. Plane is already up in the air. See, look, we don't even get the chance to do anything other than our bit. We don't have to like break down any logic. We're gonna let the smart people be the smart people, and we're just gonna come over here and jump right into game.
I know, we got bits. Look at that, Balefrost at the top. The 6 kills for him in 1 match, 574 damage. That's not too bad.
Feels good.
You know, it feels kind of. I would say it feels kind of like vindictive, doesn't it? Or not vindictive. What's the word I'm looking for? Validating?
Cathartic.
Yeah, how about that?
There you go.
Cathartic works too. Yeah.
I'm saying it in a nice, fancy way, and you're just like, do it to him.
I like seeing the aggressive.
Give me the vengeance. Give me the emotions. That's what I want in my PUBG.
Indeed. Well, not that the United's doing too bad for themselves so far. You know, it's been pretty good. But I'm actually, I gotta say, man, off the bat, really excited.
Oasis! It's pretty centered. Let's go!
I couldn't even get my point out, man. That's not even.
That's right.
That's
right.
And you know the funny. You know what the stupid part about this is too? AKM and 22 are back in circle. But these guys are just #blessed all day long. Do something with it, AKM. 22, start getting them kills, start getting those points. You are getting so much circle love today. Try to get something more out of it. Now, 22 is doing that. They've gotten double-digit points. They're second overall on the leaderboard, I think, right now, and they're sitting pretty nice. But AKM, let's shake off the dust, boys. Let's get in there.
I've been fairly impressed with the way AKM is playing. I mean, it hasn't been like god tier by any means yet, but they're coming into the lobby. They have a lot of strength in what they're trying to accomplish, and I feel like they're coming in with a game plan. Sometimes you'll have teams that just feel too loose in how they're approaching everything, but they know exactly how they're wanting to make it into the end game.
Well, this one starts to get a little bit interesting, right? All right.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm looking at. We've been talking about Sonics, right? And the kind of the early game issues they've been having with losing people. This circle isn't going to help them fix this. The problem being is that you look at everything that's around them, right? You've got a resurgent gas cans team that's just popping off, that's just off to the north. You got E United that's off there as well. You got SDK that you know is in Hasi. You got Dodge that's in San Martin. They could always get involved as well. And then you look at all the things that are having to come up from the south at any point in time. Sonics could be in some big trouble here.
I mean, I'm just curious on seeing how all of it flows out. I do also want to point out the fact that we saw him walk over there, pick up a shotgun, load every section of the pump, even knowing the fact that he's going to switch guns in a second, just so that way if there is a person around, that's some discipline right there, to not just run through and be like, okay, I'm going to grab the next thing, all considered.
Well, so I'm really interested to see what happens here off to the south. Like we talked about Sonics, right? This kind of line of demarcation here. Well, you look and see how much area up to the north here is available, in that Oasis spot especially. How many of these teams are going to elect to try to do the long wraps around to get to that north side? I mean, you could have a number of them, and they could all start running into each other outside of circle. We could get involved in that early game nonsense.
Well, here's my thing that I want to point out while we're looking at this. Water treatment still in
toys.
here. Water treatment is always where the circle feels like it wants to go. I don't know why. As much as I love Oasis, I want it to be a thing. I want it like, see, look, here, wait, there you go. I got to play with my toy right here.
Oh, absolutely, get in there.
See, Oasis is good. We want to go Oasis. That's the way we want that one to go. But I just always feel every time we get this circle, it's going to go Krudavaye or it's going to go to water treatment.
That's the spot right there.
Yep, that's the God tier area.
We're gonna have so much fun with this thing. I'm so excited that we have this. As it might not have been, we're still getting used to it here as we see 300 try to make their way just off to the east of 22 in the center of the circle. STK, though, started creeping up on their south side, Matt, and they got kind of forced away. So the STK already getting kind of shepherded into doing things that they maybe not necessarily wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean, this is a weird circle for them to navigate, especially given the fact that we don't even have, like, Death Star Trench really inside the circle. That's how far north it is. A San Martin only has, like, what, maybe 5, 6 buildings that are going to be inside. That's a ridiculously northern circle. So we could maybe see Cabrera getting some more love from what we normally see. I mean, usually the play whenever you see a northern circle is to do the Pozo wrap, right? You know, you head very far to the west and you cut around that area. Right now we have everybody doing the Pozo wrap, but it's kind of the Cabrera wrap right now as we've got Yellow Jackets, Newt, BBB, Troglodytes all opting into that strategy.
Yeah, they're all getting a little bit closer, so it looks like Drake might be the tail man here for YJ. And Troglodytes actually going to take a few shots over towards Bing Bang Boom. Oldest going to have to pull off. And the rest of Bing Bang Boom actually stopping down for this. So this could be a full 4v4 fight here, Matcham.
They are after Oldest, man. This is like a hunt that they're going for. Now, looks like they did finally get discouraged. 2 members of Troglodytes are being patient with this one. I got to say, it feels like Drake, I feel like he benefited from what just happened here. He managed to cut out to the west, and Yellow Jacket's tailing member, who is about a good kilometer and a half back behind them, is going to survive, even though he was sandwiched between these 2 squads.
Yeah, Drake is actually pretty pumped that that Troglodytes decided to do that because he's able to avoid all of that. And actually, Bing Bang Boom can do maybe a little bit of gatekeeping. We'll see what happens. ALRV from the aforementioned AKM. They've been getting blessed, and they've decided to use that blessing to go towards Oasis. And
are we friends?
Tropic going for that long northern wrap. Now, they do have Martinson from AKM that's kind of peacocking a little bit. He's shooting out in the middle of nothing, and actually bullets being sent over towards Nootropic now, so it looks like he had a line on him.
The reason I love circles like this is, let's be honest, some rotations that we get in PUBG can be formulaic. You know where somebody's going to go for their secondary drop, their third drop, depending on, like, you know how that's going to go. You know how they like to wrap into a circle like this. When you start to see very northern circles at the start of where, like, the center is around Oasis, all of that pre-planned strategy starts to go astray. You don't have all of the dedicated information that you would always have, and now you're having to come in, and it's a lot more, I almost want to say, like, pure information gathering.
Yeah, this is where your IGLing makes their paycheck, right? As we see already, it looks like Drake should be, well, wasn't able to rejoin the rest of his team before Bing Bang Boom already wrapped up there. He got ahead of them. They were on the move. Well, this could be Bing Bang Boom in a scrap with YJ. It looks like, oh no, Roth has actually spotted out the flipped car, so Jean Mbappe might be out on an island right here. It looks like, fortunately for him, all Roth has is that 2X, so he's not going to be able to get too detailed with it.
I don't know. Roth is still with a 2X on a Bolty. I feel like I would be afraid of that. This is a very, I guess, peculiar situation that Yellow Jackets is trying to deal with. You've got Bing Bang Boom right in between you. You're very far north. Troglodytes, you have to know. He has to be aware that Troglodytes is going to be coming up back behind him. Or at least there's a high likelihood of another team. So I guess he's cutting out to the north, and he's going to wrap again?
It's got to go somewhere, man.
If at first you don't succeed, try again, I guess, right?
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, this is him feeding over a lot of information over to the rest of his squad, letting them know that they've got 2 teams that are backfilling them. Meanwhile, looks like Sonics have made their way in. They're getting a little close to 300. Rumblers finally getting there as well, and Yahoo going to be the last ones making it from that southern coast.
Here, I'll help you, Circle. This is what you need to do. You need to go.
What do you got?
That way. We want you to go that way. So we don't want you to go anywhere else. We just want you to go to the north. Make it happen.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if it cuts up there. We might get lucky. Who knows?
Maybe. I'm almost afraid that I'm so excited about the capabilities of it that it's just destined to not happen.
I mean, I'll like regardless of what happens, I feel like Dodge is in great position. I feel like Gas Cans is in the spot that they always play. So they've been able to kind of play this out as they normally would without too much wildness.
Well, regardless, we're going to see an interesting circle just based off of the way that these rotations have come in. I mean, Bing Bang Boom still coming up over here next to Yellow Jackets. Nootropic is still over here as well. I mean, this is areas of the map we just don't ever see get any attention. Speaking of, Drek actually did manage to make it in the safe zone, so congratulations to him. We just don't know if he'll be able to regroup with his teammates because Bing Bang Boom is around them now.
This is a little bait play from Bing Bang Boom here. They pull up, they stop. Keenan gets out. And then Sharpshot gets back in the vehicle to see if any of these YJ gang comes and tries to peek at him from over the hillside. And he's actually going to pull away. And that's actually, who's going to be taking shots over towards Keenan? I don't even see where those are coming from. But either way, he'll get to reset here a little bit, I believe.
I mean,
you got the circle. Let's go.
Got the circle, still staying into the north. And guys, I know you're excited like me. You want as many things as you can happen for you inside of PUBG as possible. But if you want as many things in PUBG as possible, you also are going to be wanting some esports points. Don't forget to link your craft and ID to your Twitch account to enable drops. By watching every single one of our matches, you're going to be able to earn up to 30,000 esports points. Type in !drops in chat for details. Yes, guys, actually, !drops. It is a thing. We actually have an exclamation point command.
Do it now.
Do it.
Baby Rage. Do it now. Okay, well, let's get back into this one. As you said, it did kind of keep going up to that north side. We do have that hard separating line of that road that Dodge is kind of holding down onto, and the SDK is holding down on it as well. So nobody really wanting to cross that road just yet because it is Danger Town. As Gas Cans, you can see, starting to make their way a little bit closer down. They had that 2-2 split. It's been a little bit of a slow start for Gas Cans here. I was definitely expecting a little bit more heat coming out of them early. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, everything's bad.
This has been a issue, all considered. This is, I mean, it's a fairly centered point, so you want to hold it, but man, Ethan put in some work on that one. I mean, just a good awareness on how to play that at the end.
Good response from Dodge, actually. I mean, remember, they were in that big wide 2-2 split on that road. So once they got crashed, immediately you saw a response come out from Finna and Hikerman. They go over there, they make sure they kill it out. Rez comes through, they're back to that 2-2 split, and they're able to get away with it for now. So well done by Dodge as we check in with Rumblers on that northeastern side. Looks like they spotted out BBB. Oh, the one shot. He's so close, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is such an interesting place to play up here. Just the way that the cover and the hills line up. I mean, we're so far north on this map, you really don't even have too many markers that are happening on the map. You've just got like the slight divots in the hillside, and that's why you're seeing these teams lean into rocks, leaning into the cover that can be found. I mean, being to the north and having your backs literally against that wall can provide you some form of safety because you know nobody's going to be coming from that direction.
That's one thing you can know for sure. One of the few things that you can always know for sure there. Let's see. South side's still pretty stacked here. I mean, I think a lot of people this is at the point where they're just putting their chips on the table, right? I mean, they're saying this is going to cut south, this is going to cut north. We're not going to try to. We're just putting all our chips into one or the other, and we'll see who gets the benefit out of this as everybody's pretty much just kind of taking long-range shots, and that's
except for Dodge. Dodge is kind of playing both ends of this game. They've got a 2-2 split in the middle.
I mean, they've got they've got the best spot right now.
I mean, Dodge's position right now on this map is so strong. Shoot to kills is also pretty good, all considered. But you can see what's going on in the south is just too easy. Is coming in next to water treatment plant. Sonics are playing around that area, and I don't know. I just get this feeling that like water treatment, it always ends up going there if it can in this area. But do note, Dodge's 2-2 split here. It's super good.
Yeah, just too easy getting a little bit gate by Sonics. And there you go, baby. Hard shift to the north, and we get the Oasis Circle that Matchroom has dreamed about. The only two teams with the foresight to go center circle. Yellow Jackets and AKM, the two teams that are making their first appearance here in the Grand Finals.
Yellow Jackets, AKM, did we just become best friends? Because I think we just did. Shoots kill, already hopping in their vehicle, sending it in, wants to go to AKM's territory. and it's a lot more vertical than you would imagine over here around this area. So gonna get some vision in, shoot to kill, realizing that, gonna have to step away. Dodge still having vision with their one half of their 2-2 split, gonna get some idea on what's happening in this area. Chocolatitas gonna go for a step around, but BBB wants this territory.
Time for building crashing 101 here as BBB will find Necro. Sharp Shot will get traded down by Kill Demo. Good shots coming out from him. Execs and Rusty Zera. Now the only 2 up for Trog, but that could be a nice grenade. Oh, the door closed. Nicely done there by, I think that was Oldless, actually closing the door right on the grenade as it sailed through. Kill Demo should be able to get rezzed here.
Well, it depends on how many people decide to roll through this area, because we've got a couple of teams that are eyeing it very far north. You can see that Rumblers are going to be moving into it. Bing Bang Boom still trying to defend up. Still just also trying to get control over this area and figure out exactly where all the teams are located around them, because it's a very complex area, all considered. Really, nobody is playing a hard send into Oasis itself. It's around the outskirts. Just too easy. Just came into the south where we saw AKM just a second ago. You can see BBB is playing the outskirts of it. Trogloditas is the most centered inside of Oasis itself, where most of the teams are now getting kind of gate kept. Given the fact that it's gone so far north, these teams are just starting to get stacked up on top of each other.
Yeah, you kind of had that weird thing where Bing Bang Boom crashing into Trog, starting off the fight, kind of led to the butterfly effect of other teams kind of stopping just on the outskirts to see if they could maybe third party that from range. I mean, that's what Rumblers did. You can see them kind of spreading out a little bit now. Yahoo doing the same thing. They've got a United just off to their south as they're coming in from that northeastern side. So a lot of jousting going on between vehicles up on that northeastern side.
Okay, so we've got Sonics, we've got 300, we've got Gas.
South side's still
south.
a mess.
Yeah, they're all gonna have to move in. Dodge still holding that 2-2 split. That's gonna have a lot of information control on what's happening. You can see 22 getting vision on E United as E United is just rolling into this point. It's not going the best right now. They still have Rolo and Flood both alive, and this is a very peculiar place to stop as it's oddly strong.
Yeah, I mean, you look at E United. They won the first game of the day with 10 kills. It's a good thing they got those 20 points because they've been only able to muster 6 since then. And it's not looking too good for them here as they're down to 2 and they're just getting pinned down by 22. As kind of keeping an eye off to the north here. Yahoo going for the long wrap onto the north side of Bing Bang Boom, but Rumblers might be there to do a little shepherding of their own.
This is a potential of some very intriguing fights that are about to go on. Circle pops, and it does leave out some of Oasis. Shifts to the south, south-centered. I don't know. It's a little bit off. I would say eastern-centered more than anything else.
Well, the south is a problem now, isn't it?
Yeah,
all those teams have to cross the road.
And this hillside too. It's again, it's much more vertical down here. So Dodge is going to have to send it up in. Yahoo even has to come in from the north. Rumblers have to move. We're going to get hillside fights on top of Oasis fights in ravine fights, all at roughly the same time.
Yeah, the fact that Fit and Hikerman are able to get out of that 2-2 split that they were in fairly cleanly is testament to Dodge there. So well played by them. 300 going to be the first ones to send it in. Sonics and Gas Cans kind of biding their time a little bit. Gas Cans, though, already on the move as we check in. Rumblers on the north side trying to take that fight to Yahoo. Nice shots from Valiate. 2 knocks already onto Yahoo, and he spotted out Shinboy.
This is just an efficient move coming on Rumblers. They need to make a play into this when Yahoo is going to be gatekeeping them out. But while this is going on, Yahoo is now getting pinched as BBB is starting to move out of the safety of the zone and making sure to get control over this area. Gas Cans to the south are hopping inside, trying to make their way up this hill. But you can see Sonics just had to stop in that verticality we were talking about because there's nowhere to go. They've got one of the members for Gas Cans that's down right up on top of them. And then even to the north of this position, that's going to be where 300's at. Gas Cans still needs to regroup along this line, as well as a Cresce that's just on the other side of the hill and also going to have to move to the north.
Yeah, this was that weird kind of chicken game going on the south side of who was going to make the crossing to the other side of the street first. Unfortunately, Sonics send it, and they're going to be the ones to pay the price for it. 2 down. Actually, no, 1 down. So he's managed to keep 3 up. So the good smoke wall, a good vehicle for it for the time being for Sonics, keeping them in things here. But a Creche and Gas Cans got to go somewhere. And now Shinboy, they're just going to pull right up onto EU, and that's them done in 15th place.
Okay, I take it back. Maybe it's not as strong as it seemed at first glance. It seems like it's going to be a problem for whoever's going into it. As now there is a new contender that's moving into this area. Shoot to kill is eyeing 22's positioning. Alo is down at this point, stepping away from it. Yoho is eliminated while this is going on, and the collapse is now happening in the south, as well as Gas Cans moving into Cresce's position, as well as Sonic's trying to defend it out. So we've got a lot that's happening. This fight is inside the safe zone, so it looks like it's going to stall just a little bit more. Gas Cans do get eliminated in the south. Dodge has managed to regroup and is moving into the west as well.
Shrimsy doing it to him. Okay, and they get the revive onto H-Win as well. So Sonic's back up to 3 strong. This is good from Sonics. This is one of those times where we're seeing Sonics kind of pull themselves out of a really rough spot and find some success here. 3 kills now. Can they reset as Dodge is starting to make a wrap down on that low side as well? They've got a Creche just on that high ground to their west, and 300 as well. So it's not over by any means here for Sonics.
They have got to fight their way through this one. And this is again, a constant reassessment, information gathering, and constantly moving forward. Sonics knows the threats that are around them. They can hear it all going on. The circle does pop, and Sonics is still not inside of it. They've got to make their way up. Creche getting harassed by Dodge. Dodge also having to move, but this does slow down a Creche in their movement into Sonics area. So that's going to be Ethan now getting vision on what's going on. Shrimsy is going to go down, and this is just an exchange of fire from every single angle on the sill side.
This is rough. This is real rough. Really well played by Dodge to be able to come out of that compound, make their way over here, realizing the situation, and be able to kind of dictate a lot of what's going on down here. Now, the question is, how long can they stay down here? This is nice grenade from VHG. Will find H-Win Tig still alive, though. So Creche, they need to be careful. VHZ, don't peek that too hard, or you might find yourself face first with a angry Aussie.
Okay, so Creche now moving into the north. AKM very comfortable in centered position. Derek did go down. He never managed to meet up with his friends, but did manage to survive for that long. I want to point out, Rumblers also came in, wrapped from the north down into the west, and there's really nobody around them right now. You can see them off in the distance there. They've got Yellow Jackets that's kind of close. In comparison to what we see that's going to be going on in the east, where we've got Shoot to Kill 22, they're all going to have to move in this open area because they have to move in that angle where you see Just Too Easy at. Great team over there. Look, there's near on nothing to be had in cover, so they're going to be under duress every step of the way.
Shrimsy, they were able to get the res, but there you go. He's going to get spotted up by Hikerman. That's going to be it for Sonics here, as Dodge will add another point to their tally. 4 up for them. And they're starting to make their way up the high ground here on the south side. Checking in with NCLS, rather. AKM have that center circle position, and the circle has just been favoring them over and over again. So 20 points for them so far. Good enough for 6th place. Can they get some more kills off of this? Again, we talked about it, Matt. The games where you are supposed to do good, you need to do good. You need to get as many points as possible because it's not always going to be this easy.
I mean, they've got vision, but it's not the cleanest, all considered, and they hear all this going on. It has to be a nerve-wracking experience to be in the middle of this because you have no idea where all the threats are going on because there are firefights that are going on everywhere. 300 is now moving into a Creche's position. Creche laying down, a little bit more controlled over here, but it's going to be 300 being a little bit more violent, all considered. Shoot to kill, though, like you were talking about, they're just getting battered.
Yeah, they're just in a bad spot here. They're getting peppered from everywhere, but 300 now, you can see the control they have over this south side. And I mean, I don't even know if a Creche is even looking over here just yet, but Dodge starting to creep up on Just Too Easy. So 300 will have to keep at least one person kind of keeping an eye over in this direction. Is Coda Kid going to get taken down by the vehicle explosion? The utility not landing as cleanly for Dodge as I think they would like. This is taking a little bit longer than I think they would want to do.
There is an opportunity here. This is such close range, making the bounce in. It's getting the damage, but they haven't managed to get enough of it just yet. Dodge is still also contesting up against Shoot to Kill, and 22 is cresting into Shoot to Kill's position. So that's why we're not seeing a firm committal come in just quite yet. Just Too Easy's trying to hold this up as they have the gate kept spot on it, trying to see if they can get some more damage out of it, but 300 is now shifted into the east instead of going after a Creche as moving into a position where they could attack Dodge.
They did indeed. They pulled off of that fight with a Creche, and they heard all this nonsense going off on the southeastern side. See if they can sneak something away from it. SDK, meanwhile, this is the position that they've been in, and there they go. Taken down by what's left of 22. They're still in it, 22, but they've got a long cross to make for themselves. Dodge can't afford to keep all eyes on that, though, because as you mentioned, 300, they have arrived.
They've got the high ground. They're looking into this. Dodge separated out. We're trying to move in to see if they could find some way to assault Just Too Easy's point. While this is happening, remember 22 Esports a second ago? Now you can see 300 sees them, Just Too Easy sees them, AKM sees them, BBB sees them, and it's just going to be a matter of which angle is going to be the one that finally finishes them off because they are not inside the safe zone and they've got to move about 500 meters forward.
It's just a shooting gallery down there. They'll try to survive a little bit longer. I believe it's just Vinny left. Yet he's going to be the only one here. Is Bing Bang Boom. They've been controlling that northern side for quite some time now. Can they turn that into a victory here as they start creeping down? They're getting a little bit closer. Troglodytas 300. Meanwhile, they pull off of Dodge.
Dodge! This
Dodge
angle!
is now wrapped around onto just too easy. Coda Kid going to find Finna, though.
I like this reposition, but this is such a dangerous way to push in. Now they're going to have 300 as well as just too easy, all defending on this angle. Dodge has put themselves in a fish in a barrel situation, and they're going to have to fight their way out. But it's just too many angles for too many of these teams trying to climb up this hill.
The solo snake for 22 manages to get the knock onto Ethan and actually helps hammer in the nail into Dodge's coffin. I felt like Just Too Easy was dead and done for quite some time ago, but they hold strong, they hold out. They will play out the rest of this one as we see Bing Bang Boom trying to see if they can flush out Troglodytas from their hard cover. Olis, 23 HP left on him.
Bing Bang Boom trying to get control over the north. Vinny's 22 still alive. Also going to have Batungas for Yellow Jackets just to the south as well as Troglodytas. So have to be very cautious on how they're moving forward, but they have a couple of paths on how they're trying to make this work. Just Too Easy with control of the southeast. You can see now eyeing into the west, into the 300's positioning. Meanwhile, Rumblers also caught up with Yellow Jackets on a different angle, and it's just take one down, pass it around. And there's a firefight every single time. Once somebody shoots, they've now revealed themselves, and another team is trying to third party.
Oh, Rusty Zera just bodied them. He got 2 instant knocks there onto Rumblers as they were trying to make the push up. Crochet does end up going down. And now Rumblers could try to reset, get at least back up to 3 while oh no. That's not where you wanted that one to land, is it?
Molotov hit though, right?
And Rusty's there, they still haven't found him.
Okay, finally spotted out. He's so far away. He's separated away from his team, and he doesn't even care. Yellow Jackets now finding the angles. Rumblers goes down, and with the circle pop, it favors AKM's positioning as well as Just Too Easy and 300. Everybody else has to move.
Rusty Zera just did Rumblers dirty there with that mini, and now Troglodytas can start working down over here to try to clean up what's left of YJ as they make their way out. It looks like Batungas will get cleaned up. Joe Bape will try to hide down into the smoke. Good spray from Rusty, but not enough to get the knock. Philippe Rocher trying to keep high on there, keep a hold of that high ground. Nothing else coming really over here. 300 can third party it from range. That's about it. Exec's gonna go down though. Nice shots from Felipe Rocher.
Troglodytas wanted this. They moved into this position going after kill points, but they're the member that they have lose a member very early inside of it, but are going to get a flush as well as a knock. Nas to be careful though. This firefight is not inside the safe zone, so they need to move fairly quickly, all considered. And this is a complicated area to try to push through. Finally, do manage to survive it with 1 HP. That's like the Rusty Zera special right there.
It sure is. Well, it might be too little too late as now it took a little bit too long to clean up what was left of YJ. Bing Bang Boom hears this, starts coming down towards this south side. Not too terribly interested in pushing face first into that to clean it up. They'll instead just hold these high hills off to the north, wait for Troglodytas to push in with the blue at their backs. Meanwhile, keep in mind AKM, I mean, they have just been, they've got sleeping tents set up. They got a Coco. They got everything they could possibly need there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a comfy, cozy area. I do want to point out, Vinny is still alive as well. Keenan does go down. Troglodytas, Rusty Zera, who's just, I mean, this dude is clutching up right now. He's making this work whenever it shouldn't. He's got the Molotov underneath of him. He is on fire, but he's still opening up the doors for his teammates. Blue's doing a ton of damage. 300 hears it and is moving in. Troglodytas has been trying so hard to fight their way out of this. Finally going to go down, but it's going to be the blue zone that does most of the work. BBB now trying to commit, move into this area, but it's going to be 300 that has the numbers advantage and is starting to move in.
Yeah, Trog reading that situation pretty well there as they realized that they were basically done for. As Oldless, you had to pull off of that. Oldless down to a tick of HP left. They should be able to still get that res back as it looks like 300. Just content with pulling within range.
Okay, Vinny, I hate to break it to you. You've done a valiant.
Box isn't looking, man.
Valiant.
Just too easy.
But yeah, I mean, Vinny's he's pretty much dead if he makes the move over there. Just Too Easy though, also still alive, still 4 members up. They've got this odd lower hillside that they can play, which gives them a lot of maneuverability, but not clean firing lines. 300's got the high ground and the vision into that, as well as AKM, no matter how they move. So Just Too Easy is aware of that, but I mean, they're the team that really has the least amount of information, other than Vinny. let's be honest, Vinny's just kind of holding out right now.
Well, they just spotted, it looks like Coda Kid spotted out Richie and Vox, and Vinny actually going to keep making that move across the wide open field. I think Ragnar was the only one that was completely keyed in on him. But Vinny going to be able to move just a little bit longer. So the Snake for 22 will stay alive for just a little bit more as 300 devoting full attention of Vox and Richie down towards Just Too Easy. Nefahor just holding on to that north side to keep an eye on Bing Bang Boom. Oldless creeps down but gets pushed back by AKM.
Looks like BBB has made their target aware. They're creeping in. They don't want to overextend their hand. They don't want to push into an aggressive position. So instead, playing around, just trying to find a little hidey hole in this. But Vinny, he's done it. He crossed that open area. Just Too Easy was so caught up in trying to figure out how they were going to move in. They didn't spot him. So he's managed to creep into this point. He's right up on top of it. He's so close to the safe zone. But I think NLCS, he's heard him. Now he's just playing for it. Move forward. Got to be careful. Just Too Easy might spot them out. Do you have Jarna that is looking over now, getting some vision in it, just trying to survive through. He knows that he's there. Got to go down. Vinny, all right. I got to give respect to him. Does hold out. Does go down in 5th. And now we've got our top 4.
I mean, that's the kind of stuff that you need to do every single game, though. If you've got one of those top positions that 22 does have, you need to have those guys that can solo it out to late game, get you some placement points wherever you can get them. Here's Roth now. Bing Bang Boom trying to make the push. Good hold from Martin San. We'll find the first spray and the first knock on a Bing Bang Boom.
Bing Bang Boom was hoping there was way more than one trying to move down into this, and NCLS is holding that line up. It's going to get Martin San a little assistance as well, and now it's going to be Sharp Shot just trying to fight his way in. Does get the knock onto one, but he's going to get spotted. This move, though, is going to open up Neverhor now moving in, seeing the fact there's an opportunity. Just Too Easy moving it back behind this one as well. Everybody sees the blood in the water and is coming for AKM. They've got the hard defended spot, but as you're looking around, you got to make sure you're keeping an eye on all the threats. Richie B up on the top, spots out Just Too Easy. They go down, and now it's 300 with so much control over the circle.
I mean, this was just served up on a dinner plate for 300, just the way things played out. It wasn't anything that anybody did wrong or did weirdly. It's just everything played perfectly into the hands of what 300 wanted to do, and now they find themselves in a 3v1 for their first victory here.
Oh, trying to figure out some way to make it work, but unfortunately, this is Sparta. Just going to kick him down inside the well. It's not really Oasis, not as water as we wanted it to be, but 309 kills. Feeling real good about that one.
I mean, you could go back and you could just rewatch that last couple of minutes of how the game played out. It was just a butterfly flapping its wings, and everything worked out perfectly for 300. I mean, it was Bing Bang Boom pushing into the north side of AKM. It was Just Too Easy, just Ragnar pushing from the south side of AKM. Got a couple of knocks there, kind of opened things up. The other 2-2. The other half of the 2-2 split from Just Too Easy was supposed to keep an eye on 300, but they got overwhelmed as soon as they saw the push coming through. It was just so many things happening all at once, and it was perfect.
I was wanting to do a playbook and break down that entirety of it, and you just did it right there.
You can do it yourself. It's fine. There's still lots of stuff to talk about from that one.
There was a lot inside of that one, and we stick. Oh, I think I'll be content now. I think that was close enough to Oasis that I'll stop pestering. Now. Okay. Mark that one off. Trailer Park. Next game, Trailer Park. Let's see if it happens. We will be back with one more Miramar game for the day. See you guys in just a few minutes.
this was just served up on a dinner plate for 300. Just the way things played out. It wasn't anything that anybody did wrong or did weirdly. It's just everything played perfectly into the hands of what 300 wanted to do, and now they find themselves in a 3v1 for their first victory here.
Oh, trying to figure out some way to make it work, but unfortunately, this is Sparta. Just gonna kick him down in.
With only one game left to play, it's time for rubber to meet the road. We went to Miramar. We saw an amazing game from a couple of teams, but let's take a quick look at the team that came out. Actually, no. Before we look at the team that came out ahead, I think you guys have been waiting all day for something special. So before I show you, I want to remind you, if you go in client to the add bonus gift code section of the Pick'em Challenge, you will be able to put in a code that I may give you in just a moment. They're very limited, so you got to go fast. So I don't want to say that I'm stalling necessarily, but I am buying just a little bit of time for you to open up that client and get to the part that says add bonus gift code if you want to.
Steve,
because
I feel like I'm a dog that you're just holding the ball. Throw the ball, please.
If you grew up with network TV like me, you know that the stall is an important thing before we give you this code for free stuff. It is, type it in, M4TR2W6TRYAG. Get it in and get yourself another code or another chance to get a pick on coupon is a better way to put it. So good luck. Godspeed. We'll be here next week. All right, now let's talk about that game. I want to honor the team that came out as the match winner. So let's throw them up and take a look at those guys real quick. It is 300, and man, they look mean.
Yeah, I'm loving this hair. Like,
I do too.
To be honest, okay.
Double Fabio.
Beautiful hair. Nevermore. Like, well, let me know what you use. But yeah, no, 300. It's a really good game, and I feel like we haven't really been giving them a lot of credit. They've actually had quite a few good matches today where they found the kills, they found good positioning. And this is finally the reward where we get to see them have that chicken dinner for the end of the game as well.
It is. It's a big get for them. It's a big win for them. And we'll talk more about that when we get to the match leaderboard. But another story that kind of developed throughout that entire match was the story of Bing Bang Boom. They're a team that we said we wanted to watch at the start of the day. And in that game, I feel like we really got a chance to watch them in heartbreak, in amazing moments, in heroics. It was the full gambit. So let's take a look back at BBB's journey in this match. So let's break this one down.
Yeah, so we have an Oasis game, guys. Not literally on top, but it's close enough that I'm gonna, like Matt, I'm gonna consider it as Oasis.
The crazy
game.
circles continue, right? We haven't had a normal circle yet today.
Exactly, but here BBB made the decision to swing up on the north side and try and take some territory here from Chocolatitas, and it wasn't. I wouldn't necessarily call it the most simple, like take a fight, then move, take a fight, but that is more or less what they had to do. And contrasting it to the south side, which we saw there, just a bunch of chaos and no real survivors, the amount of open space did require Bing Bang Boom to be very aware of their angles, and I do believe they get punished on this later on. Yeah, and see, look at the south. This is what it looks like down here. No one's going to survive out of this one. No one's winning in this.
Well, I mean, you're 300. Like, we do got to give them a little bit of credit for that survival. But, right, there's a lot of places of mutually assured destruction. We saw it a moment ago with that E-United kind of push that was going south of BBB. BBB really making sure that they held that spot defensively, right? There was not a lot of options and opportunities. You could see really where that edge fighting is punishing so many teams. BBB stuck out on the edge here. I mean, this Molotov with Rusty Zera, we were really worried how this was going to play out. But we had, again, the carry mechanic, which I think we're going to see here in just a second. You love to see BBB really utilizing all aspects of the game here.
Oh, man, look at that. The kill denied as well. Execs actually confirming his teammate, so BBB, in case they had an angle, couldn't steal that kill for themselves. They lied in wait. The true Rat Kings themselves, they took BBB out, or at least attempted to, before they themselves fell to the blue. BBB, they were able to get 3 of them up, but their run, unfortunately, did get stopped by 300 at the end. This is the team focus of these two teams of the overall. Still, BBB with a great run, and they have a pretty good lead in kills overall compared to 300.
It was a beautiful sort of comparison of how 300 came out of that mutually assured destruction, dealing with a lot of other teams. And Bing Bang Boom, I mean, I was cheering for them, that carry, Roth picking him up. It was so heroic, but like Icarus and Achilles before him, it doesn't always result in the best ending. That said, I think they're going to be happy with the way that one played out.
Yeah, I mean, and again, that carry, we were screaming when we were watching this in the green room because we put him down, and I think it was you called him out and said, that's not safe, that's not safe. The blue zone stopped, and we realized it stopped right there. 1 HP, that kind of just perfect revive moment. That's what you love to see in PUBG.
It was. I'd love to see match leaderboards as well. So let's take a look at exactly how the points were distributed after the end of that one. 300 does come out on top with 19 points. Bing Bang Boom right behind them. And AKM again, Cameron, and 22 Esports.
Yeah.
I mean, 22 Esports has finished first, second, third, and fourth, Cam. How does that make you feel?
I am not surprised at them getting the placement points like this. What I am surprised is that both these teams were actually able to get kills alongside with it. I wouldn't have expected that because I assumed that a lot of the kills would have been, a few of them eaten up by BBB at the top, and then a lot of kills spread amongst the teams that all killed each other in the south side. The fact that AKM and 22 Esports, who were holding more central positions, were able to pick up a fair number of points there really shows that they weren't just turtling like I was afraid they would. They were going for points and trying. I wouldn't say they were going for full-on control, but they were definitely being proactive and aware of their win condition in this game.
I want you to call for the overall leaderboard, Clover, because I think that we're going to get some good results from your boys.
Ooh, 40 points to 22. Okay, Bing Bang Boom, we're really excited to see how the squad is going to play today, but I want to give the credit to the work that 22 Esports did. Now, again, look at those placement points, 24. 300 is the next highest with 16 placement points. We've got a couple of 14s, 2 10s, and everyone else is in the single digits because that's really just been the chaos for the teams that have been up in the late game. We haven't seen a whole lot of consistency from other teams.
That juxtaposition, though, when you look at 1 and 2, Cameron, is pretty stark. I mean, the reality is it's placement points and kills almost interchangeably.
Yeah, and the reason why, and I'm going to say this again, I know I said it already, but I tend to lean towards the kill-heavy teams within reason, of course. My question right now is, how will the other teams start to adjust their own playstyle? Like we said at the top of the show, the meta, each tournament has its own meta because it's never the same head-to-head of all 16 teams, and even then, the teams are rarely ever the exact same. And even if the rosters were the exact same, they would play it at least a little differently, right? So I do wonder if all this success that teams like 22 and AKM are finding on the in the central position, and how unsuccessful, surprisingly unsuccessful, a lot of these teams on the edge are finding it. If we might start to see at least a few of them pressure 22 and AKM in the center, maybe a little more balancing out in that way.
Well, I say we find out. It's time for our final match of the game. Number 5 ready to go.
Yeah, I'm
ready. Let's get to it right now. It's Porosaurus and Matchroom with the call.
I'm at peace in the world right now, Poro.
Yeah, you got your Oasis circle. You're
still
happy.
got Oasis. Ah, it just feels so good. Okay, Poro.
Okay.
Where do you want to go? See, I always talk about where I want to go in the circle. Where do you want to go on Miramar?
I want to go Higos again. Those Higos circles are so fun, man. I don't know why. It's just it's a blast.
I mean, I do enjoy them. Yeah, like that and Bandita. I always enjoy Bandita.
Banditas are good too. We've gotten quite a few Bandita circles.
Yeah, I feel very full right now. I'll be fine.
You're sated. Your bloodlust is calming down for a little bit. Well, there's some people whose bloodlust is not quite sated just yet. Sharp shot up at the top there for Bing Bang Boom. Bing Bang Boom popping off today, man.
I also want to point out, congratulations to Martin Son on his first appearance in our top fraggers.
Let's go.
Well
first
done,
appearance
AKM.
in our tournament. First appearance on the top fraggers. Not too shabby.
Yeah,
the first
feeling
day.
good.
AKM. You know, look, at the end of the day, you still got to call it what it is, and it's AKM and 22 getting a lot of circle love, but 22 actually doing stuff with it, coming out with a 40-plus point day on the first day. That's not a bad way to start things off. AKM a little bit farther down the leaderboard, but that is, you got to give them a little bit of slack, as this is their first time in this big lobby. Now, they do have Ali RV, a lot of experience on that man, as we said, but you know, you would love to see things be able to pick up a few more points from, but at the end of the day, you know, you got to be realistic with it, and given that this is their first time in here, it's a pretty good performance so far.
I mean,
way to start things off.
It usually takes people an event or two to start finding some legs. And yes, okay, they are getting some circle love, but they are still navigating it very efficiently, and they're not getting as many kills as, again, we want them to do, but, I mean, come on. It's like their first day in the grand finals. We'll acknowledge the fact that, okay, you know what's going on, you're finding your successes, and again, growing out of it. And okay, see,
well, we get to see what they pull out here now that they've got to make a rotation, and it's going to be a tough rotation too. It's got to go through Monty, looking where Bing Bang Boom is, Trogloditas, Sonics should be on the move here shortly to make their way down there, gas cans as well. So it's not going to be easy, and if they do decide to hold that western road and do the long wrap around to the south side, that's going to be, depending on how long they take to get there, it could get pretty occupied pretty quickly.
I mean, this is an interesting point whenever we're looking at it. Troglodytes having Chumacera, Rumblers in Los Leones now. Fresh over there.
Weird, isn't it?
And the circle to go this direction. I keep getting distracted by the fact that Rumblers are not in Chumacera.
I know. So it's very odd to see. But
it's like it would be like seeing Sonics not in Pachinki.
It's a little bit. It's
been about that long. I mean, it's called the Church of Los, Poro.
That is true. That is true. We do have the Church of Los as, they've donated that over to Troglodytes for the time being. But this is where I'm talking about for 22 and for AKM is you start looking down this southern road. Now we'll have Yellow Jackets down there, but the chances that Rumblers moves out to the south or Queche moves out to the south pretty low. But you might have 300 coming down here. You might have E United coming down here. So I'm really interested to see how the South ends up looking after this first kind of rotation path.
Well, especially given the fact that there is still so much open space in this one, specifically in the north around the area with Picado, and you can see Sonics moving through it now. It's a lot more dead in the north than it feels like it should be, and I think that's going to lead into a lot of those southern rotations like you're talking about, Poro.
And playing from the south is if the circle's hard shift down to the south, like if this thing ends up kind of being around south of Los Leones or maybe just southwest of Los Leones, playing from the south is actually pretty damn good. It's if it starts going further north than that, that's where it starts to get a little bit dicey. So, this is going to be a big game determined by circle shifts here. It feels like a weird thing to say because you feel like a lot of games are determined by that, but just given how the terrain is, it makes it a little bit more so this time around.
Troglodytes making their way down the hillside into territory pretty much controlled by Just Too Easy. It's not a hard push by any means, but it's definitely close enough to where they're shooting at each other at this stage, and this is a vie position for center. Oddly enough, Sonics are also pretty close to this position as well, as it does look like Troglodytes is going to get control over the church, as Los at range is just going to watch them take it.
I was going to say, at least Troglodytes doing Los proud here, as they're not giving up the church without a fight. As you can see, Rusty kind of making his way up here with kill. Demo, Just Too Easy. Just going to bail on out. Okay, not too bad there. Coda Kid and Haritha will be able to rejoin the rest of the boys. Now, Sonics has crept up here just off to the south. I don't think they have a line on it, so they should be okay. But you can see just on that mini-map there, Mime could be looking over in that direction. But look at this, 22 and AKM. We talked about them. They're outside of circle. Are they going to run into each other this early?
It does look to be the case. We can see the Damox is also over here next to Hazeton. Following in, they should have probably spotted each other out. Yep, Mux is going to move off in a new direction. Even probably got spotted as well. No big commitment on stop, but there are two members of 22 Esports held up right now, and if AKM thinks that they can just follow in back behind this, they might find themselves getting demolished by Vinny, who I feel has been. I know you talk about him all the time. You give him so many accolades. The dude is performing for 22. We just saw what he did in the last round and how many points he got.
I mean, I think he's a phenomenal player. I think he's a phenomenal solo player as well. I mean, that's a guy that's going to get you points if the breaks are bad. So, really liking to see Vinny doing well here as we check in with Nootropic and we check in with our Alienware Observer Zone. The observers become observed yet again.
Happy birthday, everybody that didn't know. Give Master Nook some love. Get Katrina some love as well. And I guess Valiant's going to give Tungus some love, as it's not the love that he wants.
Ooh.
So he's going to leave for the hillside with 1 HP.
Sheesh, 1 HP on Batungas. I've been waiting for him to do something exciting so I could say his name really loud. But hadn't been that way so far here today. We'll see if he can actually escape this. Looks like he should. As YJ, the rest of YJ kind of coming up on the backside of Allier here. So he needs to be a little bit careful because Rumbler's kind of split after coming out of Los Leones.
Yeah, this is an awkward area to be fighting just in general at this stage. I mean, look at how these members are separated from each other. If you go down, you're pretty much on your own. And to be this solo at this stage just leans in the fact that they feel that they have the aim and the control to put into this. Los putting in that work from the high ground. And, oh, no, that's
not the tree. Oh, and the last bullet out of Los's spray hits him. Wouldn't you know it? Well, that's Felipe Rocher down. That's a point in the bag for Rumblers. As we got another couple of fights going on here. Looks like Yahoo and 300 squaring off just on the south side of Los Leones. So 2 down for 300 in the pockets of Yahoo, and now Gas Can's getting involved with Nootropic.
This is a vibe for strong position, and we're seeing teams that are feeling like it's worth at this stage to go ahead and be way closer than they probably should, given the circle that we're at right now. We still haven't seen Circle 1 close all the way. These guys want to have the strong area, and Rumblers, man. They understand how to play this area efficiently. Valiant finally going down, but it's just based off of a nade. Is support going to make it over there in time? I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, the follow-up nade didn't land.
Los
So
might get vision.
Los. Oh, Louis spots him. 1v1.
Batungas gets it. Are we going to see Waldo move in? Nade's being prepped. He doesn't want to overstep this one. Him and Corsac coming on this one. Derek on the other side, starting to get the throwables out. How much does Rumblers want to commit into this one? And around the side of it, got to be very careful. Waldo finally gets an opening onto this one. Gets spotted on the other side of it, but Yellow Jackets finding some good angles on this fight.
Oh, Waldo the last one. Can he solo it out? No, he can't. Yellow Jackets doing it to Rumblers just like that off the back of you know who it is, baby. Batungas!
That is a fun name.
God, it's so fun to say. Hell yeah, baby. That's all I wanted for today.
I cannot wait until Batungas and Waikiki Mukau get into a fight. And I'm just going to have, like, all the happiness in my life, especially. Like, I don't know. There's just something about Waikiki Mukau.
Oh, yeah. It's always fun. I mean, look, hey, man, all joking aside, that's a clean 4v4 that YJ wins there against Rumblers. And, you know, this is Rumblers, isn't it? I mean, for every amazing thing they do, they turn around and they lose a 3v4 that they could have easily won. I just, it's so tough with that team to really get a read on where they're at on any given day.
It's the Rumblers, man. That's what they do. You feel like, okay, they got everything together, everything's going to work out. Even in that fight, I thought that they had the control over it. But those sneaky little angles that we saw Yellow Jackets managed to find comes up big for them. And they played that very aggressive with no fear. Like, Yellow Jackets, when they thought that they had an opportunity for it, they found it. And I mean, let's be honest. Like, we talk a lot about Los's aim and how good he is. Batungas won that, and that's gotta give him there where he deserves it.
Yep. It's clean stuff from YJ as we wait and see where this next circle is going to take us. You see Yahoo on that southern side. AKM, meanwhile, has decided to wrap around on that southern side. We were wondering if 22 would do the same, but instead they managed to find a path into Chumacera. So really nice work by them, and it's going to pay off big as 22 going to get the circle of.
I love me some Chumacera circles. I mean, just the different platforms that you have to work with as Chumacera works its way down. BBB getting this high ground spot up here. I'm kind of curious on where you choose to be your prime opportune location. As I mean, 22 in a great spot, but now what's the best hillside to play in this area? I just know nothing in the north.
Yeah, it's weird. Looking at Bing Bang Boom here, they've got 3 down here to the south. They've got 1 way off to the north. Can't tell who that is. I think it might be Roth. That's got a compound here. Yeah, so okay, BBB gonna go for a 2-2 split. That's seems kind of greedy. We'll see if they can get away with it. But now STK and Waikiki Mukau Gas Cans, their 2-2 split has been caught out.
Yeah, but STK not wanting to overpush, and I think that's just due to the nature of the terrain around. It's pretty open. United coming in from the east, going to be very close to Sonics, is a lot of our known North American teams in the north and ridiculously close to each other. 300 spotting out AKM yet again and reminding them how the last round went.
A little bit of a slow start from some of our heavy hitters, but it's plenty of time. That's why we play 30, right? So you can have a bad day here as STK just going to pull away from that gas cans situation. Or are they? Yeah, they are. Okay.
I mean, you're not rolling into anywhere super fast in the Bang Bus. I mean, Purdy Curdy's got windows for every. Oh, no.
Here.
Oh, no. Is it riding up? Is it riding up? Okay, they do manage to at least get back. It's going to be gas cans that have vision on this from so far away. And I think that while Shoot to Kill isn't happy, they are going to be able to make that one out alive.
I mean, that's the 2-2 split for gas cans paying off, though, isn't it? I mean, they immediately once they left. I mean, Waikikamuka and Adam feeding that information over to Greg Schott and Nikos, and that is 2 big hitters over there for those gas cans. There's a lot of real estate open up in this circle, man. Now that we're only down to 54 alive, there's a lot of space left to play.
Well, this has also got just a lot of general areas that a full team can hide in. Chumacera itself only has 1 team that's supporting it at the time. The hillside is very high to the south of Chumacera and can support tons of teams around it in and of itself. The issue is that we've seen so many shrinks from the north. So a lot of our teams are in the uncomfortable area that they do not want to be able, but they just can't move out of it. Because look, you can see Sonics wants to move. Troglodytes is here. If they move to the east, Just Too Easy's there. If they try to move to the west, guess what? It's going to be gas cans and shoot to kill there.
Yeah, I like this play from Sonics, actually. I think they want to have a little bit of a road down to the south if they can get it. And then taking this spot just underneath the Troglodytes Church here is going to be pretty nice for those Sonics. They'll have at least a little bit of a foothold as we see Adam and the rest of the gas cans boys still peeking down onto those STK players. Nothing coming out just yet.
Richie, last one up.
Okay, there goes 300.
Yeah,
not a bad debut for Richie B though. Another player. This is the first time that we're getting to see him here in the grand finals for 300. And
you are so lucky right there, Balefrost. You are so lucky. He lost so much life, and then did you hear them all patter around him?
Sheesh. All right. Well, we get a donut right there. So once again, a little just off to the east of Chuma. So Bing Bang Boom, if they can get... do you hold this 2-2 if you're Bing Bang Boom?
I don't know. I
feel
it's too late, but I also feel it might be too late to try to regroup.
It's, I mean, I guess it depends on what kind of a read you got on what's going on to your south, right? Like, who do you think is more likely to get crashed out of this 2-2 split? Like, the north side, I'd be a little bit nervous. The south side, maybe less so.
Yeah.
So, maybe Keenan and Oldest can kind of keep an eye on things, and if Sharpshot and Roth start feeling like things are getting a little bit too hectic, they can bail on out. But for the time being, it looks like they're going to hold it as Dodge makes their wrap around on this western side of Chuma. So 22 may have company up here shortly, but Sonic's going to have to defend their turf here as now they have taken over the church, and Just Too Easy, they have arrived to pay their respects.
Just Too Easy trying to find a way into this, but it's going to be the Church of Los getting all the attention in this game. At range, United even looking into it, but it does look like Just Too Easy managed to get a foothold with one of their members, but he's about to be cremated over there. There's just nowhere to go. I mean, the tower walkways are already blocked out, and Sonics are waiting on every angle. Like, what do you do, Poro? What do you do?
There you go. That's what you do. These are points Sonics really needed, if nothing else, and just for their own headspace and for their fans to not have to deal with the haters in chat. That's going to be a nice little step in the right direction for them as Drake is going to get taken down by Balefrost. So YJ still 2 up on that south side, but it looks like Yahoo has spotted them out here as gas cans. Oh, it's actually going to be Hello Senpai going to spot out Kurt. Why are you out here, Kurt? Where are you going?
This is this is a weird situation in the north. You can see gas cans trying to hold those up. BBB's duo is just to the south of them. Adam is on the other side of what's going on, because remember, gas cans has kind of got like, I don't want to say STK surrounded, but you can see that they can't really go for peaks because Adam and Waikikamuka aren't anywhere near the safe zone right now.
Well, shoot. I mean, good return fire there from Penta and Luke. Will take down 2 of the gas cans, boys. Waikikamuka just going to have to hop in the vehicle and get back on the move. I think the concern more is Hello Senpai, who got the knock on to Kurt. They're worried about these two ratty players from New Tropic coming in from just outside the zone. They've got nothing else to do but look over in this direction. So Hello Senpai and Leda, they make it in. It looks like Cal is going to try to do the same here, but he's getting right underneath Sonics. Adam just going to be left to the blue.
Praying that he can get away from this one, but the angle reveals as he crests the hillside. Loses about half of his life, but does manage to pass by this. Shoot to kill narrowly, but he's going to get spotted. Tiggleton's going to connect onto it, and now shoot to kill, making the send moment, and they are going to be rewarded for now as the circle does pop, and this isn't in it.
Nice hard shift there for Troglodytes as well. They've got a great position to hold on to center circle here. Sonics as well, playing from that church on that north side. They can kind of clean up everything with a little bit of high ground vision. Shoot to kill, just trying to stay alive here against the push from those gas cans. Down to a 2v2. Waikikamuka, not necessarily. Yeah, he's not resible. That is him pretty much done for here. So it's really going to be a 2v2. Gas cans STK. Whoever survives gets to get taken care of by whatever Sonics or BBB.
BBB just regrouping right now as they run a 2-2. And, I mean, they timed it near on the perfect time to make the play into that one. Troglodytes never got good vision on him. AKM didn't crest the hillside in time, and 22 is kind of caught up looking at something else. So gets to get away with that one by the skin of their teeth, but with near on nothing bad happening, all considered. United looking into what's going on in the east, but you can see 22 is now going to be gatekeeping out Dodge in a very complicated section of this map, and a very distinct section of the map as well.
Sorry, I got briefly distracted there. Looks like gas cans actually are going to be able to get the res onto Waikikamuka, so we'll see how that plays out. 22, meanwhile, as we said, they had Chuma, but they had Dodge start creeping in from their backside, and it looks like they are fully aware now. Hayes 10, listen for those footsteps. Sees the utility coming through. Finna not going to land it, though, as the Dodge boys trying to hold every angle here. They got to be careful. They don't want to take a knock here.
This is also interesting because Vinny is defending everything that's going on inside the safe zone. So this is really a 3-man that's defending this up right now against Dodge's forward that's approaching. And that's why you're seeing a slow retreat, just trying to regroup as they go. Take a step here, take a step there, and just kind of littering nades back behind them to stop any further movement, to give them time to reset. But Finna finds Vinny and gets the knock on him. That means that 22 can no longer retreat. There's nothing safe. They've got to defend what they've got.
That's big shots from Finna right there. Very important shots as Hayes 10 tries to predict when the push is going to come through the smoke. Nice grenade. We'll find damage onto Cherry. Won't get the knock, though. Haven knocked so close. He is going to find Finna with his grenade. As Hayes 10 just listening for the footsteps. Hikerman dancing just on the other side here. Hayes 10 going to get spotted out, though.
Yeah, that was the hope that maybe he could survive, make a sneaky play. He's going to go down. Haven still just trying to defend it up. Him and Balkan, the last one, surviving. Let's see what's going on with gas cans and shoot to kill. That's going to be in the north. Remember, that's not inside the safe zone, so the remnants of that still have to fight their way through. Balkan's still trying to fend up, but Dodge is going to have to make a move here relatively soon as shoot to kill is eliminated. Gas can's going to continue on their merry way right into Sonic's BBB and Nootropics vision.
Man, nothing about gas cans' way has been merry, man. They have been fighting tooth and nail just to survive up until this point. They do manage to keep 2 in, and there you go, 22 going to lose 2 to the zone. Balkan and Haven just waiting for that smoke cloud to dissipate just a little bit. Cherry on the other side is bleeding out. Finna will get flushed, and it looks like 22 will clean this up, but at what cost, Matt? They lose just about everybody. They still have high ground. They've got 3 kills. Maybe they can find some magic here in the late game.
They're still very nervous about Cherry, who is going to get the med off in time, but this is also a problem as AKM is eyeing this direction. You can see that they are in the vehicle just to the south. What's going on? That's not the easiest hillside to push up, but gas cans, I mean, they are at least navigating the right way to go because Hello Senpai is the only person over here for the time being until you bump into 22 again, whereas the other direction has like 10.
It's tough. It's tough sledding on. No matter where you go, gas cans. Oh my God, brick shot. Waikikamuka is buying dinner for Greg right now. Just immediately opens the door to Ash. She's like, you know what? What do you want? Steak? Easy. Okay, Cherry will trade 1, but immediately gets taken back down there. So good work by 22.
And this is what's interesting is the 2 fights we just saw are about to connect to each other as Gas Cans is going to probably continuing their way south.
You remember these guys?
And 22 is going to have to move. I mean, United's just been, I guess, vibing for right now. Them and Akresha have been close to each other, but kind of in this, like, I guess they have a truce of some type that's going on. Like, you be on that side of the hill, I'll be on this side of the hill, and they are shooting at each other, but not really. No big committal coming out just quite yet.
Yeah, it's just been the chill on the east side, right? Like everything crazy's happened north and west. Well, meanwhile, United and Akreche just get to kind of vibe out on the eastern side. They still got to make moves, though. Got to get inside the circle. And look at Sonic's on the move as well. Leda, the sneaky garbage can man.
How does Leda do this? He manages to find ways to get so...
Joe Bappe!
Oh,
let's go, dude. Yellow Jackets with the late day moves.
And now we're just listening to the life that is occurring around Leda and Roth, getting eyes on what's going on with gas cans as they were moving in from the previous position. Greg shot now down. It's your turn now, Waikakamukau. You need to defend your teammate who just so valiantly defended you. Leda is not going to get involved in anything that's going on, but BBB trying to regroup over here. There's a lot of awkward that's going on with Vision in this position.
How the hell are gas cans still alive? This is insane. Like they've been just behind the 8-ball so many times for the past like 3 circles, and somehow they still managed to stay alive. So much so, in fact, that it looks like they might actually survive Bing Bang Boom here.
This is bad.
Oh no.
This is bad. Found carting it down the hill. Kickstart the last one up for E United as apparently their truce finally did end, but it's gonna be a problem. Sonic's got Vision on it, just trying to go down the hillside. Sonic's is gonna say no. E United's kickstart still just trying to fish, see if he can get some more, trying to pick up the points, but Cresce, this is doom. Is the Hail Mary gonna hit? How's the bounce gonna go? Oh no, it was mime. It was mime. It was mime that got the shot and H-win. So just I thought for a second.
I almost thought that one of Mime's bullets might have hit that Molly in the air before it landed. I don't know.
It did sound like that.
It looked real close. We'll have to go back and check the black box recording on that one. But somehow Kickstart
Could you imagine if it was Kickstart if he threw it up in the air and shot it? Oh my god! Like nuts. Some Wild West, old school cowboy stuff.
Seen it before. Well, Sonic's now in a little bit of a rough spot. They've still managed to keep 4 alive. They clean up whatever's left of E United. I think Kickstart now the last one. Yeah, and AKM has to make long moves here. My boy, your boy, our boy, the people's champ, Batungas, still alive for Yellow Jacket on the south.
And it's a rough life that he's living. Troglodytes got control over the circle right now. And Leda, he's inside the zone, guys. He's living his best life right now.
Dude, he is.
Can you imagine whenever he finally decides to go after BBB and the reaction that's going to be in this comp?
Oh boy, Cam, this is tough, man. Well, they get down. They get down into. Oh my!
Oh my God! What just happened? Did Oldless try to get in this? What? Why? What is even? Leda is alive. Can he go out and go after it? No, he's gonna go down. But the cost comes at Oldless, and I don't even understand. Did Oldless jump in there to try to be safe, and then
he did.
Found the snakiest of snakes?
He absolutely did, and he is so mad about it right now for sure.
Big
Well, there you go. Keenan will get spotted out, so Bing Bang Boom is out. But not a bad showing for that squad here on day number 1, as we are now through 5 games and they are in first place. Should be able to hold on to that. Now, AKM United Trog still could jump up here, though.
Here's a big problem. They're all stacked to the south. Sonic's not so much. Are we starting to see it?
Oh, this is beautiful for Sonics, man.
The leaderboard climb has started. It was not the best of starts for Sonics, but you can see I've already jumped up, I believe at this stage, at least 4 positions.
10 kills now.
And they're just looking down into this. I mean, if the circle hard shifts to the south, problem for them, and Batungas, the hero, finally getting spotted.
Oh.
But if this goes north, it sucks for everybody else.
Yeah. I mean, AKM
even right now, it still sucks for everybody else.
Like, AKM is going to be alive for as long as the smokes let them at this point. Like, 10 kills now for Sonics, as it's really just like, is Trog going to get to stay in their compound? Like, that's the question.
AKM, circle buffs.
That is a Sonic circle for sure.
Well, we talk about it. You gotta win the ones that you're given, and this wasn't given to Sonics by any means.
No, not at all.
This in circle gives them a definite favor. AKM though, you gotta give it to them some heart. The only two other teams in the lobby are focusing on them when they have a car for safety, and somehow just managing to chain res and go, it's okay, we'll figure out a way. The problem is, the only way is maybe Sonics getting distracted by Troglodytes, and Troglodytes still has 1 building that's inside the safe zone.
Yeah. I mean, regardless of what happens, it's been a hell of a debut here for AKM. They've managed to find late game several times, not a pretty decent amount of kills to go along with it. Now they get a little circle luck to go along with it, but again, you can't take anything away from the performance that they've had so far, and hopefully that's going to build that confidence going into tomorrow.
I'm calling it right now. At least 50% of the damage that Sonics and Troglodytes do are on AKM right now. If they manage to get away with another one, finally Sonics gets vision on what's going on with Troglodytes and drawing some fire away from AKM so they can res. Again, the heart and the commitment. They're still trying to find a way to make this work.
I respect it. Look, man, how many times have we seen people just going down and denying points to blue so far today? The AKM, they're just keeping it going. Although, ooh, Damox. Oh, okay.
I saw.
Oh, it goes there. It is. He gave it. He didn't give away the point. Nice.
Salty Sonics up at the top of it. That's a sneaky little area for Necro to be at.
Sure is. I think Shrimsy spotted his head though.
Yeah.
Little dome peeking around that tiniest of cracks there.
It's one of those places that works really well until somebody sees you and then becomes a real big problem, and that's why Necro has now moved. So, okay, Troglodytes.
What's the plan here, Trog?
You've got a compound.
I do.
That's not going to be in circle for very long. We still have 2 circles though.
Yeah, that is true. I guess if you're Trog right now, that's what you do, right? You wait,
pray.
You waiting to see what the next circle does. If you get a little bit of luck going your way.
Send somebody to the Church of Los right now and pray for RNGesus to keep your compound inside the circle, and that Sonics maybe has to move down this hill at some point, because this is just so difficult.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that they might do. It's really just dependent on their utility, isn't it? I mean, how much do they got is, yep, they are going to have to leave. So the smoke walls start to come out. They aren't wasting any time with it, at least. They've got some ridge lines they can play here, though, Matt, that are out of line of sight. You can see it just looking down where Mime is.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not comfortable. They do have the opportunity, and boy, you asked how much utility they have? All of it. All of it is being dumped right now because they know that this is the way they've got to go. H-Win connects with Zex. Throwables, I don't know how much Sonics has at this stage, so that's going to provide opportunity. Necro gets to that cliff that you were talking about.
They should be okay on utility, I would think. They've been looting and being able to loot some of their kills. So it's still just going to be hard because if they lay the smoke wall down well enough, which they have, to get Necro right up on them, it's going to be really hard to kind of guesstimate where they are.
That was a lot of smokes used to just get Necro there, though.
The knock came through and it kind of threw things off a little bit, I think, there for Trog.
Yeah,
Rusty,
but
what are you
yeah,
doing,
there's no option there now. But no, it was a distraction. He leaned back away from that so that way they would look at distance. Rusty Zero provide the opportunity for Kill Demo to run in. Now, are we going to see anything? Can they get in grenade range to make this work somehow? Because this is such a hard fight for Troglodytes to try to make work.
Okay. Execs, one of the most experienced players in this LATAM scene, made every single finals. Going back to Copa for... Oh, no. Oh, there you go. Okay, they've spotted out Kill Demo. They're going to hit those, and yeah, Execs gets taken down as well. You felt like it was just a matter of time. Sonics had the chokehold here, and that's going to be a nice big high kill count win for Sonics.
Don't group up too much, but nope, Mime's going to find the angle into it. 16 kills. Okay, all right. So this is, again, why we play a lot of rounds. Sonics not starting the best, but ending in a very, very good way. 3,000 damage, and poor AKM receiving about 2,900 of it.
Yeah, and I mean, again, you said it. That's not one of those games that was just written in stone from Sonics from the word go. Like, they had to fight their way through a lot of stuff that was going on to that north side. We talked about it a little bit earlier, where they sent too early to go underneath the church there where Troglodytes was holding. They sent too early to kind of take that spot away from EU, and it ended up working out pretty a treat because Sonics was able to just rotate right up there, take that church to St. Louis, and just kind of hold that off. I mean, we saw the crash from Just Too Easy. The fact that Sonics took that spot underneath the cliff early and were able to make that easy, quick rotation meant they were perfectly there in time and ready for Just Too Easy.
It's been fairly awkward because we haven't had a chance to talk about a lot of the teams that we had large expectations for.
Well, they haven't been showing up in the late game.
This is true. Sonics finally finding their footing inside this one, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of modifications come into tomorrow. Teams that are finding success, like notably 22, They need to figure out what's really working right now because there could be some big problems with them. Guys, there is a lot still coming. I know that was our last game, but we still have an interview, the Final Circle, where we're going to be talking about everything. That Final Circle is brand new segment. You guys want to stay tuned for that. Again, interview. You guys love the interviews, and we got to go through the scoreboard and just what to look forward to moving through the rest of the series. We are going to take a quick break, though, to get all that set up for you. See you in just a minute.
Made every single finals. Going back to Copa for. Oh no! Oh, there you go. Okay, they've spotted out kill demo. They're gonna hit those, and yeah, Execs gets taken down as well. It was. You felt like it was just a matter of time. Sonics had the chokehold here, and that's gonna be a nice, big, high kill count win for Sonics.
Don't group up too much, but nope. Mime's gonna find the angle into it. 16 kills.
Welcome back. The last game is done, and well, Sonics do it the way that the Sonics do. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Clover and Cameron as we break down the action. You know what? Let's take a look at the winners of the match because they put up some big numbers. They put up in a lot of work, and I think we're not going to be surprised to see the Sonics here.
It's coming into the day. This is not the unlikely winners, but it's looking at the first 4 games. Kind of are, but look at this. Finally, we get our first 16-kill club victors here. The Sonics, as much as we do see more bad games out of them than we're used to, their big games are still as big as you would like.
Still the one. They're still the one.
Oh. Now, I'm trying really hard not to sing that now. I don't know what the rights are for that. But no, there you go. 3,000 damage for the Sonics, 16 kills. He said, I mean, this is, I want to say what we expected from them, obviously, all day.
Yeah.
But I will take this as a way to finish because I also think that that's going to help going into tomorrow.
Here's something else that's very uniquely Sonics. We're giving away an Alienware Player of the Match once a day. We're picking a match at random. We picked Game 5 ahead of time, and then the Sonics step up, and Big Tig comes through as player of the match. So it's almost like they waited for the big moment.
Like, how many Alienware laptops now have we given to
I don't know if he's getting a laptop for this one. It's just a shout out. I think it's just a shout out from them.
Okay, but here's the thing. Apparently, like, Alienware are secret sponsors of Sonics because, as you say, that's what guides, that's what brings them to victory. Not prize money, not PGC points. It's the Alienware.
Well, you bring up what brings them to victory. We spent the day kind of going over these segments to learn a little bit more about the narratives and the stories that happened during the games. I figure last game, as crazy as it was, the Sonics come out and get the win. Let's just do it the old-fashioned way. Let's take a look at the end game highlights.
Highlights. I want to yell, but I don't want to like crack the mic. I mean, there you go. Okay, I'll take it. But no, here we go. The highlights, right? The end game for this. We're gonna jump right to it because there was so much happening on that match. We weren't quite sure. Again, with these circles, who was in that great position? Sonics set up early, and that set them up big. You can see already at 12 kills by the end game, Cammy.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're at the end game and they already have double digits. The fact that they're able to really squeeze control out of this position is... There were a lot of fights, there was a lot of chaos going through, and Sonics on the final game doing what they failed to do previously, which is survive through the chaos. That's usually something that we look to them to really have, and they've struggled to keep up that ability going into 2021. But here on this game, they are looking like the Sonics of old, just the way that they kept the pressure up onto Troglodytes. They didn't have control coming in from the mid game, but they waited until the end and they just, oh wait, now suddenly we have control, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, well, just really quick, I want to bounce off that, right? Because really, traditionally, when we've seen them through the first few matches, they weren't able to kind of handle these multi-fight focuses, right? They'd put all their resources, they tunnel vision in one fight, and by the second they were done, somebody else would come through and blast them out early. And this was finally their ability to come through without being punished that way.
I mean, the Sonics are a bit of a diesel engine when it comes to PUBG. It takes a little while to get warmed up, but then once they get going, it's hard to stop these guys.
That's not the case. That used to be the Oath, now United story. Sonics was the team that would win at the start, so it looks like going like they just like trading spouses.
Interesting.
Oh, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah,
they traded something.
Well, let's take a look at the match board. I don't really know how to transition out of that one, but I like it.
Yeah, I set you up to fail. 26 points.
26 points. Actually massive. Also worth noting real quick, 22 Esports was so close. So close to getting 1, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th all in one day. One spot off. Disappointing.
I am disappointed. But hey, 6, they still put some points up on the board. The thing, too, to notice here is that after Sonics, nobody else got double-digit points this match. And they soaked up most of the kills. The next highest kill count is Troglodytes, or excuse me, Gas Cans with 8. I can't read in order. And the Yellow Jackets also managed to pull 6 out of that. This is the Yellow Jackets' best game today.
Yeah, absolutely, and completely unexpected because this isn't even Yellow Jackets just trying to turtle in the center like we would have expected from, I'll be honest, one of the lower teams from the Latin American region. They actually took a fight early up against the Rumblers, and the Rumblers, not one of the stronger teams in North America if you look at their history, but still they should have the fragging power. But Yellow Jackets coming in and being able to just really punch them in the face was completely unexpected. And if they can build off of this going into the future, who knows? They might actually supplant Troglodytes as the heavy fraggers from that region because Trog, they were the turtlers that last game.
At the end of the day, overall standings, 5 games played. It comes out this way. B at 48. 22 Esports right behind him at 46. Yoho at 42. 300 at 41, and then we have some 30s, but the drop-off starts to get a little bit aggressive. And there's some teams on there that I didn't expect, Nootropic and Dodge among them, Clover, that are surprising me.
Yeah, I think that, you know, again, there's some crazy circles today. We were in a lot of areas that don't favor some of these teams. Okay. That said, I mean, Sonics, yeah, now in 6th place, 24 kills, almost all of that was accomplished in this last game. So when you really factor that we're only day 1 into this for the overall standings, anything can happen moving forward.
Let me ask this, though, Cameron. Is it a different ball game to say, don't stress, the Sonics will come back, versus, like, don't stress, a Creche is going to come back? Like, does that make sense? Like, Sonics can put up 26 on any given day, on any given game. Is there a lot of other teams that I, as a fan, can go, don't worry, they've got a 26 gamer in them?
SDK is a team that I wouldn't count out just yet. The Rumblers as well, but the difference is that the Rumblers would have one good game and then go right back down to their medium. So as far as teams that might be in double digits, that I wouldn't be surprised if, for example, they were top 4, top 5 at the end of the day tomorrow after the second set of 5 games. It really would just be SDK and Sonics. However, as you said, we're only 1/6 of the way through.
You know, you brought up the top 5, which is a great chance for us to mention what's going to happen next. We're going to take a very short break. We're going to come back with our new segment, The Final Circle, the post-game show. We'll have stuff like top 5s, team breakdowns, and talk a little more in depth about some of the stuff that we saw today, as well as set up for tomorrow. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a couple of minutes with The Final Circle.
Hello, PUBG esports fans. The PUBG Continental Series is back with PCS6 just around the corner. As the finest teams around the world prepare for battle, it's time once again to learn about what prizes you fans can bring home with the Pick'em Challenge. Want to find out how to earn valuable esports points and free voting coupons? Let's dive right into it. There's a ton of new PCS6 esports items waiting for you to purchase and earn, starting with this tournament's premium items. Until May 6th, you'll be able to pick up PCS6 themed items for your own games and support your favorite teams while doing so. Each purchase supports our PCS6 teams, with 30% of net sales going right back to them via the prize pool. Purchasing PCS6 items will also reward you with up to 14 voting coupons to use in Pick'em Challenge events. Buying gets you cool stuff while supporting the teams you love watching and giving you extra chances to earn even more. One change this time around. Voting periods for teams will be held separately, as regions face off during separate 2-week competitions. You can vote for Asia Pacific and Americas regions from April 6th until April 22nd, and Asian and European regions from April 25th until May 6th. Now, let's take a look at all the ways to pick 'em and win. The first event of the Pick'em Challenge is the Pick the Winner game. Use your voting coupons to predict the overall winners for each participating region. If your chosen team is declared the winner of their region, you get 100,000 EP to spend in the esports shop. With 4 different regions, that's 400,000 EP up for grabs in the game, so plan your picks out and sit back while the EP rolls in. The second game is Team Face-Off. In Team Face-Off, you can earn EP without needing a coupon, simply by picking the winner between 2 rival teams. Like before, EP prizes will be weighted depending on how many votes a team has gotten, so playing it safe for a smaller prize or risking your vote for a higher payout are both valid options. Prizes range from 400 to 7,600 EP, so choose your team and cheer them on. There are also ways for you to earn a free voting coupon and bonus EP. First, tune into PCS6 live streams for a special code that pops up during the games. Redeeming the code fast enough will grant you another free voting coupon. You'll be able to grab 2 voting coupons from the first week of APAC Americas and Asia Europe streams, so don't forget to stay tuned as the tournament begins. For even more EP, make sure your Crafton account is connected to Twitch. You'll earn EP through drops by watching official tournament broadcasts. You can also play the Pick and Go game on official PUBG Twitch channels. Pick and Go puts you up against randomly selected players to each choose the 9 teams you think will perform best in the next match. Enter your picks and watch your score grow as the match goes on. If your points beat out the other teams, you'll earn some EP. A new Pick and Go game starts each match, so play often and win more. To check out the teams and cast your votes, pop into the PCS6 Esports tab by clicking the PCS logo in the menu. Here you'll find info on the tournament. You can also click on the button in the bottom left corner to learn more at the official PUBG Esports website. The Esports tab will be operational until May 25th. You picked them, now it's time to spend them. Browse through the Esports shop and plan out how to spend your soon-to-be oodles of EP. Once you've collected your points, come back and spend them on your favorite items. The shop will only be open until May 25th, and any leftover EP will be lost after the store closes, so make sure to use it all. The first global event of 2022 is almost here. Which squads will claim victory for their region? Find out when PUBG Continental Series 6 begins on April 15th. Pick your teams, cast your vote, and tune in for all the great PUBG esports action.
what you really want. Turn it up and do or die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
Welcome to the final circle. My name is Tavis. I've got Cameron and Clover to break down the after-action report as we talk about the teams that showed up, put up, or have to shut up after a rough day of play. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fast, and let's jump right into it with breaking down some teams that we've been watching all day. One of them was Yoho.
Yeah. All right. Now, here's the thing. We knew coming into today we were going to see a lot of action, a lot of kills, and a lot of numbers put down from this team. I mean, they came out of the Americas regional qualifiers so strong. And already with the chicken dinner today, with a lot of really good plays, lots of good kills, I'm feeling confident that this team is in the form that we were expecting from them for this event.
Yeah, and looking at their play right now, this game especially, the fact that they were able to just handle all of their angles. We saw a few instances of that on the Erangels beforehand. Maybe not quite as loud on the Miramar games, but nonetheless, this is, we talked about this at the beginning, do they need a quote-unquote leader? Do they need like a professor behind them? Or can they just wind themselves up and go? And on PUBG, we've always known this. Shot calling is important, but it is more important about chemistry because of how many things always go wrong. There's never no such thing as a perfect game, and you really just have to know without communicating that your teammate has your back, and Yoho, they are delivering that here.
You know, it's funny that it ended with the kills on 22 because we're going to jump into 22, Cameron. I want to get your take on them because I think I got more 22 coming down the line for Clover in a little while.
Yeah, I mean, so as much as I've been saying that 22 are not the next best thing yet, I do have to give them credit because their focus on turtling throughout the mid game, just holding their position, holding their space, not going into fights that are risky for them, low risk, low reward, but the low risk puts them in a position to have so many podium finishes. Even if Balkan didn't get the clutch win that we're about to witness right now, they still would have gotten like 6 points for the placements. They'd still be in a good place on the leaderboard. They're in second right now. And yeah, it's pretty neck and neck, but ultimately you have to give 22 Esports credit for being able to win the games that they were set up to win.
They did, and the reality is, you brought up earlier today, Clover, this idea that like they're going to focus on placement, hopefully the kills follow, this sort of mentality that they came in with. And I've watched that kill count slowly climb throughout the day. 21 was a lot more respectable than we were a little bit earlier, so they're doing it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the rest of the top four, right? You've got the 32 each for Yoho and Bing Bang, 300 with 25. It drops off a little bit when you go to the other side of the leaderboard with the exception of Sonics, in part from that explosive fifth game. I'd say that they're in a good spot for where we are today. The question obviously is going to come, can they turn up the heat tomorrow? I feel like they will if they want to continue to hold that position.
It needs to be noted, we did see a couple of favorable shifts in their position. And while we were looking at the games in the later half of the day, there were, as you said, the kills did get more and more. I just want to see that continue down that path. It's a really good start, but I'm still like on the fence, tentative. I'm not buying in just yet.
Sure.
So we're going to take a second and put two teams next to each other. Yoho, which came out from regional qualifiers in great shape and put up today, and 22, who I think surprised a lot of people. Side by side, what's your take on this one?
Ooh, average placement 3.6. That is probably the
Pretty
best
massive.
average placement right now of any of the 16
true.
teams.
Yeah.
I got to find something. Here you go. So the average kills actually aren't so bad either, right? And
Yeah.
again, because that placement that 22 has, averaging 4 kills, now that is given that they have gotten each one of those games 4, 5, or 6 kills each
Wait
game.
a second. You're saying the average kills actually aren't that bad comparing these two?
Yahoo
This is a 150% increase over this one.
Why you got to bring math into this?
Like,
It looked like they were
it's
close.
I am not the math professional.
Look at
okay?
the total kills. You see a stark difference here.
I do, but I'm upset. 9.4 average placement. That's all I'm saying.
It's
That's
true,
all
but
I'm
I
saying.
think it outlines the possible journeys. And I mean, that's why I love PUBG in general, is this idea that you can take different paths to the ultimate victory, and these are two very different teams.
Absolutely. And I mean, again, the high risk, high reward, Yahoo. The low risk, low reward a little bit in that sense, 22. But at least for today, that really paid off for 22.
And that really depends on them continuing to get those placements. A bad day could throw everything off. Now, we have bad days, we have good days, and we have amazing plays. We put together the top 5 plays of the day right here, right now. We're going to kick it off with play number 5. It is, I don't actually know what it is. I'm excited about seeing it, though. It is going to be... not every top play is a banger. This was Yellow Jackets going for a swim.
It
Sometimes
was
you gotta enjoy.
inventive.
I mean, all the boats were gone, right? I think with 5 teams rotated off the island. You can see one in the distance there. Preche actually had to come all the way from Lipo, so.
But yeah, number 4 is actually going to be a grenade from ALIL. STK have been sort of back and forth on the leaderboard, but this is a very explosive game, very explosive grenade coming out from these players. Well done to try and eliminate all this space that, as we talked about at the end of this game, was very hard to control. You can see ALIL was actually by himself when he pulled that one off.
Absolutely. And also another one of the big plays for the day was this carry. I love this feature, and this moment came in clutch. We're going to see the blue zone just kisses the feet right there, barely in the zone.
That's more than a kiss.
I would have looked at the map and been like, hey, you're not in the zone.
Yeah, that's what I was screaming at it, but the next one is going to be Valiate with a really, really nice flank. He's had a number of these all day. This is just the most recent one. He is known for these wide flanks, that he is not even in the same quadrant of the map as the rest of his squad. He's been criticized for that because it sometimes gets exploited, but here it's getting the kills, and that's really all that you can ask for.
There we go. And the grand final, day 1 play of the day. This was so fun. Whee! A little bit of a send here. I mean, you got to give credit. This was a big hope of a clutch play. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out the way that they wanted it. Again, Nootropic did manage to hold that position as well as
sometimes you just got to get down the mountain any way you can.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the thing about BBB is we saw multiple moments in multiple games where they were flying cars, getting kills. And that was like another one happened earlier in the first match that was also beautiful. So it was nice to see some of these teams, including Valley, right? He wiped out a Creche on another flank. So a lot of these teams in these big moments are executing multiple times, which has been really, really cool to see. Now, we do want to also remind you guys, we are giving away special prizes. Alienware is supporting that, and we want to be tracking those throughout this event. So we want to keep an eye on the overall leaders. It is Insane Squad, all PCS team, and the final grand MVP are all getting rewards from Alienware. So that is something to track. If Tiggleton has given us a hint of how they approach things, I expect the Sonics to once again walk. They does, but they always wait for the big moment.
Yeah, I know. But the thing is, I talked to him in between these 2 different segments, and he said that he just wants to build a Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones sort of throne, but instead of swords, with laptops.
Yeah,
nice.
Just all Alienware gear.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, it would look cool. That's a lot of RGB. I think we have the top 5 kills overall after day number 1, which will be fun to take a look at as soon as that is ready for us. And sort of to see, it's only 5 games. There's 30 more to go, but this is a tight race for that honorific.
Listen, but it's BBB at the top. That's all I need to say there. We looked at them in the top 5. They were one of the most explosive teams that we have. And Steve, go with me on this one. I need to continue to be validated here. Because do you remember back in 2019?
Yeah.
Who was Sharpshot's biggest fan? It was me. It was me.
Okay.
It was me. And yeah, sure, after that season, in 2020, he might have had a little bit of a lull, but he is back up on top, baby.
I might argue his biggest fan was the Tempo Storm boys after their win in
I mean,
Vegas.
I know I wasn't even casting PUBG
Right.
at this point, but I was definitely one of Sharp Shot's
Can we also give a
fans
shout out
too,
to the
so.
Box Knights throwback?
Yeah, there you go. 10 kills too. Box and Poonage, 10 apiece, 11 apiece for Roth and Sharpshot. I mean, we've got a little bit of a race here between the guys. And obviously Kickstart. Kickstart's just getting started, you guys.
Yeah.
9 kills. We've seen this boy put down some numbers.
Yeah.
And we will continue to track that throughout the entire week. I know we got a lot of big races. We're watching Tig to see what he puts up there. It's going to be a lot of fun. But we also want to have a chance to break down a little bit more of what our different teams have done, what the action looked like. And that brings us to today's segment, the good, the bad, and I'll say the messy, because it got a little bit crazy there at the end. Let's start out with the good. That, I think, unequivocally, 22 Esports.
Yeah.
Let's just jump into that right now.
Absolutely. 22 Esports, here's the thing, right? They absolutely played to their style and their comfort today, and they were rewarded for it. I think a lot of times when we come to the grand finals, teams put themselves in positions where they're not very comfortable. Maybe they're trying something new, they're stepping out into a position that they're not familiar with. We see that a lot with LATAM teams when they have to change positions. For 22, they've managed to hold their own. They've managed to really come into a position where they've gotten to play their game each and every match. Now that game is turtling, as Cameron called it, and it's also playing very safe, but they very quickly, and you'll see this in every match, phase 1, phase 2, they look for where the center circle is. They try to predict where that last circle is gonna fall, and you'll see them sit in a position that they can defend throughout the game and wait to turn on that aggression till the late game.
Yeah. It's been a really solid day for 22. I feel like we've been talking to them about them a lot, which is why they are here in the good category. I was a naysayer. I'm still not a full believer, but I can't take away from the fact that they have been succeeding here.
Well, and let's dig into that just a little bit. I mean, the reality is, you know, you brought up the Turtle. And today, the Turtle has defeated the Hare. And the reality of them slow playing, they've worked really well in what they've done. There's 30 games, though. Do you think that they can continue based on what you saw today over 5 more days of play?
So this is I'm going to echo myself again from the top of the show. I feel like what has given 22 the extra step to be from just an all-right game, Team Who Turtles to Team Who Turtles into a victory is still going to be Balkan. Yeah. Remember, he won that clutch 1v1 in the very end. He had the health advantage, but he did not have the timing angle advantage into that, and yet he's still able to come out on top. So my biggest worry for 22, not only is that how are they going to thrive when they have multiple circles pulled away from them? Are they going to be able to have solid salvage games? But also, what happens if Balkan isn't there to really push them over the line, to really give them that next level play?
Well, and two, I mean, as these stats have kind of been going behind us, we have seen Hayston come up here quite a few times, and it's the work that he's putting in. But when we look at kills overall for 22, not one single player has broken the double digit yet. They've been having a pretty conservative day. Venny, not too much on the board. Hayston, yes, he's getting damage, he's getting assists, he's getting knocks, but his knocks and his assists aren't being converted into kills at the rate you would expect. And so that's the type of cleaning up we need to see from 22 tomorrow.
Honestly, I don't mind the fact that they try and go center. I don't mind the fact that they're trying to gain more control. It's but the thing is, they're not actually really going for control in a lot of different instances. We saw them dabble in it on the military island circle, but a lot of other times, like if you talk about the game that Yahoo won, they were just in a single compound. And I don't know in that particular game if they would have found an opportunity to have 1 or 2 players extended out to give them a little bit of range to allow them to leave that compound instead of getting blown up in the way that they did. But I want to see 22 extend their presence a little bit. I'm not asking for full wide splits just yet, but step your foot out just a little bit, get yourself a little bit of control, and it gives you options for when things don't go your way.
So that's the good. All right, and we're going to do the bad. We'll go a little faster with them because I don't want to harp too hard, but the reality is we talked about Yahoo who won their regionals. We had another team, Creche. What happened?
They just couldn't get the kills, honestly. Again, when we're looking at Creche from the regional qualifiers, they took advantage from the Latin American meta. That opportunity wasn't here for them. I think you mentioned it, Clover, at the top, talking about their points, but I'm going to hit it really hard here. The only difference, the only notable difference in Creche's points were kills. Placement points for all the teams that qualified were within 5 to 10 of each other. Creche was dead center. The teams had no more or no less than 5. placement point difference. It was all exclusively kills.
Yeah.
And even though I love kill-heavy teams, this is a big step up in terms of pedigree on who they're going to be trying to fight. And I also kind of expected that the lack of turtling coming from the North American teams meant that Akreche, the one team going for control in their region, would be contested on that front, and I think that's exactly what happened here.
Well, and in contrast to what I was saying with 22, right, getting to play their game, we knew coming into today that Akreche had to give up their drop spots because that is where Sonics drops.
Yeah.
And even just watching them scrim prior to this event, they had already started to pick new positions, and they were trying out different places. It still felt like their rotations were a little bit off, because when you do change your drop spot, your normal rotations, depending on where the circle shifts, is also different, right? So that information that you might have, or that comfortability for where you might move, can get thrown off. And if that is something that changes your comfort level, you're going to see that earlier on. And at least with the Akreche, they were finding themselves into fights that I think they weren't quite ready to handle and take on earlier in the game.
So maybe it's baby steps for Akreche. Maybe the idea of they're a frag forward team, they've taken a chance to pop the cork, and a little bit of maturing will do them well over the next couple of days. But we'll keep track of that and see how it goes. Maybe the bad will turn into something wonderful. Now, a team that honestly, when we got ready to prep this segment, I wanted to put in the bad position.
They're up here right now, and it's this. There you go.
But talking about bouncing back, like, this is our Messi. These are the guys who ended up climbing into that upper echelon after one game. It's the Sonics.
The Sonics.
Yeah, all right, here we go. We didn't want to kick on them too hard, but I mean, you talked about at the top of the game, legacy. Sonics have a legacy. As a 3-time PCS winner, they did not perform well at PGC. They went down to the last chance qualifier here for the PCS6 groups. And the first 4 matches, they had an average placement of 12.25.
Yeah.
We don't see that from this team. Now, the 5th game was a redemption from them. We saw a 16-kill win. That helped, but their average placement is still 10.
Yike.
We are not what we need to see from them yet, but if they can play the rest of this event like they did game 5, I think we'll be in a healthy position for Sonics.
I have the solution. So Logic, their coach, he just needs to say, listen, we win Alienware laptops if we win this game.
That'll go crazy.
No, okay, honestly, looking at them, because I was shocked when I saw them go into the LCQ, I looked at their play from the regional qualifiers. The big thing that I noticed was that the games that they won, they could still win big, but every single time their circle shifted away from them in phase 2 or phase 3, they could not break in. And yes, you have a harder game in front of you when that happens. But a team like the Sonics, that used to never be a concern, because we knew that they were, and they showed us that they would be able to break through the wall and come over and take over a game. Even if it doesn't mean winning it, they'll at least get a couple of kill points on the way out. And here, there were a lot of messy circles, but it's the same game that we saw in the first 4 times. Yeah, sure. Military Power is rough. Military Circle is rough. North can kind of be rough, but then Oasis was rough for them because they're on the messy south side. Again, it's all these examples of them unable to really get into a position when they're not handed it that way. It is the final game that we finally saw their play, and we just saw them there on assists. That shows that they can still play as a unit. They're playing off of each other, and they are playing as a pack to then expand their presence out and remind everyone who they are.
And I also, too, kind of want to bounce off that point. I would say that the meta in general in the Americas has kind of had a series of evolutions when we look at edge play and center play. The most chicken format did put a lot of people back into center play, but now, right, if you really watch through ESL, through all of PCS, kind of going back to the edge focused play. Sonics have historically done a lot of farming on the edge. The problem is they're running to a lot of traffic there now. LATAM really likes the edge. A lot of the American teams are liking the edge. They're coming into these fights in the mid game, and they're not able to turn their focus entirely on one team. And we saw again with that military circle, right? They're coming in, they're fighting United, who are also kind of fighting gas cans. That finishes up. Another team comes in, another team comes in, and it's really hard for them to recover from that position. And so I think when we look at the Sonics and the way that they've played, the rest of the teams have started to figure that out, and they've tried to replicate what worked for the Sonics. So now they're not the only ones playing that style.
Final point, just again, reminding the fact of why these guys are in ugly/messy, whichever term you want to use. We don't want to make them mad, ugly. Is that the big games that they win, they are still big. Which makes me think that the reason why Sonics are not the standout team with like 3 wins in a row at this point, like we've seen in the past, has nothing to do necessarily with them struggling a little bit, though form can always ebb and flow. We can't take that away, right? But I think it's just a lot of the teams have been getting better. Look at EU United. Flood is now on that roster. Bing Bang Boom is a new team that started off a little rough, but has become its own super team. And then STK, I don't know, they're a little on the fence there as well, but they still have, they still have a lot of strength on that roster.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you both are really looking into the idea that the Sonics have been the big dog. It's just the rest of the pack has started to gain. Maybe this has been a motivator to get them to burst ahead, right? Now, I do know we want to wrap it up. We know everyone's got to get to sleep because APAC is coming up in the morning. But before I do, you know I love final thoughts. I love to get y'all's takeaway at the end of the day as we look forward to tomorrow. So, Clover, why don't you kick us off?
All right. Day 1 of 6. Historically, the leaderboard has never reflected day 1 into day 6. So take today slightly with a grain of salt, look to the teams to improve, and some of the teams at the top will unfortunately fall as those other teams improve. So that in mind, I think the teams at the top need to make sure that they can keep up.
Cam?
Honestly, the fact that we are seeing a fair bit of back and forth and then new arrivals, shocking teams to surprises like 22, I'm going to echo Clover here a little bit. It's going to be a slugfest here on out. Seeing Sonics come back into the mix is great, but ultimately, I am still going to be looking at the 3, now 4 Kings, if you include Bing Bang Boom, in the mix to be there at the top at the very end of all of this.
Absolutely. So maybe it is the rise. We'll see maybe 4 aces coming up to the top, the Kings falling. It's going to be a long journey, but it is a marathon. We've got a long way to go. Before we get into the schedule, I want to show you guys the updated pick'em percentages as they have come in. It sounds like the fans have not lost faith in the Sonics at 76%, but a big show up is E United, who we've talked about in the past, hasn't seemed to get as much love publicly, as many Reddit posts, as much Twitch chat hype. 12% is a big come up from what we've seen teams get in the past.
It's not a big come up when they're on the 3-peat. People are still sleeping on E United.
It's big, yes, but it's bigger than it used to be. Like it shows growth.
I know United's in chat and they've been getting on us all day. I've taken the oath for a long time now. I'm continuing to take the E United. I don't know.
The Unite.
The Unite. I'm uniting.
We took the oath to stand united, essentially.
Yeah, ooh, I like that. There you go, United.
Now, you guys at home, if you want to be united and return to watch us again, we'd appreciate it. The schedule is here. It's the next 2 days. APAC, first thing in the morning, is going to be a lot of slam bam action. We saw that already today, and it's going to continue tomorrow. America's back here at the same time, at the same place, Saturday and Sunday, and then we're going to have a few days off, and I expect y'all to come on back for more games on the 22nd. It is going to be a ton of fun. This is the place to be. Guys, I want to thank everybody. Cameron and Clover, thanks so much for being here. Porosaurus and Matcham on behalf of them, as well as everybody here at Crafton, as well as PCS6. Thank you so much for watching, and until we see you tomorrow, play more PUBG.
Utility just being traded back and forth between Rumblers and Big Bang Boom. It's like, oh no, sharp shot! Where did he go? He just got shot into space.
The rest of Nootropic just trying to brute force their way up this hillside. Oldless is trying to send it down over here. He's just going to roll out on this angle. Is he going to be able to get the spray? No! Lamp-a-lot read it, and now Nootropic has got so much control.
That's a heck of a crash out of that gas can's too split. They're going to get rewarded.
The frustration pan.
Definitely expecting a little bit more heat coming out of him early. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, everything's bad. Yeah, the follow-up nade didn't land, so...
Might get vision.
Los. Oh, Blue spots him. 1v1. Oh, gosh!
Batungas gets it.
It was, you felt like it was just a matter of time. Sonics had the chokehold here, and that's going to be a nice, big, high kill count win for Sonics.
Don't group up too much, but nope, Mime's going to find the angle into it. 16 kills. Okay.